Chapter 76. Good to see you. What in the name just happened? What was that bizarre aura around Tessa? What did the boy do anyway? I was just barely able to spot that orb shoot out and get sucked into my granddaughter's body. It seemed sort of like an elixir, but I wasn't really able to tell. Anyway, I'm just glad that she's safe now. I almost feel bad for the boy. He had just crawled back up to the surface after falling into an underground dungeon, G.O.D. knows how deep, and now he had to deal with all this. Was I doing the right thing revealing all this information to Arthur? There was a bitter taste left on my tongue after I finished explaining everything to the boy. I forget sometimes that he's actually younger than Tess. It's odd though, I can't quite put my finger on it, but more and more, my instincts tell me that despite his monstrous ability in mana manipulation and latent potential as a mage, his cognitive acuteness, his mental capacity that doesn't belong to a prep.u.b.escent child, is what'll make this brat so scary in the future. It's just that, currently, his level of power has yet to catch up to the level of his intellect. What's going on? Why am I sleeping on the ground? My ears perked up immediately at the sound of my granddaughter's feeble voice. Gee, Grandpa, where am Art? My arms were already stretched out wide, ready to embrace my one and only beloved granddaughter, but oddly enough, instead of coming into her grandfather's arms, her body bolts away from me and towards the boy. My granddaughter. You're going the wrong way, Arthur. You're alive. Tess almost knocked the boy back down onto the ground from how fast she bolted into his arms. Meanwhile, my arms stayed stretched out. Maybe the paw.s.sing breeze would accept my embrace. Arthur wins paw. As Tess' faint voice reached my ears and with her teary eyes locked onto mine, she bit her lower lip to keep herself from breaking down. I stood there at a loss. A wave of different emotions, half of which I didn't even know I could feel, washed over me. Arthur, you're alive. Her face was already buried in my chest as she finished her sentence. Yeah. I gently petted her hair. I'm alive. I turned to Virian, and I swear I could almost see his petrified body crumbling into bits with his lonely arms stretched out. His head turned like a badly oiled robot, revealing his gaze, which was anything but automatonic image he projected. Traitor. Grandpa should still come first. You're dead to me, brat. These were the thoughts that might as well have been tattooed across his forehead by how blatantly his foul mood was leaking out, giving Grandpa Virian a sympathetic smile. I looked back down at Tess, who was still in my arms. Only when my old robe, that she had been wearing, slipped slightly off of her bare shoulder, did I remember that she was completely naked underneath. Sylvie was bouncing up and down trying to get Tess' attention as the latter clung onto me like glue, but to no avail. 'Twas a shame Tessa wasn't fully developed. The last thing I remember was you handing me over to someone. I can only recall bits and pieces of what happened after because I was in too much pain then. But I heard broken pieces of conversations about how you didn't make it out, she said as her arms were still clinging onto me like an infant koala. The way she looked up at me with those tear-filled eyes made me almost lose myself. I'll fill you in on what happened, but for now I peeled her off of me, wrapping her tighter with the only piece of clothing covering her. Let's get you decent, princess. What are you talking? Was all she managed to say before looking down, her eyes widening in horror. Boom. Without even the chance to react, Grandpa Virian, Sylvie, and I were knocked back by a surge of mana that seemed to have come out of nowhere. I managed to recover in time, landing on my feet. As I looked to my side, I saw that Virian and Sylvie were both uninjured. Surprised, but uninjured. Not even caring about the throbbing pain in my chest, I stared, slack-jawed at the sight before us. Tess was at the epicenter of a storm of translucent emerald green vines, dozens of meters in length, all snapping and whipping around chaotically. What was even more strange was that it looked more like an extension of the bright green aura surrounding Tess, who was now curled up in the fetal position. This mana formation of this magnitude shouldn't be possible for her. Grandpa Virians stood there, gaping. You have got to be kidding me. I mumbled to myself, cupping my hands. I yelled out, "Tess, you need to calm down." "Shut up, shut up, shut up, go away. I can't believe you didn't tell me I was naked," she screamed, her eyes still shut tightly in embarrassment. Something told me that those semi-transparent tendrils responded to her emotions because they were swaying even more fiercely right now. "Didn't you learn that telling a screaming girl to calm down never actually calms her down?" Grandpa Virian said, shaking his head in mock disappointment. "Of course, I'm the ignorant one, I guess. What good was having been a king? PSH. Only the strongest in my country? What good does all of that do, Arthur, if you can't even quell the anger of a 13-year-old girl?" "Tess, it's your grandfather. Open your eyes," Virian shouted out this time. "Huh?" As Tess peeked from one eye, she finally realized what was happening. "What's going on? What is all of this?" The FL.U.S. Tired Tess looked to us for help. "Try controlling your emotions. It's making your mana flow go out of control," I tried to explain in a more reasonable tone. Tess looked to Virian, who was nodding in agreement with me. As realization dawned on her, Tess closed her eyes and began meditating. The translucent emerald vines slowly dissipated, fading out of sight. The three of us rushed to where Tess was curled up as soon as the vines, that seemed to be made up of pure mana, disappeared. "Quick, Gramps, check her mana core." I was going off on a hunch, but I was kind of scared to hear the truth. "That's just what I was about to do, brat." Virian rolled up his sleeves and imbued some mana into his palms. "Wait, Art, turn around." Tess was obviously out of breath, but she was aware that something was different with her body. "Sigh, I already saw everything. Now." "Yes ma'am." PSH. Former king, more like whipped dog, I mumbled to myself as I turned my back to them. "It can't be." "Ha ha ha, what in the world?" I heard Virian's trembling voice. What is it? What stage is her core at, Gramps?" "Dark yellow." "Don't tell me. She's at solid yellow like me?" I was itching to turn around. Half step from initial silver. She almost broke through into the initial silver stage. "What?" I whipped my head back, causing Tess to wrap the robe covering her even more tightly. Ignoring Tess's glare and protests, I put my hand on her abdomen. Over the robe. He was right. Even when sensing directly, I couldn't recognize the extent of her mana core, which meant she was at a higher level than I was. Both Gramps and I fell straight to RB.U.Ms in utter disbelief. "She broke through out of light orange and into the dark yellow stage not too long ago. That means she skipped through all of yellow and straight into initial silver?" This gravity-defying news was hard for me to swallow. I took my body's composition for granted. Because I'm a quadra-elemental mage, it was a lot easier for me to break through. It became distinctively harder to get past bottlenecks once I reached the dark yellow stage. Not to mention the fact that I broke through at 3, much earlier than everyone else. The gifted students in this academy have 10 years to PA.S. the final exam in order to graduate. There is no set stage that a student's core has to reach in this time, but on average, alumni tended to be around light orange stage by the time they graduate. After reaching that stage, they would be given a seat among the upper echelons of practically anywhere they go. For even the most talented dual elemental mages, it should take exponentially longer for them to make breakthroughs if at all, but Tess had just been able to break that common sense and skip straight into the threshold just before breaking into the initial silver stage. That's potentially a couple decades of cultivation condensed into merely a fortnight. The absurdity of it all. "What the hell did you give her, brat?" Virian asked. "I've never heard of a beast will tempering a mana core. Or did it perhaps have anything to do with that orb you threw at her?" "What do you mean half step away? What orb?" Tess echoed, puzzled by our conversation. I thought it was just some kind of elixir." I was at a loss for words. What the hell was that vanishing elixir shop? "Arthur, if there ever was such an elixir that could do what that orb did just now, wars would break loose in hopes to win it." Grandpa Virian shook his head, still in shock, as he imagined everything he just told me. "How did you get your hands on whatever orb that was anyway?" "Oh, I got it from a homeless-looking fellow that owned a disappearing elixir shop. Ha 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 ha. I got it for a silver coin, Gramps. Virian gawked at me incredulously. By his expression, I bet he would have been less surprised if I told him I stole it from a god. I don't exactly know myself. I kinda got this o b from a peddler, but that's as much as I know. I let out another small laugh in helplessness. Can you tell me what's going on? You guys weren't actually being serious, right? Tess immediately began focusing on her monocore. No way. And my monocore is light yellow now. And it already has so many cracks on it, she said as her voice trembled. Honey. You're actually a peak light yellow core mage now, Grandpa Virian mumbled, almost whispering. Thud. Tess' eyes rolled back as she fainted. Her body slumped against Sylvie's back as my bond moved just in time to catch her. This girl just can't stay awake. I grumbled as I positioned her more comfortably on the grad.s.s floor. She's sure to be exhausted after having gone through all of this. Her body was under constant stress, and breaking through more than 3 stages at once took a toll on her mind as well. I guess the realization was the tipping point. Haha. Virian let out a chuckle as he picked her up. I'm going to take her back to Illinois or through the gate. She needs some rest, and I'm sure my son and daughter-in-law are still worried. Cuckoo? I'm kind of looking forward to how they'll react to this. I imagine. Tess, a silver core mage at the age of 13, he boasted with a wide grin on his face. Do you want to come with me? I'll s on that. I know Tess is safe, and she knows I'm safe as well. That'll have to do for now. We'll catch up when she returns to school, I replied. I have meeting with the council that I've been avoiding till now, so I won't get to see you for a while. Get some rest, boy. Grandpa Virian throws me a wink and walks out of the training room with Tess in tow. She was at a higher level than me now. My mind kept going back to the homeless man and his elixir shop. Was the orb he gave me really the reason she was able to break through like that? There wasn't any other explanation otherwise. Kipapa, I'm hungry. Sylvie hopped back onto the top of my head and kept thumping my forehead in complaint. Haha, me too, Sylv. But before we go back, let's visit your Uncle Elijah, I replied, rubbing my bond's ears. Q. But, food, _ Arthur. Elijah roared as he nearly had B.U.T.ed me. I had an eerie sense of deja vu, but this scene wasn't nearly as heartwarming. Hatilda. There. Yes, I'm still alive. You can't get rid of me that easily, I said in consolation, patting my best friend's head. Sniff. I know. You're like a sea cockroach. Sniff. This brat. I peeled him off of me, again, very similarly to what happened just 30 minutes ago, but the person in front of me had a string of mucus hanging off of his right nostril. The other end of the slippery secretion attached itself to my shirt. A friend. My best friend. Elijah was an I had now in this life that I so wanted in my previous one. A person I could let loose and be a child again with, no matter how old or grand I was before. Haha. It's good to see your disgusting face again, pal. I grinned at him, patting him on the shoulder. Chapter 77, Allies. Standing before the heavy iron doors, I took a deep breath. Beyond this entrance were the 6 former kings and queens of this continent. It wasn't their titles that were making me apprehensive, but more so the fact that they were ultimately the ones who would shape or destroy the future of this continent. Even with an augmented hearing spell, I was unable to clearly hear what was being discussed on the other side, leaving me to wonder what their course of action might be. What was I to tell them? What was I able to tell them? I truly had to be meticulous in the words and actions I use. I've only gotten a glimpse of the consequences that I would face if I didn't abide, and I knew I had no way around it. It just wasn't worth it. Not at this point. Was there no other way around this? Was I to just sit and watch this peaceful continent that I've grown to love crumble without being able to do anything? It couldn't be helped. I've deviated too far from what I was originally supposed to do. My hopes in establishing myself and the foundations of Xyrus Academy up to what it was today was for the sake of this continent, that we might have some hope. It's been too long since the time of war, though. Students wanted to get strong, not to protect and fight for what was right but for their own conceited pride. It's been a long-going struggle to not only shape up the level of magic in this continent, but also instilling proper values. The only thing I could do for this country now was to prepare the next generation as well as get rid of anything that might hinder their plans. I've been personally getting rid of more and more spies that were being sent out from my homeland. They were getting impatient. I could tell by some of the toxic traces affecting the dungeons that they were beginning their next phase. It was beginning to become rather difficult for me to keep up my current pace. Though, I could tell Arthur was becoming rather suspicious at times. I had been careless in exposing the wound I received from one of the affected mana beasts. I'm just not sure anymore. Was I doing the right thing? Would what I'm doing even give us a chance? I once thought so, but I'm not so optimistic anymore. Sigh. The two mages standing guard on either sides of the door were carefully observing me, probably wondering why I wasn't going in. I noticed one was at the initial silver core stage while the other, slightly thinner mage, was at the mid-silver core stage. They would be considered peaks in this continent, but only in this continent. I signaled to the guards that I was ready to go inside, letting them inform the council. "You may enter," the knights announced, opening the doors fully. And I said that we can't just be lying here on our A.S.s waiting for more deaths. Alduin, Mriel, why aren't you saying anything? One of your lances is dead. I saw Dawsad Graysunders, former king of the dwarves, standing up with his finger pointed at Alduin Aralith, former king of the elves, who was seated with his arms crossed and eyes closed. Calm yourself, Dawsad. Before we rashly try and hunt for whoever or whatever killed Ailey, we need more information. This might be somehow linked to communication failures with the Dicathius. What if, like we suspected, the unknown continent is involved and we end up? Director Goodsky, we received your sound transmission. Please, have a seat. Blaine Glader, the former king of the humans, stretched his arm to direct me to a nearby empty seat. Yes, but it seems that my message was unnecessary, I respond while taking a small bow before sitting down. King Graysunders also reluctantly took a seat in the chair that seemed a bit too big for him. Yes, Alduin was alerted almost immediately after Ailey.s. Unfortunately, we have no way of knowing how she was killed. Do you happen to know anything, Director Cynthia? Mriel Aralith, former queen of the elves, as well as the mother of my only disciple, asked me. I should have realized that they might have already known thanks to those bestowed artifacts I was informed about. I apologize. Truth be told, I was not the one that found her body. Taking out the adamantium tag that belonged to Ailey, I handed it over to Lady Aralith. Who was it that found her body? We need to bring that person here. Glondra Graysunders, former queen of the dwarves, slammed her palms on the table we were situated around. That may be a bit troublesome, I said, hesitatingly. You see, the person that found her body was one of my students, and that was only by accident. No matter, just bring that student here. We need as much detail about this disaster as possible before we can start slowly unfolding it to the public, Lady Graysunders continued. I assure you that the student does not know any more than what we might be able to guess. This student simply stumbled into the scene after the battle was long over, I replied while shaking my head. Still, are you sure he wasn't hiding anything from you? King Aralith spoke up solemnly. This student is but a child that recently enrolled. He has no reason to hide any details from me. I fear he will only be more intimidated if we brought him here, causing him to make up details to gain the council's favor. I lied. I didn't want to involve Arthur in all of this. Not yet. He wasn't ready. Cynthia offers a valid point. There's no use in interrogating a student that might make up facts to feel like a hero. Besides, she already questioned the student. Priscilla Glader, former queen of the humans, defended. Yes, I was even able to find the scene of Ail.co.Doriad's death. I hurriedly replied. Maybe they will be able to find something. Indirectly helping them like this might prove to be fruitful. The plan that I was informed of before I had come here seemed to have hastened for some reason. but I knew for a fact that it would still take years before the first course were to came to fruition. Until then, I had to somehow indirectly help them prepare for whatever was coming. Hopefully, I had enough time. Alright, then the next course of action is settled. King later motioned for a secretary to come. Dispatch our best tracking mages. We'll have them find any sort of evidence that the perpetrator might have left. In the meantime, what is the current status on the remaining lances? Yes, Your Highness. Our best trackers are already A.S. symboled and ready. As for the lances, Codes 0, Wrecker, and Balrog were the first to arrive. We've received word that Code Thunderlord and Code Phantasm entered the premise not too long ago, the secretary hurriedly announced while his head stayed bowed. Good. We'll update them soon. Until then, make sure not a single word gets out that one of the lances was killed. King later finished his statement while looking at me. Rest A.S. Short. The student is not the type to let this information out so easily. I will be sure to make it of utmost importance that he keeps the information he has a secret. I answered back at the council, who were all waiting for me to respond. After I was escorted out, Lady Aralith followed along and pulled me aside, away from everyone's view. Director Cynthia, how's my Tessa? I've yet to hear back from father-in-law. Her voice quaked with concern. I shook my head. I was not updated with the situation either. However, Tessa has both Arthur and Virion looking after her. She should be okay, Muriel. I hope so. I've barely been able to focus on everything going on because of Tessa's condition. Let me know as soon as you're updated. This way, at least Alduin and I will have the peace of mind to focus on this mess, she says while handing me a sound transmission scroll. Sound transmission devices were exceedingly costly, so most did not have access to one, but the council always had these in stock to send and receive information quickly. I'll be sure to tell you as soon as I find out. I give her a Ria.S. Searing smile before letting her go back to the meeting hall. 5 silhouettes could be seen waiting in the dimly lit chamber on the bottommost floor. Although the shadows covered the 5's faces, their voices could be clearly heard. Hey, so Ailey died already? A well-built man leaning against the back wall with his arms crossed scoffed. Bayron. Watch your tone. An authoritative, icy voice rang from a proportioned slender figure sitting with one leg over the other. It can't be helped that I'm irritated. Her dying so pathetically is trampling on the lance's name, the man replied. Poor Ailey. Micah feels bad for her. A sweet voice chimed from a figure whose body resembles that of a child. All while Miss sharing cream puffs with Ailey, sighed a woman, whose seductive figure could not be hidden by the shadows. Bah, if she died, that just means that was her fate. It was her fate by the deities, since she wasn't beautiful. A muscular figure shook his head in disappointment while stretching. Old man Ulfred, Micah really doesn't get your sense of beauty, HMPH. The childlike figure pouted back. Well, I can tell you with certainty that you are indeed the ugliest. Ulfred, you meanie. Now, don't pick on our cute Micah Tilda. How can you say that she's ugly when she has a face cute enough to eat? Your lumps of MMMPH fat are choking Micah. Stop acting like hyperactive children. As the strongest in this country, this shouldn't faze us. Oh, my Bayron's cranky again today. Even though you're just a Bayron. TCH. Says the cow that has no sense of time. Getting here the latest. Enough. What did the council say our next course of action was? Bah, those ugly old farts are still discussing what's going to happen in there. They can't compare to my dear king, Dawson Gray Saunders. Now he is a true beauty. Micah likes strong pretty boys. King Gray Saunders is more like an old uncle to Micah. Why, you ugly midget of a. How dare you insult our most 10.0. King. He is the one that blessed us with our powers. King Gray Saunders, like myself, does not age. We merely ripen like a fine wine. The G.O. Des of beauty has blessed us after all. Only Ulfie thinks he is beautiful. Micah knows that one else thinks so. So please excuse the intrusion. The council has sent me to escort you to the meeting hall. Finally, I hope King later sends me off on a different, Special mission away from you guys. Baryon thinks he's so tough and special when Micah knows he's not even the strongest. What the hell did you say? Do you think that Baryon Wykes, next head of the Wykes family, and a lance personally chosen by King Glader will stand for? Everyone, let's all get along. Let's not make this older sister get mad. Hee. Sorry. TCH. Chapter 78. Meanwhile, Arthur Winspov. Hey, Art. I thought we were heading back to your home. Where are we going? Elijah looked at me after noticing we took a different turn on the way back to Hillsta Manor. There's a place I need to stop by first. Don't worry, it'll be a quick detour, I answered as I sped up with Sylvie on my head. Wait up. When we reached the destination, I couldn't help but let out a disappointed breath, my shoulders dropping. I thought so. I mumbled to myself, Xyrus Elixirs, did you need to buy something from here? It's almost midnight, of course it's closed. Elijah cupped his eyes over the front Glad.S door in hopes to spot someone inside. It's nothing. Let's head back home. I let out a sigh in disappointment. As I was about to turn away from the building, a shiny object caught in the crevice of the aged alley leading to Xyrus Elixirs caught my attention. As I kneeled down to retrieve it, my eyes narrowed. It was an orb similar to the one used on Tess, except, instead of rainbow speckles inside, there were golden flakes floating within. Attached to the small marble-sized orb was a crudely written note saying, "Your little princess will probably need this." What are you staring so intently at? Elijah leans over my shoulder to see. I crumple up the piece of parchment and put the orb inside my dimension ring. Let's head back home first, Elijah. I'll need to tell my family that I might have to miss a couple more days of school after. Go back to school tomorrow and tell everyone that I'm okay and safe. I pat my best friend's shoulder and give him a Ria.S.Searing smile in response to his concerned expression. Don't worry, I'll tell you about everything after I'm back. With that, Elijah gives me an accepting nod back. The day after, Cathalin Glader's Pov. After finding out what happened down at the dungeon from my brother, I was shocked. I almost wanted to blame him, to blame Professor Glory, to blame someone, but I know it wasn't anyone's fault. Why do I always feel this way when it came to Arthur? Besides, he already had the student council president. Well, I'm not sure of that, but I just have a feeling that there was something going on. I shook my head. Why was I placing more importance on his love life than his actual life? Arthur is going to be okay, right? He's just that type of person. No matter what situation arises, he always manages to come back with a nonchalant smile on his face that always calms me. I'm confident that he'll be okay. I'm sure of it. Ugh. Surprised that I let out an audible groan, I quickly covered my mouth, hoping that no one heard something so disgraceful. After checking that I was alone, I exhaled a sharp breath of relief. It had been rather stressful these days being a disciplinary committee officer. Some things would stay quiet after the formation of the disciplinary committee, almost to the point of wondering if we were even needed. But recently some unforeseen circumstances have been brought to our attention. Claire Bladeheart, our leader, pulled each of us aside a few days ago. While explaining the cause, she implied this would stay a secret from Arthur for now because of the relation he has to the events. I wanted to rebut then, but I decided to hear her out. Claire had been secretly gathering information with Kay, who specializes in stealth. It seems that there was a radical group that was dissatisfied with the direction the Academy was heading towards recently. This group was made up of only humans, and from the few faces that Kai was able to catch a glimpse of, they were all from rather high up N.O.Bull families. One particular N.O.Bull that was spotted was named Charles Ravenber. His father was on rather close terms with mine, but strictly business. Father would always grumble in dissatisfaction after having a meeting with Mr. Ravenber because of how ill-mannered and self-centered he was. The reason Claire did not want to involve Arthur just yet was because Arthur was actually one of the main reasons this radical cult-like group started. There was a big faction from this group that thought Arthur did not belong in this academy because of his humble background. The fact that he was a professor on top having the privilege of taking upper division classes fueled the already built hatred that some of the envious royal students had. We weren't allowed to confront them as of yet because of the lack of evidence, and the fact that they haven't really done anything bad, but from the looks of it, there were even some professors of this academy supporting them, making it all the more difficult to rashly make a move. It wasn't until yesterday, however, that some of the radical group members started to act. It was one of my class mates, Denton. We had the same second period together under Professor Arthur. He was actually one of the students that strongly opposed Professor Arthur teaching a class that was so important in building foundations as this. However, he warmed up to him, rather he looked up to him now. Denton was found battered and naked while hung upside down from one of the statues in our campus for all of the PA.S.Sing students to see. Director Goodsky was still away, so her A.S. assistant, Trisha, and Professor Glory ended up pulling him down and making sure he was okay. After being questioned, it turned out he had been taken to one of the narrow alleys between the buildings in the back and beat up by the radical group. From what Claire told me, they wanted to teach him how to properly use mana, since they didn't really think Arthur would be good enough to fulfill the potential that he had. My class.S. mate ended up becoming a target dummy for various spells after resisting. After he finally PA.S. out, they left him hung upside down, stripped naked, with a note covering his private part that he should drop out of the plebeians class.S. if he didn't want this to happen again. Since then, having no choice but to act on behalf of Director Goodsky, Trisha has been trying to quell the anger from various elven and dwarven parents who thought this had to do with racial discrimination since the victim was an elf. Needless to say, that student is taking a break from school for the time being. Why was this happening? What was the point of doing this? What good does dividing students like this do? Did these students have such a low self-esteem that they needed to bring down anyone that they thought was better than them to feel better about themselves? Why was it that the more power and privileges someone had, the more greedy they became? Is it naive of me to wish for everyone to just work together for our continent? A dark and gloomy atmosphere clung to the disciplinary committee room since the accident with Arthur. Clara and my brother didn't speak at first, the both of them blaming themselves. On top of that was the frustration of our actions being so restricted. Everyone was on high alert, as all of the DC upper class men were out for surveillance during the morning and afternoon while Frith and I took watch in the evening, with one of the upper class men helping us out instead of going to class.s. Kai tried to find out their meeting spots, but as soon as he had a lead, those places would always change. It seemed that they would relocate for every meeting, sending each other some kind of code for the new location. The professors were useless. Most of them were all talk in front of the dissatisfied elven and dwarven parents, saying they'll do their best to find the culprit, but not being able to take direct actions because the human parents were also dissatisfied due to their children being accused of racial discrimination. The professors were too tied in their little game of tug-of-war to be of much help. When they try to be on both sides, they end up being on neither. That was the problem with a school so heavily funded by the parents of the students. The only one that had the authority to oppose them directly and openly was Director Goodsky, and she was nowhere to be seen. It seemed as if her disappearance had allowed this radical group to now openly make a disturbance. Because she wasn't here to stop them, I made it to the disciplinary committee room and walked up the stairs listening to Claire. The seat where Arthur usually sat, empty. Things are escalating faster than we thought. I had a feeling that this was the case. The group is trying to create as much of an uproar before Director Goodsky gets back and then go into hiding temporarily after, Clara announced while leaning forward with her arms on the table. The dark bags underneath her eyes told me she hasn't rested since getting back. I took a seat after everyone acknowledged my presence with a nod. too frustrated to verbally greet me. I talked to multiple professors about the situation like you asked, but it seems you were right. None of them were willing to actively help in finding the crux of the problem. They're turning a blind eye to all of this because of our lack of evidence, my brother reported through gritted teeth, running his fingers through his hair. We already know who one of the members of the groups are, so why not just take that twerp and interrogate him? I doubt he has the balls to last even a couple of minutes before spilling out some secrets, grunted Dr. Audrey while leaning back on her chair. Already tried that, but Charles Ravenper is never by himself these days. He is always surrounded by at least 5 lackeys. It'll be impossible to take action secretly with them there. Besides, we need to think about our actions from the entire Academy's perspective. No matter how many things we could get away with, it wouldn't look good if a student was just taken in by us without proper reason. Kai just shook his head. Thud. What the hell is the point of having something like the disciplinary committee if we can't do anything in cases like this? Theodore pounded his fist on the table, tipping over a cup of water. It can't be helped. We know too little about what this group is planning on doing, and more importantly, what they're capable of. We have too little information on them, and it doesn't seem like there's only a few of them, Clara sighed as she sat back down. We need to wait for Director Goodsky or Arthur to come back, I said. I understand the need for Director, but Arthur, we can't even be sure that he's alive. And besides, what could he do even after he comes back? Our leader responded. I could tell she blamed herself by her hesitation in talking about him. My brother's expression turned crestfallen when I mentioned him. They were both there and they were trying to stay strong. After getting the students back to the hospital, my brother told me that Professor Glory was planning on going back down with a reconnaissance team to look for Arthur. She said that there's a high probability that he's still alive if he survived the fall, because most likely all of the mana beasts in the dungeon were on the first floor. I'm sorry, but we just can't factor in Arthur as an element. My brother tried his best in giving me a sympathetic smile. He'll come soon. I must have said this aloud by mistake because everyone, even Theodore, gave me a pained look. Excuse me? Every one of the disciplinary committee members, including myself, whipped our heads at the unexpected voice coming from the first floor of the room. It was Arthur's best friend, Elijah. Ah, you're Arthur's close friend, correct? Claire, who had a pained expression on her face, motioned him upstairs. Yes, I'm sorry for intruding. I got to school a bit later than I expected, but it's great that you guys are all here. Listen, I know you guys are worried about our boom. Chapter 79. Meanwhile Elijah Knightspov, holy crap. What the hell was going on? All I did was miss half a day of school. Suddenly Denton gets hung up, b.u.t.t. naked, and now a building's on fire? We had all just rushed out of the disciplinary committee room after hearing the explosion. I thought that it was a spell gone wrong or something of that nature. This looked more like a purposeful act of terrorism. Who would do this? Why would someone do this? What is going on? FCK. It's them again, I overheard Theodore say as if he predicted this. The them that Theodore was talking about, was he possibly referring to the same people that beat and humiliated Denton? Kathleen Gladerspov. I remember one time being lectured as a child by my home instructor. I have little memory of why I was chastised, but from what I was told, I had refused to partic.I.P.8 in pla.s.s with some of the other n.o.bls children. Apparently, my mother had thought it was a good idea for me to make friends while I was learning. That hadn't worked out as smoothly as she had hoped it would, because I had ended up throwing a tantrum on the first day saying that I didn't want to make friends with them because they weren't princesses like me. Ignoring the kindly knitted words of discipline from the home instructor, I had barged into my room and slammed the door shut, refusing to come out. Later that afternoon, after the other n.o.bl children and home instructor had left, my mother knocked on the door even though there was no lock. She sat down next to me on my bed and ran her fingers gently through my hair, even though I couldn't remember how I responded. What she had said to me left such a lasting impression that, even as a 6-year-old, I can still almost recall her exact words. "My little Kathleen, I know you think you did nothing wrong. Everyone gets angry and fights for what they believe in. What I want you to know, my little baby, is that before you are a princess, you are a person. It doesn't matter if it's a king, a servant, a powerful mage, an elf or a dwarf. A person is a person. Everyone is different, and that is what makes everyone special in their own ways. Don't hate someone for something that they can't change. What if people didn't like you because you had round ears, or because you had beautiful white skin, or a perky little nose?" She proceeded to tickle me in each of the parts she mentioned, leaving me in a fit of giggles. My mother was sensible and smart, but not in the least bit cold like her appearance sometimes implied. She cared for everyone as people, not as humans, elves, or dwarves. She disciplined my brother and me heavily when it came to any type of discrimination, whether it was social class, or races. All of us bolted up from our seats at the sound of the explosions and immediately headed outside. I couldn't help but cringe, tightening my fists in both frustration and disappointment upon seeing the disastrous scene laid out before us. There was a thick cloud of smoke rising from the area near the center of the campus. Behind me, I could hear Claire click her tongue as she continued to mutter a string of curses under her breath. Half of the recently constructed building was up in flames, while the other half was crumbling down, collapsing beneath its own weight. There were students evacuating out of the building, while some nearby capable staff members and professors were already going into the building to look for those stranded or stuck. "I should have known they would aim for this building at some point," Theodore swore aloud as he stomped his foot into the ground. We hurriedly made our way to the site. This building was named Tri-Union Hall. It served as both a museum and a monument for the alliance between the three races. My mother, who argued heavily to persuade the rest of the council to erect this building, was the happiest when it was first built. She had explained to me that it had been built to be both a symbol as well as a place for the three races to learn about the differences in each other's culture. For it to have been a target, my assumption could also only lean towards the same radical group that had been creating a mess these days. I strained my eyes, holding my tears back. Claire ordered Kite to go alert the rest of the professors and staff. When she ordered Frith and I to help the mages who were already there put out the fire before it brought down the whole building, I couldn't help but notice his expression turning from angry to dejected. I almost wanted to apologize, as if it was my fault. Adri didn't seem to take this whole event to heart, but I could tell Frith wasn't as emotionally strong. I wanted him to know that not all humans thought like this, but somehow the words got caught in my throat. I was never good at expressing my thoughts like my mother or Arthur. While supporting the professors that went inside the collapsing building, I spotted the student council, minus the president, making their way towards the scene as well. Without even the time to exchange H.D.L. loss, we all got to work. The water attribute mages helped put out the fire, while earth and wind attribute mages kept the building from collapsing. A couple of other student mages were already chanting spells in harmony by the time we got there. I didn't use water attribute spells as frequently after becoming accustomed to using the more powerful ice attribute ones, but I was still fairly familiar with the spells because of the affinity they had for each other. "Everyone, step aside." From behind, a couple of professors were rushing towards us, wands already pulled out. After a few moments of mute chanting, one of the professors that taught an upper division magic warfare class.S, Professor Mulkenheim, conjured a thick cloud of mist around the whole building. The other professor, one that I didn't recognize, supported Professor Mulkenheim and used the moisture from the mist cloud, which now surrounded the building, to evoke multiple water streams. The size of these two spells from just two professors were more than 3 times that of the meticulously prepared spells conjured by over 10 students. Within 10 minutes, the monstrous fire was out and other professors were rushing inside while chanting spells which raised support beams made of earth to hold up the crumbling portion of the building. As expected of professors, They were on a different level. This train of thought led me to be reminded of the time Arthur had completely overwhelmed Professor Geist before taking over his class. Just how strong was Arthur then? What would he do in this situation? Shaking my head, I reprimanded myself for thinking of Arthur again. Why did he pop into my mind so often? I needed to stay strong for when he comes back. He was going to come back, right? I start chanting again when I spot a group of students hastily making their way out of the scene. I thought nothing of it at first until I got a glimpse of the student within the group. It was Charles Ravenper. Even from this distance, I could tell he was nervously darting his eyes around as he made his escape from the scene. When his eyes met mine, he quickly whipped his head around and quickened his pace. Before I had the chance to do something, Theodore, who had been helping an injured student, spotted him as well, and without even a word, augmented his body before furiously dashing towards Charles. Someone help! Unexpectedly, the group surrounding him did nothing to aid Charles, as he was easily grabbed and picked up by the collar, almost choking. Instead they acted frightened. Keeping my wand at the ready, I followed behind my brother, who was also rushing towards Theodore and Charles. "We need to ask you a couple of questions. If you would so kindly cut the crap and come with us," growled Theodore as he dragged the flailing Charles. I usually didn't condone Theodore's rash behaviors, but this time, excuse me for these crude thoughts, I was hoping he would be a bit rougher with Charles. A small part of me, a very tiny part, wanted to stoop down to their level and use the same barbaric antics the radical group had to make a statement. However, before Theodore had the chance to do anything else, a voice interrupted us. "What's the meaning of this?" Professor Molkenheim barked as he blocked Theodore's path. Professor Molkenheim was of a scrawny build, with his main features being a balding head and a beak-like nose. You could tell the professor was rather conscious of his lack of hair by how he combed back the hairs growing on his side to try and cover up the bald spot on the top of his head. Professor Molkenheim wouldn't physically be able to hold someone as thickly built as Theodore down, but he had his needle-thin wand pointed directly at Theodore. "I should be asking you the same thing, Professor." Theodore snarled back as Charles, who was helplessly lying on the floor, had a pleading look on his face. I wasn't aware that the prestigious disciplinary committee officers were mere thugs that would try to drag an innocent student away. Professor Molkenheim reprimands as his wand stayed trained on Theodore. "Innocent, ha! This brat has been seen multiple times with the radical group you've been having such a hard time capturing. It can hardly be anything short of guilt by A.S. Association. What? Are you protecting a criminal right now?" I could tell Theodore was at his last straw as the ground underneath him started crumbling from his gravity-infused mana. "Eek! Someone save me from this brute. I'm innocent. I swear." Charles, who was still on the ground trapped in Theodore's grasp, started whimpering as the ground underneath him started giving out as well. "Theodore, I understand how you feel, but this isn't the right way to do things. Taking in a student without any evidence besides your word will lead to repercussions from parents and maybe even the council. Please, we can't afford to be rash right now." The voice came from another professor who helped extinguish the flames. She got in between Professor Molkenheim and Theodore, trying to quell the tension. "Professor Jennard is right, Theodore. We can't go out of line right now. Too much is at stake to be reckless. Besides, there are more important things to do than this. We need to make sure that no one had been left inside that building," Curtis said, his face a mixture of frustration and helplessness. Thud. Wordlessly, Theodore threw the quivering Charles Ravenper back towards his groupies. He gives Professor Molkenheim one last threatening look before walking away. Professor Molkenheim just clicked his tongue in response and walked towards the other direction after yelling at the students who were spectating to disperse. I shifted my glance towards Charles Ravenper, who was getting carried away by his friends. His disheveled bangs were covering most of his face, but I swear, I saw him smile. Chapter 80. Meanwhile 3. Cynthia Goodski's POV. When I reached the clearing the woods, I heard the faint mumbling of chants with my enhanced hearing. Wind cutter. Dozens of nearly transparent blades of compressed air whizzed towards me at a frightening speed. Of course it was only natural that all of these spies would be wind mages. I stood still, waiting for the wind blades to reach me before releasing a sound barrier. Unscathed, I continued walking while I finished my second spell. Pulse field. Fwoom. The unlucky birds and rodent in the vicinity fell victim and dropped dead from the trees that they were hiding in. Along with them, a few unprepared spies also took the brunt and fell from their own hiding places, clutching their ears in agony. I had the location to all of them. Before I had the chance to send out another spell, I was forced to dodge a needle that managed to avoid my senses until the last second. Taking a quick look down, I could tell the projectile was coated with poison. Avire, take the ones to my right, I stated monotonically. My bond confirms back through mental transmission. Avire descended from the moonlit sky, and before long I could hear the brief groans and howling of the spies that became prey. A pity that their screams would never be heard. On my side, I had to control myself to keep at least a few of them alive and able so I can get some information out of them. In the end, only one managed to survive long enough to be questioned. One of the spies that was currently underneath me wailed. It was fairly simple to torture him after destroying his monocore. Without magic protecting him, his body were simply too frail. I proceeded to crush his bones from the inside after giving him the chance to answer my questions. He remained unrelenting. Hey, you think I'll tell anything to a traitor? You made a big mistake. They're slowly regaining their former strength. Just from the questions you asked, you add s. Some this continent had decades left, huh? PFFT. The people of this continent will have less than 10 years before the war begins. He smirked, spitting the blood congealing inside his mouth at my face. My cheeks couldn't help but cramp at the confirmation of my fears. Pushing down my frustration, I place my hand on the injured spy's head, his voice choking on the blood. Melating in his mouth, he croaked, "Long live the VRRM." Liquid brain matter began leaking out from his ears and blood started dripping down from his other orifices as the sound pulse I inflicted on the inside of his skull mashed his brain. Dropping the lifeless body on the ground, I let out a sigh. Turning back, I make haste to my next destination, careful to avoid the corpses scattered on the ground. "Do you mind cleaning up the mess, Avire?" I said apologetically. Human meat is too stringy for my taste, but I suppose it will have to do for now. As my bond said this, his owl-like body began to glow before transforming into his wyvern form. With only the moonlight illuminating the woods, the sounds of bones being crunched echoed loudly. Avire feasting on yet another batch of spies that came from my homeland. I let out a disappointed breath of air from the fruitless night as I wiped the blood off of my face while changing my outer attire. My years on this continent had made me too soft. The apathy that I had once built towards death and torture was gone, replacing it, a sour taste in my mouth from killing just a few brainwashed soldiers. But even still, this was too easy. Were they just a diversion? Avire, who rarely let me ride on his back, carried me off to our next destination. I just hoped that my suspicions weren't correct. Arthur Winspov, the night before. "Do you really have to leave again? You just got here." My mother heaved a sigh as she looked at me from the other side of the dining table. "Brother, you're going away again? Are you going to almost die again?" My sister asked with a straight face, making her latter question sting all the more. I could tell she was pouting by how her left cheek slightly puffed out more than usual despite her trying to keep a poker face. "Eleanor, don't say such things to your brother," my mother chastised as she pinched my sister's cheek. "Arthur, I consider you grown up now. I know that your decisions were made in consideration of your family. Father supports your decision to go. Since it's for the sake of your love," my father affirmed as he gave me a thumbs up, the edges of his lips curling upward. "Oh God, Dad, please stop," I groaned at the misunderstanding of being taken as some kind of hormone-induced P.U.P.essent that had just been caught having a girlfriend. He. A giggle escaped from my mother's lips, despite her efforts to try and quickly cover her mouth and resume a serious face. It was already too late. I could feel my face burning, so I just looked down, shaking my head, unsure of which was worse, my parents worrying about me, or them teasing me like this. Meanwhile, Elijah was quietly sitting next to me, wide-eyed, sucking his lips in to make sure he didn't laugh as well. His expression seemed to be saying, "I'm not doing anything wrong." Nope. Making me sigh all the harder. Q. Papa will be fine. I'm going to protect him this time. Sylvie hopped up and down on top of the table. It's only going to take a couple of days, and I'll be with Grandpa Virion. Besides, next week is the Aurora Constellate, so I'll be back home for a while. Like I said in the beginning, this matter is serious. I tried convincing my parents, who were already lost in their own imaginations. Well, we can't keep babying you forever. You are growing up, I guess, in more ways than one. Just remember that it's better to take things slow. Art, though, I'm sure you'll at least do better than your father, my mother mused as she looked helplessly at my father, who got caught off guard by this surprise attack. My father, who had been doing his best in both his duty as a guard instructor and in his training, looked like he was just stabbed as the teasing comments pierced through his body. I couldn't help but give them a wry smile before looking at Elijah. "Don't worry, I'll let everyone know that you're still alive and coming back soon," Elijah responded as he put his hand on my shoulder while giving me a rather dubious thumbs up. "I will be back soon," I reiterated while letting out a doubtful breath. I stood up, giving each of them a final hug, which had become a sort of customary thing to do in our family. Sylvie, who was caught in my sister's grasp, struggled to break free. Taking a quick glance at both my mother and sister, I made sure they still had the phoenix worm necklace on them just in case. Seeing the white gold chain twinkle around their necks, I said one last goodbye to all of them and go into the carriage waiting for me outside, Sylvie scampering behind me. Inside the well-suspended carriage pulled by a large horse, I began fiddling with the gold-speckled orb, trying to glean what exactly it was. Every time I tried imbuing mana into the orb, though, there wasn't any sort of response or reaction, almost as if it was just what it appeared to be. A marble. Clicking my tongue in frustration, I put the orb back inside my ring. The ride to the teleportation gate would most likely be the only time I would have to get some sleep, so I tried to make the most of it. "It is necessary, King Gray. It is of utmost importance to bring stability to our country, to show the people of our country, your country, that you are their king and that you fight for us. It is necessary to kill her, King Gray, so that the world will know not to trifle with your country. Kill her." Gasp! I shot up from the carriage seat. The sound of my heart pounding hammered all the way up to my head, and I felt the cold air which leaked inside the carriage against my sweat-filled forehead. It took me a bit to realize that I had just been dreaming. Sinking back down onto my seat, I wiped the cold sweat off my brows as Sylvie, who must have fallen off of me when I woke up, jumped back onto my lap with a worried gaze. As I squeezed my eyes shut, hoping that would help me get rid of the disturbing memory that I had forgotten for a while, I felt Sylvie's rough tongue on the back of my hand. "It's okay, Sylv. I'm fine," I assured to her while petting her ears. Why did that memory have to come up now? Unable to fall back asleep, I talked to Sylvie to the time. It started from small conversations about her time when she was training by herself to teaching her about the various objects and scenery we by during the remaining duration of the carriage ride. Throughout the months, Sylvie's mental growth had been rapidly increasing. Her knowledge and maturity had long a human of her age. I wished at times that there would be more opportunities to train with my bond. Having seen Curtis and his World Lion in duels, I could tell that they spent numerous hours training together. When we arrived at the destination, the moon was still high overhead, illuminating the warmly lit floating city of Xyrus. The guards stationed in front of the gate leading to Illinois Kingdom hurried over to us with his left hand gripping the pommel of the sword strapped to his waist. "State your reason for sage and proof of verification." the rugged guard demanded as his left hand eased off from his sword, seeing that I was just a kid. For some reason, his voice sounded vaguely familiar, and not just in a he had a common voice sort of way. Shrugging it off and pushing that nagging thought towards the back of my mind, I focused on the situation at hand. Uncertain of what to say, I remembered that I still had the silver Compa.S. Varian gave me way back when I was a child. It had the insignia of the Aralith family, so maybe it could be used as sufficient proof. Wordlessly, I stuck my hand in my pocket and took out the Compa.S. from my ring outside of the guard's view and showed it to him. I asked for the Ria. This is the... Right this way, sir. My apologizes for being so disrespectful. I had no idea you had such close ties with the royal family. The crude expression was nowhere to be seen as he bowed down and hurriedly went back to the gate, activating it. After the runes around the portal entrance glowed and started humming in a low pitch, he jogged back to us with an apologetic look on his face. Unfortunately, the gate can't immediately take you to the inside of the kingdom, but it will be in a relatively close vicinity to one of the entrances, the guard disclosed contritely, as if it was his fault. That's fine, thank you, I nod. It seems this was more than just a simple Compa.S. The humming coming from portal intensified, while the ancient magic runes opened the portal. I turned my head back to see the guard giving me an exaggerated bow. As my right foot stepped into the portal and I felt the familiar sensation of my body getting sucked in, the guard looked up. The rugged-looking guard with scars etched on his face was gone. Replacing it was the old man from the elixir store. With a cheeky grin, he gives me a wink before saying, "Have a safe trip, young lad." Chapter 81. At last, Elijah Knightspov. By the time the DC officers and student council got out of the meeting with the professors, it was already late into the night. I took that chance to tell them all what I couldn't earlier, that Arthur was alive and safe. Yes, I knew it. I knew he'd survive. Claire had sunk down on her chair in relief as she covered her face with her arms, probably to hide the stray tears that were sliding down her cheek. Curtis just let out a huge breath of relief as he leaned back against the wall, but it was Princess Kathleen's reaction that caught me off guard. For once, I could visibly see her face brighten as she studied me to make sure I wasn't lying. I could almost see her chocolate-colored eyes twinkle as they narrowed to form a rare smile. "Thank God," she muttered over and over under her breath after I reaffirmed the information with an awkward nod, as expected of my sniff rival. The elf that kept insisting that he was Arthur's rival had a presuming look on his face as though he was the one that saved Arthur or something, but the mucus leaking from his nose betrayed his expression. "Hey, I knew the twerp wouldn't die from just a fall," the bear leaning back on his chair scoffed. Theodore tried to play it off casually, but the half-grin he tried to hold back told everyone that he was quite glad. "Kay, I think that was his name," responded very indifferently with a smile that looked superficially drawn. "Looks like I'll get my duel after all." The buff midget, too ugly to be deemed anything but an attractive dwarf, nodded in antic.I.P. her arms crossed to show off the bulging veins. "Ugh, I'm recalling some unpleasant memories again." Fairly obvious that they were all relieved. They didn't mind that he wouldn't be back to help out with the situation at hand for a bit longer. Just the opposite, it felt like they wanted this whole fiasco taken care of before Arthur and Tessa got back. This was odd because, more so than the professors here, I felt like Arthur would be able to do something about this mess if our director didn't get back in time. I had told the disciplinary committee officers about Arthur after the Tri-Union building site was under control. Luckily no one died and only a few students were mildly injured. An emitter brought over from the Adventurers Guild healed them and they were taken to the treatment ward where, before their parents came, they'd give their account for what happened inside. The atmosphere within the academy took a turn for the worse as there was a clear split between the students now. The newly admitted elves and dwarves were furious, generalizing that all humans were racist brutes, while the prideful human students had no intention of taking the blame for the actions of others. The few human students that did feel bad for what had happened, ended up being ostracized by both sides. In the end, they just took a neutral stance, too afraid to say anything since at this point, the situation was too volatile. Everyone was trying to find someone else to blame. It was weird how people acted more recklessly when they banded together, like they got strength from each other. Both sides became more vocal after the building was put out and almost turned physical until the professors told them all to disperse. Restless at this whole event, I ended up stopping by the training room that Arthur had allowed me access to. I normally didn't use it, but since both Arthur and Tessa weren't here, I decided it would be okay. The guard eyed me funny, but the front desk lady named Chloe was friendly enough to escort me personally into the room. I let out a deep breath as I felt my monocore tremble in excitement to let loose. Unlike Arthur, I've been learning a lot since I came to this academy. A lot of practical aspects applicable to my magic seems to work differently for me compared to others. One thing I noticed was that meditating didn't do much for me. My monocore developed and strengthened at its own pace, and any conscious effort to refine more mana from the atmosphere doesn't seem to help. Even without any real effort, I broke through into the light orange stage, but after reaching this stage, I just can't seem to make any gains. I clench my hands into fists and then release, repeating this motion as if my hands weren't my own. Earthen Spear. I feel mana well up in me at the activation of the spell, and immediately a rock spike shoots up from the ground a couple meters in front of me. Earthen Spear I cast, this time with more mana imbued into the spell. Two thick spears of earth shoot up at an angle in front of me. To be honest, even casting the name of the spell is unnecessary for me. It's just become a habit for me so that I can keep a firm vision of what I want to evoke. But if I practiced more, maybe I could even instantly cast multiple streams of spells at once. Stone barrage this time. The ground underneath me crumbled as chunks of earth began levitating. After a couple moments of concentration, I will the rocks to shoot forward. Boom 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 boom. Only 4 of the 10 rocks I shot actually hit the tree that I deemed as the target, making me a bit disappointed. If I couldn't meditate to strengthen my monocore like everyone else, I might as well get better at controlling the spells at hand. I learned in my mana utilization class.s what exactly affinity towards a certain element meant. For a mage with very little affinity with fire, it basically meant that mage had to be a lot more precise in conjuring the spell, which also meant that the vocal incantation of the spell needed to be longer. Each verse of an incantation that we chant shapes the type of phenomenon we want to have occur. For the rock bullet spell, a mage with little affinity would need to have a verse for each step he takes, beginning from the shape of the rock, the density, where it would be made from. If you add in a spin to the bullet, you would need to have verse for that as well, not forgetting the initial trajectory of the spell, as well as if you want the rock bullet strengthened so that it would pierce the target, or if you want it to explode upon impact. All of these would add up to a pretty long chant. All these factors of the spell can easily just be imagined by a mage that has great affinity with the element. Mages stick with the element that they have the highest affinity towards so that they can best utilize their mana and mental capacity. For me, the earth below me feels like an extension of my body. Maybe it was because I grew up with dwarves, but I always had this nagging thought in the back of my mind that even amongst them I wasn't normal. I didn't mean not normal in a genius sort of way like Arthur was, but in a freak of nature sort of way. Well, I guess Arthur is sort of a freak of nature in his own way. It was an odd little train of thought. Those facts about my body or my disposition wasn't top secret stuff, but I didn't explicitly tell anyone either. I considered telling Arthur about the differences in my body, but I always missed the timing and it just didn't seem urgent enough to pull him aside and tell him. It was good in a way because I felt like maybe, just maybe, I could someday catch up to Arthur if I trained hard enough. Yeah, I know he's a solid yellow quadra elemental mage with a dragon's will, and he somehow has freakishly superb skills in close combat, but hey, a man can dream, right? I conjure more spells, have to practice, have to relieve the pent-up frustration. I wanted to catch up to Arthur, not because I wanted to be better than him, but because I wanted to help him. I felt like he always had his own battles he was facing. As his best friend, I wanted to have his back, whether through good times, or through war. I didn't know what sort of things he was going through, but if I was going to be with him, I needed to get stronger. Arthur Lewinspov. I wanted to turn back, but it was too late. I was already inside the portal. The trip through the transportation never lasts longer than a few moments of unpleasant dizziness, but this time, it felt longer. It was longer. Q. Sylvie, who stuck to my head like glue, began trembling. It feels wrong, Papa, Sylvie transmitted, her inner thoughts traced with worry. The journey through the transportation gate looked as though you were fast-forwarding to your destination. You're standing on a platform as a blur of different colors race by as the background gets lighter and lighter until you disappear into the light, exiting out the other end. It was a peculiar sensation that I couldn't seem to describe in words, but this time, it was different. The S.P.A. dots around us distorted into a blur of colors like usual, but instead of getting brighter, the color around of us drained and turned dimmer and dimmer, until it was pitch black. Papa, I'm scared. Sylvie's trembling on my head was the only way I knew my bond was still there. This was the first time Sylvie had told me she was scared. There were times when she was on guard, or alert, but she was never frightened. The sensation of traveling through the gate that normally made me nauseous also ceased, so I tautly augmented a ball of flame above my palm. What the hell? It was bizarre. The ball of fire that was supposed to be giving me at least some sort of vision didn't do anything. Almost like trying to color in a red ball on a black piece of paper, it had no effect on the pitch-black darkness. Vroom! I crumbled to my knees and I instantly augmented my body with mana. I was scared. What sort of monster was here that had a thick enough malicious intent to make me fall to my knees? I couldn't stop shivering and the mana in my body dispersed, refusing to listen to me from the lack of mental control I had over myself. For the first time in a long while, I felt like a child, an actual, helpless child in front of the boogeyman. Who's there? I tried my best to roar, but my shaking voice betrayed me. Just then, a pair of eyes came into view out of nowhere. I knew exactly whom these pair of eyes belonged to. I was sure of it, yet, it didn't comfort me or help me in knowing at all. The pair of glowing white eyes speckled with stars, that captivated me the first time I saw them, grew close. An authoritative voice that was devoid of emotion pierced through me, as if he was speaking directly into my ear. At last, we now have a bit of privacy to peacefully converse. Chapter 82, Benefactor, Lucas Weixpov. And what the hell is this supposed to be? I raised an eyebrow, looking around inside the dimly lit room that reminded me of some crudely built wine cellar. It was that poor excuse of a maid from the Ravensper house that brought me here, telling me that it would be something I'd be interested in. I normally would have blasted that sod away when he talked me so arrogantly, like he was doing me a favor, but I was quite curious, especially after the explosion of the Tri-Union building earlier today. Welcome to one of the many humble dwelling that we use to hold our meetings, said a co.r.s.e. voice. I was surrounded by at least 60 hooded figures, but only the one sitting lazily in the middle while addressing me had a mask on. It was a plain white mask with two small eye holes and a smile crudely drawn where the mouth should be. The mask was rather simple enough, but the simply drawn smile gave off a sinister feel. Charles Ravensper, who was next to me, put on his own hooded robe and knelt down on one knee with his head bowed. "Lord, I have brought Lucas Weix like you asked," he said in a careful, hushed tone. "Ah, so this is the famous Mr. Weix, here in the flesh. So glad you could join us for our little crusade." He laughed, averting his attention from Charles. I looked around. "I'm not here to join anything. I came here out of curiosity, but I'm not impressed." "Who are you supposed to be anyway? You don't seem to be a student." "Don't tell me you're a professor?" I scoffed. "How dare you? You should be grateful that we even considered letting a mutt like you join us." One of the hooded figures to my right yelled, "A mutt?" I echoed back, feeling a vein bulging from the side of my forehead. I soundlessly prepared a spell at the ingrate who dared to mock me, but before I could finish the chant, the man behind the smiling mask snapped his fingers. Fwoom. The hooded SN.O.B that dared called me a mutt suddenly combusted into flames. I couldn't help but click my tongue, even for instacasting. That was fast. Frighteningly so. Now, that isn't a very courteous thing to say to our newest member, right? As the masked man, who was still lazily sagged down on his earthen throne, spoke, the fire had already burned through the boy's robe and was burning his skin. Forgive me, I was wrong. I apologize. Please. He begged as he was furiously trying to pat the fire off. Meanwhile, the other hooded figures were too scared to do anything to help him. Turning away from the hooded figure still screaming in pain, I faced the masked man. Before I decide whether I want to even join this little cult of yours, what is it you're trying to accomplish, and why do you even need me? I couldn't sense his moniker, but it didn't seem like I was on the same level as him. Circumstances make it unable for me to personally act for now, so I need some capable magicians in order to thoroughly complete my plans. You see, I hate leaving loose ends, he explained as he used an arm to prop his head up. Taking advantage of your director's absence, it is the opportune time to act so that by the time she comes back, it will all be too late. He continued. After snapping his fingers again, the fire suddenly disappeared, leaving the boy twitching from the pain. And as for what I hope to do, let's just say that my goals coincide with these folks, and I simply thought that it'd be nice to kill two birds with one stone. Everyone here is a dissatisfied human N.O.Bull that once took pride in the fact that this academy was meant only for the purest of lineage. While you may be a special exception to this case, I would still like to have you on board, he answered as if he wasn't human. Besides, the whole accept all motto that this academy now follows makes me want to barf. Don't you agree, Mr. Wykes? As he said this, the hooded figures all nodded fiercely in agreement. Just from his tone, I could tell that this guy was smirking behind his mask. Whether they make you want to barf or not doesn't matter to me. Why waste my time and energy on bugs I could squish at any time? The peasants that were able to weed their way into this academy aren't any better than the low-clad S adventurer thugs that go around blindly flailing their weapons. Even the N.O.Bulls that were brought up in the most pampered conditions aren't worth crap to me. If this all that you have to say, then I have no reason to lower myself to be put on some leash and take commands from you. I snapped at him, turning my back. Lucas, what a hurtful thing to say. How could you ever compare yourself to some sort of dog tied to a leash? He gestured by covering his mouth with his hands, sarcastically, like he was actually surprised. It seems like what I've heard is true, that you were a rather prideful mage that looked down on people of low birth. Did your friend, Arthur Llewyn, not prove you wrong in this aspect? The co.r.s.e. voice playfully edged me on, making me stop in my tracks. I whipped my head around. What did you? It doesn't take a genius to figure out that, although you were hailed as a prodigy in the field of magic and have been pampered with elixirs and strengthening methods since your awakening, you aren't a match for the child, Arthur Llewyn. He shrugged, holding his hand up. I could feel my fists whiten in frustration, but he cut me off before I was able to refute. The sad thing is, he was never even trying. I bet even you always had a nagging suspicion that he had always been holding back. Ha 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 ha. He erupted into a fit of laughter as he clutched his stomach, legs kicking in the air. Who do you think you are? I growled. My body was already glowing as mana spilled out from my monocore, ready to fire at him, but I never did. This throbbing sense told me to not mess with him, like it was hopeless. No, I'm Lucas Wykes of the Wykes family. But who the hell was he, and why did he talk like he was here the whole time, watching over us? I told you, I am but a mere benefactor that came here for the betterment of this land. As he said this, he got up and gave an exaggerated bow with his arms spread out. Sitting back down on his crude throne, he continued, Mr. Wykes, I believe that, even if our views aren't the same, we could have some sort of mutual benefits in this. Go on, I said through gritted teeth. He ignored the fact that I was still completely surrounded by fire attribute mana, dangerously close to releasing it. Soon, I will be able to personally take part in this, and when I do, I want to completely shatter the frail glue holding the three races together. However, until that time comes, I need your strength to help run things smoothly," he explained. "How do you personally plan on splitting up the three races, and why would you think that doing this would even benefit me in any way? Besides, you think the council and the lances were made just for decoration?" I argued. "The council is tied up with various things at the moment, and I've taken extra precautions to make sure that your director is held up and out of reach. The field is set, Mr. Wykes, so let me ask you this. How would you like to have the ever-so-cautious Arthur Llewellyn fight you at his full strength, and for you to obtain the necessary power to defeat him even then?" He lifted his hand up, beckoning me toward him. "Obtain the power to defeat Arthur?" I asked, controlling my expression to not look as dumbfounded as I felt. "As long as you agree, I promise that you will get your hands on a level of power that you never thought was possible." I looked at the hooded figures and could tell that they were interested as well, but stayed quiet due to the fear of being the next victim of the masked man's discipline. This was all too good to be true. If what you say is true and he has been cautiously hiding his powers to the extent that he has, how are you going to get him to fight me at his most?" I scoffed, unwilling to believe. "Quite simple, actually, and it is also a task that I need to get done as well, so it works out. Arthur is only human and he holds great importance to his family and his friends, but particularly more so to one person," he says as he lifts his index finger up, the smile on the mask most likely matching the sinister expression he had as well. "Tessa Ioralith," I whisper, unable to hide the smirk on my face. "Yes, Tessa Ioralith, an elf. On this sacred Xyrus Academy, an elf is the leader of the students. Do all of you think this is right?" He bellowed at everyone so his voice echoed in the small dungeon. "No." The hooded figures all roared in unison. "She may not be here yet, but I reckon she will soon, and most likely with Arthur. Don't you think that maybe a bit of elf princess blood being shed ought to get your buddy all pal, Arthur, riled up?" He sneered as his hands ignited in flames. I never cared for the elf princess besides thinking that she suited my tastes. I let her be since her body hadn't even matured yet, but it did seem like something was going on between her and Arthur. Who does he think he is anyways to think that he deserved someone like the princess of the Elven Kingdom? He was just a lowly peasant. As I began playing through the possible scenario in my head, I couldn't help my lips from slowly curling upwards as I imagined his precious little lover's life in my grasp as Arthur begs me to stop. The brat who always thought he was better than I was. On his knees. I wonder if he'd lose his sanity if I were to slowly bleed her in front of him. PFFT. I couldn't hold back my laughter any longer. Why the hell not? It was so simple. Why didn't I think of that? All we needed to do was to kill the elf princess. Maybe I could have a little fun before killing her. I began licking my lips in antic.I.P. Chapter 83, A Greater Scale. Arthur Llewellyn's Pov. At last, we finally have a bit of privacy to peacefully converse. A voice rang in my ear. As soon as it spoke, the S.P.A. around us began warping. Sylvie's trembling became so severe that I couldn't keep her perched on my head and had to hold her firmly in my arms. Suddenly, in the midst of the chaos that was forming around us, we were in a blank white room. I could feel myself gape, but even the words to express my confusion couldn't come out. Without being able to muster up even a voice to curse in surprise, I just idly waited. In this white cube, it was only me, a quivering Sylvie, and the source of the all-too-familiar speckled pair of eyes. By the time my eyes were able to adjust to the sudden brightness, I could make out the cat taking in a deep breath. Did it just sigh at me? As I continued to kneel while clutching my bond, the cat I had seen at Twinsom's Potions and Elixirs started shaking its head at me after a little while. It really was the same cat I saw back then. The peculiarly eye-catching cat was sitting in a poised manner, its tail swaying hypnotically as its eyes locked onto mine. As the cat's gaze bore deeper into me, I began feeling like some sort of raw material being appraised by a veteran merchant who was deciding whether to buy me out or not. I snapped out of my daze and began looking for the old man to pop out. As I was about to say something aloud, the cat started glowing in a golden white light that spread over its entire body. Interrupted. I just kept my mouth shut and waited for the surprises to end. For some reason, I felt like no matter what I did at this point, I couldn't stop whatever was about to happen. It was an instinctual reaction that for some reason I just couldn't ignore. While the aura and demeanor of this cat was heavy and oppressive, I knew that it didn't want to hurt me, otherwise I would have been dead already. The golden white light began to change its shape and enlarge, changing from the form of a cat to that of a human. As if it was made of glass. The sparkling human-shaped glow shattered into fragments of light, revealing someone I couldn't recognize. Greetings. I go by Winsome. The man sniffed deprecatingly. The man that had transformed from a cat spoke with an elegance that matched his appearance. On the top of his sculpted face was a bed of short platinum blonde hair that was neatly swept to the side. His deep-set eyes, that had not changed from when he was a cat, almost seemed to touch his permanently furrowed brows. There was a sense of ability in his gaze as he continued to lock onto me. While neither burly nor muscular, his square shoulders, underneath a military-like uniform he somehow had conjured on after transforming, told me he was a warrior. A fighter like myself. His thin lips tightened as he let out another sigh of disapproval through his sharp nose. Peering down at Sylvie and I, he spoke again. I felt this form would be more appropriate for our conversation, the man announced matter-of-factly. I opened my mouth to say something but I held back. If he just disclosed he was Winsome, then what about the old man who stole my money? I thought was originally the owner of the elixir store was just my own incorrect assumption. Then who is the old man? Winsome's attendant? Composing myself, I let Sylvie down and stood up. Dusting my clothes off I responded, before we continue, I'd like to confirm a few things. Winsome tilted his head to the side, thrown off by my sudden sharp and incisive tone. Since you lured me here for a reason and with Tessa as bait, is it safe to assume that she's alright? I asked, taking the glittering marble ball out from my dimension ring. After a slight pause, he replied, nodding, yes, the little elf princess is fine. I had already taken the precautionary measures before you made your way here. She should be recuperating with her grandfather back at the elf kingdom. That, on the other hand, Winsome pointed at the marble in my hand, is for you to keep. It was my turn to be surprised at his unexpected reply. For me? I asked. Yes. Do you know how hard it is to acquire an elixir pearl of that quality? Yet it went to waste on your little lover. In fact, it was too strong for her, which was why I had to waste another precious elixir to keep her body from exploding. He let out another deep breath as he looked at me with the arrogance of a N.O.Bl discussing politics with an ignorant B.U.Mpkin. Excuse me? Explode. I sputtered, about to refute. While taking a couple of steps toward me, he interrupted. Well, I suppose without it, she would have been dead by now, so it wasn't a complete waste. Still, don't give that one away and take the time to absorb the elixir pearl with your bond. It'll help with your training quite a bit. Sylvie tilts her head in confusion while taking a look at the marble in my hand. Her shivering seemed to stop after Winsome controlled the pressure he was releasing. I shook my head at this. Shouldn't it be common courtesy to tell me exactly what is going on? Who or what exactly are you? Why did you bring me here? Patience really isn't a strong suit of yours. Now is it? Very well, if I were to introduce myself in a way that would be easy for you to comprehend, it'd sound a little something like this. I come from the land of Azuras and am what you lesser races call a deity. Winsome's eyes remain unwavering as he said this. Deities. The deities that supposedly blessed the three races with artifacts that basically allowed them to eventually use magic? Yes, he nodded impatiently. Keep in mind that what I'm about to tell you dates back centuries ago. with any form of records or accounts having been destroyed or possibly having never been written in the first place. It is in our best interest that we keep it this way. The extent of knowledge that you have lies in what the former Elf King had told you, a deity blessing the three races with an artifact that eventually allowed future generations to learn what you now call magic. That was just the outcome of what had happened prior, something that no one on this land knows about. Winsome continued narrating with his back ramrod straight, like he was lecturing a class.s. I stayed silent, letting him continue. As you guys have recently discovered, there exists another continent in this world. The only two bodies of land that makes up the two ends of this world have always existed and have been protected and watched over by us. We Azuras are and have been governed by a doctrine, bless oblige of sort if you put it simply. Since the beginning of our existence, we are not to lay a hand on the lesser races inhabiting the land below, making sure only to act in times when either of the two continents fall out of balance. He let out a sigh as he turned his back toward us. That was until we found out that this sacred rule had been broken. The look I had on my face must have given my thoughts away because Winsome replied, I can imagine the multitude of questions you may have, but the information that I'm sharing with you currently is only what you will need to know at this point. We have time, although not much of it, and telling you too much now will only distract you. Not much time? It will only distract me? Him telling me this only flooded my mind with even more questions. But I just took a deep breath and signaled for him to carry on as Sylvie kept looking back and forth between the two of us in confusion. He gives a nod back and continues, saying, despite how you may refer to us as deities, we are far from G.O.ds. Or rather, we're far closer to you than you think. Much of the economy in Daikatan and Alakria was originally mimicked after the systems of my land Ephaotis. The land of Azuras, Ephaotis and Alakria. Of course, while Ephaotis isn't nearly as large as either of the surface continents, much of how the gears of society work is comparable. Ephaotis was once divided into three factions that were made up of multiple clans in each of them. Boiling it down quite a bit, the ruling clan of each faction had their own nuance in ideals, which congregated the other clans to join either of the three factions. While ideals may have been different, every clan of Azuras still kept to the paramount creed that we were not to lay a hand against the lesser races. However, after Agrona, the successor of the Vritra clan, came into power, things quickly changed. The name Vritra rang in my mind like thunder. Vritra wasn't the name of the Blackhorn demon but the name of its clan. What was this Agrona like and what happened to the Vritra clan? I leaned forward in antic.I.P.Ashen. I could tell Winsome had to pause for a bit to gather his thoughts. The Vritra clan had always been an anomaly. It's simplest to imagine them as scientists of sorts. While their innate magic is unique and versatile, it was never as powerful as the other clans' mana arts. However, coupled with their genius minds and insatiable curiosity, they were always one of the central clans. If they'd always been one of the stronger clans, how come things became so different once the Vritra clan came into power? I queried. A clan being strong and a clan becoming a leader of a faction are two different things. Again, think of the Vritra clan as scientists. As researchers, the clan had very little interest in anything other than gaining knowledge and insight on utilizing mana. Like Ivory Tower residents, they were secluded knowledge seekers that only pursued what they could not yet comprehend. The previous head of the clan was even more so, fervent in his quest to overcome the impossible. However, Agrona. He was different. While charismatic and intelligent, he was arrogant and power-hungry. He believed that the Azuras were never meant to watch over the lesser races but rather rule over them as their G.O.ds, he clarified. Winsome's face tensed as continued speaking. After Agrona began leading the Vritra clan, however, their strength abruptly increased unnaturally. No one could figure out how Agrona could advance the Vritra clan's mana power in such a short time. Eventually, through their rise in power, they were able to rally up more clans to share his ideals, and the Vritra clan soon led a faction on par with either of the other two factions. It was only later that we found out that Hagrona and a few other of the Vritra clan had secretly been making trips to the continent of Alakria. While it wasn't forbidden for us to go down to Dikath nor Alakria as long as we concealed ourselves, their movements and behaviors were eerily suspicious. After the other two factions found out about this, they sent out scouts to figure out what they were up to. I could see Winsome's knuckles whiten by how hard he was clenching his fists. Agrona and the Vritra clan had been inhumanely torturing the lesser races by experimenting on their bodies to find different ways to enhance their own abilities. Scenes from my past flashed in my mind at this, the different dungeons becoming corrupted, signs of traces of the Blackhorn demons that kept appearing all clicked together at Winsome's last statement. Being brutally honest, this information was enlightening and all. But what does this have to do with me? Why tell me all of this? I can't imagine what could make a deity or Azura or whatever single me out to reveal something as important as this. You're right, besides your own abilities, which is barely noteworthy by our standards, there really shouldn't be a reason to tell you all of this. The only reason I do so is because of your ties to us, he answered, pointing down. Q? I subconsciously stepped in front of Sylvie to protect her. We've been searching for Lady Sylvia for years with no success, yet after finally finding traces of her mana, it led me to a little boy with her exact mana signature. What's even more shocking is that, after watching over him, the boy held in his hands a deity. Arthur, you are currently bonded with the child of my master's only daughter, the daughter of the highest level of power in the leading faction in Ephatus. Chapter 84, Lineage. Arthur Winspov. The fact that all of this was somehow connected to Sylvia didn't surprise me. If anything, it just confirmed everything that I had been investigating until now. But, Lady Sylvia, the daughter of the highest position of power in a land of deities, even with my status as a king in my previous life, a figure of such stature would be someone I could only kneel down in submission to. I felt a dry lump caught in my throat as I stared down at my bond. Of course, the possibility of Sylvie being the actual child of Sylvia was always there, but due to the circumstances of her being chased by the Blackhorn demons, the Vritra clan, I could never confirm. The fact that Sylvie's appearance looked vastly different from her mother also didn't help. Grandpa Virian's voice suddenly popped into my mind. He was the one that confirmed that Sylvie was a dragon. From what he told me and what I've read, while dragons were extraordinarily rare and powerful, it didn't mention about them being higher beings, let alone Azuras. So are the dragons written down in history deities? I inquired. Winsome faced me, letting out an impatient sigh. While there are lesser races that have descended from us deities, it is rather offensive to compare us. I will put aside the biology lesson for another time, but there are general facts you do need to know. While there are special exceptions due to innate differences in each clan, in most cases, deities have three main forms. The humanoid form that I am in currently, a draconic form which is most likely the form that Lady Sylvia had used to S down her will to you, and a third form which integrates both humanoid and draconic aspects. Then you're saying that Sylvia has a human form? I couldn't help but point a finger at my bond in exasperation. Yes, but Lady Sylvia must have cast a seal on her own daughter, because the mana signature that she is producing is not nearly the same as it should be. Arthur, how did you came to meet her? Before Sylvia was killed or taken away by the Blackhorn demons, she gave me a stone that turned out to be what I figured was an egg. I clicked my tongue. Explaining this made me recall some unpleasant memories. Blackhorn demons? Winsome tilted his head. It's what I describe them as because of their appearance. From what you told me just now, though, they seem to be what you call the Vritra clan. Huh, indeed. The Vritra clan is known for their prominent onyx horns. While this was one of the most probable outcomes, it also means that there is very little hope that she is alive. Arthur, Lady Sylvia undoubtedly put a seal on her child in hopes that the Vritra clan would not be able to find her. For once, There was a twinge of emotion on Winsome's face that wasn't annoyance. I could see the sadness glazed over his eyes as he took a moment to gather himself. So does that mean deities are usually born in a humanoid form? I couldn't help but ask. Yes, our draconic form uses up a lot of our mana, so we spend most of our time in our humanoid form. However, just like how I can shift into the form of a smaller animal, Lady Sylvia's daughter seems to be in that form to conserve energy. You keep referring to her as Lady Sylvia's daughter, but she has a name. It's Sylvie. I named her after Sylvia. Also, is it possible for Sylvie to turn into her humanoid form now? I pointed out. At this, Winsome merely shook his head before responding. Most likely not. The humanoid form is the most natural for us. So if she, Lady Sylvie, was able to transform into this form, she would have done so already. There was a torrent of questions flooding my mind now that I knew for a fact that Sylve was an Azura. Imagining her in a human form was hard enough, but what did it mean for us since we were bonded? Did Azuras bond to each other in Ephaotus? Although Sylve was the one that initiated the bond, it wasn't something that I can imagine doing to someone that looked like a human. I knew Winsome would say something along the lines of, "I'll only tell you what is necessary for you to know right now," so I pushed those thoughts aside and pressed on what we talked about earlier. So since Sylvia, the daughter of a very important figure to you deities, did give her will to me, that makes me automatically involved in this upcoming fight that you guys are most likely going to have with the Vritra clan and co., right? Also, the fact that Sylvie, the granddaughter of the so-called very important figure, is bonded to me begs another question. Are you planning on taking her back to Ephaotus? My eyes narrowed as I tried to read Winsome's expression. Yes, dumbing it down quite a bit. That is the essence of what I explained to you. You may or may not have figured out just how mysterious and powerful Lady Sylvia's powers are. Even if you were able to unlock some of the mana arts only she could use, I doubt you were able to tap into a fraction of her true abilities. Arthur, even Azuras would drool and greed at the thought of receiving Lady Sylvia's powers. While even she wasn't able to fully control them, her powers have the potential to outstrip her father's. There was a look of longing and respect in this Azura's eyes as he explained all of this. As for taking Lady Sylvie back to Ephaotus, while that was indeed our immediate choice, we have decided on a different route. Arthur, we will be entering into war with the fallen clans, the forces led by Agrona and his Vritra clan, soon. After the last war, both sides sustained immense casualties and had no choice but to settle for a truce. Agrona agreed not to touch Daikathan, but in return, we had to give up the continent of Alakria to him. While our forces may have stronger powerhouses, they possess too many unpredictable factors with the experiments they had time to hone during this period. The truce is losing its power as the fallen clans continue to grow their troops. We have already found traces of Agrona's troops in this continent. While the upper echelons of Ephaotus would never verbally admit it, we need help, and your future potential can play a crucial role in this. As long as you, Arthur Lwin, agree to be our ally, there would be no need to separate you from Lady Sylvie. Even though Winsome was asking me for a favor, the way he looked at me dead in the eye made me feel like he was presenting me a role of the highest honor. He had me. There really wasn't much of an option for me to choose. If I declined him, he would forcefully take Sylve away and Daikathan would still most likely end up becoming war-torn. With that, my family and friends would be in danger whether or not I became their ally. He was basically implying to me that I was going to be involved in this war one way or the other. The choice was up to me on how directly I wanted to fight against our mutual enemies. Letting out a scoff, I agreed. Since this war involves the entirety of this continent anyways, I would be an ally to you whether I agreed or not today. Rather, what you were asking for is if I can be a PAWN that would in your control. I can't disagree with your statement. You're wise for your age, Arthur. Winsome smirked. I take it by your answer that you agree to our proposal. This war will change the entire balance of this world. If Agrona and his forces are able to take over this continent as well as all of its resources, there will come a time when even Ephaotus will be in danger. That being said, we will need to prepare you. Your mana core is rather well developed for your age, which is a good sign. Training you will have to come after you're able to at least reach the white stage. With the resources we will provide you and your comprehension skills, I can't imagine it to take too long. After that, we will need to take both you and Lady Sylvia to Ephatus to train under the most optimal command. Hold on, I'm going to Ephatus, your home, the land of Azuras? I nearly shouted, flabbergasted. Of course. Do you think that my master will stand idly now, knowing that he has a granddaughter? Arthur, you are the last one to have seen Lady Sylvia. On top of that, she has Pa.S.Ston to you, her mana signature. You may not realize what that means, but to us Azuras, it would be metaphorically pulling out your own mana core and giving it away. If she was forced to a state where she had no choice but to do this, we have no choice but to assume she has Pa.S.St away. There isn't much I can help you with directly for now except provide for you some resources to strengthen your mana core. During this time, I also have things to investigate and prepare for. I will continue to drop by from time to time and check up on you. Whether I let you know I'm there or not will be at my discretion. Okay, since it seems like this whole meeting is coming to a close, can I just ask you one thing? I held my hand out to stop him. Go ahead. How come it took so long for you to find me? If your mana signature basically transferred onto mine, wouldn't either you or the Vritra clan have pinpointed me pretty easily? Because of that, Winsome pointed at my arm. When she first Pa.S.Ston her will, or mana signature, to you, it won't show right away. You probably went through a phase where you had to get your body accustomed to it, right? I just nodded at this. Well, after it did. I'm not sure how shortly after her daughter was released from her seal, but when you put one of Lady Sylvia's feathers around your bond insignia, it hid the presence of her will. I'm sure you only put that on your arm to hide the insignia mark, or maybe because you thought it made you look cool. It was to hide the insignia mark, I immediately replied. Nevertheless, you did well in doing this. Winsome shook his head. Let me take you to where you were actually headed to now. I'm sure the elf princess misses her prince dearly. Even though his face stayed straight, I could feel the sarcasm in his voice. Sylvie and I wordlessly followed the Azura as the room we were in began distorting once more. Winsome's pav. As I watched the child and his bond go through the gate, I couldn't help but let out a strained breath. Every time I see her, a mixture of emotions would boil up inside of me, making it difficult for me to stay calm. I wonder how Master would feel when he sees her. I can imagine how conflicted he might feel seeing the child of his precious daughter and him. There would come a time when we would have no choice but to tell Arthur about his bond, about Lady Sylvia's daughter and the lineage she holds. Chapter 85, Elven Kingdom. Arthur Winspav. Ugh. I stumbled coming out of the teleportation gate as I pressed my fingers firmly against my temples to keep my head from popping. Sylvie scampered next to me, happy to be out in the open again. She let out a big stretch on the grad.s before looking up at me, signaling that she was ready. That man was scary, Papa. Sylv's voice rang in my mind. Yeah, he didn't really come off as easygoing to me either, I responded. The place we landed was a familiar one. It was near the area where Tess first led us to in order to get inside the kingdom of Illinois. Of course, this time, we were going to have to knock on the front gates like most people. It wasn't too much of a problem to get inside the kingdom now that the three races were more or less in harmony. Every time I thought of the word race, I could hear Winsome saying in his annoyingly serious voice how we were the lesser races. As much as it irked me, he wasn't wrong. Compared to the Azuras, even I could see the innate differences between him and I, and from what he led on, it didn't seem like he was the strongest of Azuras either. Well, I guess you know who your mother is. Q? Mama? Aren't we going to see Mama right now? No, not that Mama. I mean, Tess isn't your mother. Sheesh, I exclaimed. Sylv only tilted his head as she looked at me in confusion before scampering around again, leaving me fl.u.s. teared at my bond. As we made our way to the front gate, following alongside the outer walls of the kingdom, We paw.s. The occasional carriages and wagons followed by people either transporting the goods inside or guarding it. The economy was rapidly changing since the union of the three races. Opening up borders so that merchants can travel and trade with each other led to a lot of unique goods in all three kingdoms. Once we reached the front gate of the kingdom, there was a line of people on horses and monobeasts or carriages waiting to go inside. Sylvie hopped on my head as I got to the end of the line besides a group of what looked like mercenaries, most likely trying to sell the raw material they managed to obtain. Looky at the lil brat. Why you so far from your mama, lil boy? You lost? A rather tall and thin, almost emaciated, man in a leather armor too large for him, hooted as he bent down. Roger, you're going to make the boy cry with that ugly face of yours. A girl that looked to be in her early 20s jumped off the end of the carriage she was sitting on and pulled Roger back. There is nothing wrong with my face. Roger lashed out at his female cohort. Besides, this brat looks to be some sort of rich and bull brat. I betcha if we bring him back to his parents, they'll reward us big time. You haven't said anything. Are you lost, boy? Another man, one that looked to be in his early 30s with a body built like it was meant to wrestle elephants, pushed aside the drooling Roger that was staring at me like I was a money bag, asked. No, sir. I'm not lost. I have some business here, I replied. Business here my ass. Don't go try sounding all snooty tooty. I bet you just ran away from your mama. Duke, let's just grab this twerp and take him to the guild hall. Roger smirked as he slowly made his way towards me. I let out a sigh as I contemplated whether it was worth the effort to shove this bag of bones into the ground. Grrr. Sylvie, who was perched on top of my head again, stood up, baring her teeth at the malnourished mercenary. These fools were actually thinking of basically kidnapping a child here in the open. While my stance remained the same, I imbued a thin layer of mana around my body just in case. Roger, Duke, leave the boy alone. Aho.r.s.e. Voice came from inside the carriage. It's the boss. Roger froze in his tracks with a reluctant expression. Let's head back to the carriage, Roger. Duke clicked his tongue and gave me one last curious glance before turning his broad back to me. I just rolled my eyes and stayed put in the line for travelers without carriages that need to be inspected first. Sorry, boss. I know how you like to keep face, but this time, it would have been a totally legit excuse. I mean, all we would do is just keep the brat from talking and eventually, we would have just put him in the guild hall and sacked in a nice reward. Sir, while Roger isn't the brightest guy most of the time, I think he was right in that boy was actually from a wealthy family by his uniform and the peculiar bond on his head. If you didn't stop us, I think we could have. Fools. You think I was protecting the boy? I was protecting you two dolts from him. Both of you guys are mages. Yet you still couldn't see the clear differences in power. Even I wasn't able to sense the level his mana core was at. But boss, even if the boy was a mage, he couldn't have awakened more than a couple of years. Shut up. Just know that if you guys had stepped out of line just then, even I wouldn't have been able to save you. After the first moment of reluctance in letting a possible runaway child into their kingdom, the guards erased their doubts when I showed them the Xyrus Academy crest. Before entering, however, the elven guards did give me a stern warning that the use of magic was prohibited in all but the most extreme cases. The city that we entered into was bustling, one with an almost chaotic mixture of people of all around the continent laughing and haggling around different stands and small shops. The elven kingdom of Illinois was different from the human kingdom of Sapin in that since the kingdom was walled off, the cities were more like giant districts rather than separated settlements. Since the royal family's tree castle was located in the far end city of the kingdom, it took me a couple of hours of traveling by foot by a small transport carriage. The driver dropped us off on the border of where the castle was since no one was allowed to directly go inside. A major difference from the last time I came here was that there are now guards around the perimeters of the castle. While I'm sure they always had guards and security, they weren't so blatantly placed to ward off intruders like they were now. Again, Most likely an outcome of the kingdom opening its doors to the other races. Stop, little boy. I think you're a bit lost. A burly elf held his hand out and warned. He looked at me curiously before stopping his gaze at Sylvie was now next to my foot. No, I know exactly where I am. If you'd be so kind as to let me through, it'd be much appreciated, I replied without taking a second glance at the guard while pulling out the compa.s. Grandpa Virion gave me back then. How do you have this? The burly guard squinted his eyes in suspicion as the other guards gathered around me. I thought that having this compa.s. meant that a member of the royal family entrusted it to me. I couldn't help but let out a sigh. When was the last time I was ever given a smooth pa.s. Sage these days, starting from the teleportation portal to the mercenaries and now here. This brat, is he being sarcastic with us? Another guard growled. Sigh. Just please inform either Princess Tessa or Elder Virion that a boy named Arthur Llewyn is here to see them. They'll know who I am. I took a few steps back and leaned back against one of the stone statues that were in front of the manor. Boom! All of a sudden, a part of castle exploded and chunks of the building fell down on top of us. What the hell is? As the other guards jumped out of the way to avoid the debris, the one that questioned me didn't have enough time to react after turning around. I heard him click his tongue as he focused mana into his body, positioning himself between me and the falling piece of the castle wall. While his attitude was crude, I guess he wasn't a bad person. With currents of mana already flowing inside of me, I conjured a gale to circle around us, instantly encasing us in a dome of wind. Wind barrier, whoosh. The debris most likely wouldn't have killed any of the trained guards, but even with mana augmentation around their bodies, it wouldn't have been a pretty sight. I kept my spell active, noticing the gaping face of guard number 1 switching his gaze back and forth between me and the wind barrier. All of a sudden, a familiar figure jumped backwards down from the ledge of the explosion site, landing just next to us. You guys all right down? Ah, Arthur, good to see you again, brat. Sorry for this, but you're going to need to give me a hand. As Grandpa Virion returned his focus to the site of the explosion, I dispersed my spell. Gramps, what's going on? Was there an intruder? Bah, you think I'd be having this much trouble if it was just an intruder? Virion clicked his tongue in frustration. Then who? Boom, Grandpa, stop this thing. I can't control. I told it. Out from the giant hole in the mansion appeared Tess, surrounded by dozens of emerald green tendrils made of mana swaying sporadically, destroying everything it hit. Of course, I couldn't help but curse under my breath. I initially blamed Winsome since he was supposed to have cured her from the beast will that was trying to take over her body, paying attention. However, since Tess was still conscious and quite rowdy, I deduced for now that she just most likely couldn't control the mana she released. That aura is pretty frightening. Those tentacle-like vines protects Tess as well as attacks anything within its range. Even if I try cutting it, more tendrils take its place. Brat, I'll support you from the back. Try reach Tess. My techniques aren't really useful for anything other than a.s.sa.s.sonating. I give Virion an affirming nod and take a step forward, concentrating more mana around me. Elder Virion, we can add .s.sist as well. Please instruct us on. No, you guys would be useless against her. Just clear the area and make sure no one comes near here. Grandpa Virion waved his hand without turning back. I took a peek at the baffled guards. When I checked their mana core levels earlier, they seemed to be around the solid to light orange stage, which would be considered top tier considering their ages. But Elder, the child is. Go. Now, I don't have time for this, Grandpa Virion growled. These elites that were probably never called useless in their lives muttered in confusion, looking at me with peculiar eyes before clearing the way. You know, Gramps, they probably still could have helped. The less people know about my granddaughter's powers, the better. At least at this point. Now focus, brat, he breathed, keeping his gaze on Tess. Aye, sir, I smirked. Let's go. At Grandpa Virion's signal, we made a break for Tessa, who was on the edge of the mansion. Augmenting my legs in wind attribute mana, I waited until a condensed gale formed underneath my feet before launching off from the ground. Even though Tess' back was faced us, the tendrils responded as soon as we got close. Immediately, the vines that were erratically swaying straightened up and shot themselves at us. "Keep going, I'll cover you," Grandpa Virion shouted from the back. By the change in his voice, it was obvious that Grandpa Virion initiated the first phase of his beast will. The two of us hacked our way closer and closer towards where Tess was struggling to gain control over the emerald green aura surrounding her. I stuck with using wind spells, afraid that the aura would conduct any lightning attribute spells, and we were in a mostly wood environment, so I held back on any fire spells. As soon as our wind blade severed the tendrils, it dissipated, another tendril taking its place. It wasn't working. I took a deep breath, relying on Grandpa Virion to cover me for a couple of seconds. After finishing my chant, I felt a sizable drain on my mana, along with a slight tingling sensation coursing throughout my body. Thunderclap impulse. The tendrils that were evidently growing in number and overwhelming us appeared in slow motion. Having the luxury to take a glance back, even Grandpa Virion's attacks slowed down enough where I could see his movements. Dodging the tendrils, I avoided wasting mana on other spells until I reached Tessa. Every step forward at this point involved me dodging at least 5 tendrils, until I finally reached arm's length of the troublesome princess. Grabbing her by the waist, I prepare my final spell. Eek. Arthur. Tess squealed in surprise. Before I had the chance to respond, the tentacles suddenly retracted and gathered around the two of us before springing us off the mansion through the hole made by the explosion. With my technique still active, I was able to react in time to hold on to her before the two of us skyrocketed up into the air. Ka-ya-ah-ah. Tessa's voice echoed loud enough for the whole kingdom to probably hear. Hold on tight. Locking my arms around her, I surrounded her in a layer of protective mana before casting my spell. Absolute Zero. The amount of time it took to cast my spell took a lot longer without using the second phase of my dragon will. As the layer of frost slowly spread out from around us, freezing the tendrils trying desperately to separate me from Tess, I had to keep my concentration to the max to keep the spell going. Break. I roared before taking a kick at the completely frozen tendrils, shattering it into countless shards of shimmering little diamonds. It was a gamble to try and freeze the tendrils that Tess manifested and, like expected, my spell wasn't strong enough to completely freeze everything, but I was able to separate the tendrils from their source of fuel, Tess. Tess had a glazed look in her eyes as she hung onto my neck, mesmerized by the thousands of falling ice shards reflecting the amber lights of the city. Our eyes locked and Tess immediately blushed. I gave her a playful wink in response. Hi, there. Chapter 86, Winding Down. Tessa Iralithspov. Tell me I'm dreaming. Last thing I remembered was trying to release the first phase of my beast will. Grandpa had been really surprised after he checked my mana core, saying that my body was somehow already fully integrated with the Elderwood Guardian's beast will. I didn't fully understand why Virion had been so surprised, but I remember Arthur taking a few years to fully integrate with his beast will. Hee. Does this mean I'm catching up to him? No, we were just kids at that time, but he was able to smoothly integrate. Grandpa told me how amazing that was. It wasn't fair. Every time Grandpa talks about Arthur, all he has are words of praise. If it was any other person, I would be jealous. But it's okay, he's mine anyways. Well, not yet. Soon he will. Hopefully. Stupid Arthur. I wanted to impress him by being able to control the beast will he gave me. So much for that. I completely failed and even destroyed part of the castle. Oh my gosh. Mother and father aren't going to be too happy when they see this. And then he showed up. Arthur just had to make his appearance at the worst possible time. Now he's holding my like some sort of damsel in distress. I guess it wouldn't be sort of. I can't look at him in the face. I know if I look at him, I'll start blushing. Don't look, Tess. Don't look. Don't. Dang it, I looked. Hi, there. Arthur gave me a charming wink with his blue eyes. I can feel my own face burning like a candle, but I can't seem to peel my eyes away from his gaze until we land. Shouldn't you put me down now? I managed to stammer out. giving it my all to keep my voice from cracking. There was a twinkle in his eyes as he playfully smiled at me while he put me down. I knew he was enjoying my embarrassment. Ugh, are you okay, Tess? Grandpa caught up to where Arthur and I was. He was sweating and had minor injuries from where my beast will Zora hit him, but thankfully, otherwise, he looked fine. Yes, Grandpa. Sorry for causing all of this mess. My gaze lowered to see that Arthur's right leg was bleeding through his pants. Flick. Oh, what? I stared wide-eyed at Arthur, who suddenly flicked my forehead. I'm just glad our troublesome princess isn't hurt, right, Gramps? Arthur said. Even though he teased me like this, his worried gaze couldn't help but make me feel warm inside. Yes, my troublesome little granddaughter is fine. That's all that matters. Who cares if she destroyed half of a historic mansion down in our family? Grandpa smirked. HNNGG. I felt like I had shrunk half my size in embarrassment as both my grandfather and Arthur broke out into laughter. Arthur wins Pov. It took a while for Tess to be able to look me in the eyes after letting her back down. As soon as Gramps called the guards back, we left the manor for them to keep watch. Since the royal family's mansion wasn't exactly in a suitable shape to stay in, we had a carriage to take us to a nearby inn. I should let my son know about what happened in case he and his wife come back early from the meeting. They'll probably assume that the worst case scenario. Gramps let out a deep sigh as he said this. He was rubbing his temples as we sat down on a leather couch at a separate lounge in the first floor of the Spiralivian. I won't lie, it was a pretty enjoyable sight once we got inside. Since it was just around dinner time, the inn was filled with indistinguishable babble and clatters of plates and utensils. Once they saw us, it felt like someone muted the entire inn as baffled faces of the inn workers and customers that were once eating dropped everything, including their jaws, witnessing the former king of the kingdom with his disheveled appearance carrying his granddaughter, the princess of their kingdom, enter the inn with an unknown human beside him. Fortunately, the inn manager quickly raced out, beating all of the nearby elves and merchants courageous enough to hoard us, and escorted us to the VIP lounge. I must apologize for this, Elder Virian. We weren't expecting a visit from someone of your status, or else we would have surely made accommodations. The manager's posture was deliberately lowered, one hand cupping the other. Might I ask what brought you to our humble inn? Is there anything I can do for you to make your stay here more comfortable? He continued on. The manor is a bit messy at the moment. We're fine here for now. Just have a room for us to stay and we'll be okay. Gramps waved the manager away after setting down Tess, who had fallen asleep on the way here. On the other hand, you can almost see the tail fiercely wagging from the ever-attentive manager as he nodded like a puppy that just got a treat from his master upon receiving Virian's directions. I got myself settled on the couch facing Virian's as I set down Sylvia, who was quietly snoring in my arms by the time we got here. So what happened back there, Gramps? You wouldn't believe this, brat. I examined her Monocore the other day and guess what? Her body was already fully integrated with the Elderwood Guardian's beast will. Virian leaned in forward. The excitement in his sharp eyes contrasted how softly he spoke to not wake Tess up. You can't be serious. How can her body be fully integrated with an S-Clad.S.S beast? I stop what I say as Winsa pops up in my mind. Were the orbs that he gave to Tess responsible for this unprecedented phenomena? What's wrong? Why did you stop talking all of a sudden? Virian raised a brow. No. It's nothing. I was just thinking, Gramps, is that why Tess tried to release the first phase of her beast will? Virian let out a wry laugh at this while he scratched his cleanly shaven chin. We both got a little ahead of ourselves in thinking that Tess would be able to control her powers because her body was already integrated. While the integration between the beast will and the host was essential in order for the body to fully adapt to a mono-beast's will, especially for one that was at a higher stage than their own strength, it was also a training process of sorts. Through the integration process, you become accustomed to how the beast will might affect your body and how you can control its powers, even if it's a little bit. Tessa was able to skip this long and arduous process, whether fortunately or not, preventing her from becoming exposed to what effect the beast will can have on her when released. It's fine now that everything is settled, but Tess needs to be more careful when using her beast will. I sank back into my seat as I said this, taking a long look at the prince's sleeping self. I was thinking the same thing, maybe getting a seal for her until she's able to better control her beast will. It's a shame that there's not specific seal for beast wills. I worry that she wouldn't be able to protect her while she had her seal on. Even if it was removable, she would be practically defenseless without mana protecting her. Virion let out a deep sigh. You could always give her some sort of protective artifact. If that's not enough to keep peace in your mind, I'll be there too, Gramps. I won't let anything happen to your precious granddaughter. I nodded. Oh, I'm sure you'd protect Tessa even if she wasn't my granddaughter. Virion shot me a teasing wink as he said this. We discussed a bit more about the potential powers that Tessa's beast will might have until the both of us were too tired to continue on. Tessa stirred awake every now and then while Sylvie was so deep asleep that the only indication that my bond was still alive was by the rhythmic expanding and contracting of her belly. We found ourselves in a luxurious suite with more than enough bedrooms for each of us upon reaching the uppermost level of the inn. The rooms were lavishly decorated in ornaments and trinkets with the walls intricately laid out with vines, giving the place a very fairy-like ambience. Virion set Tess down inside one of the rooms and came back out to the living room as he poured himself a concoction from a bottle that I some to be some sort of liquor. After wishing him a good night, I tossed Sylve on the bed as she kept sleeping, unfazed, while I changed into the loose silk robe that was hung up on the robe. Taking a deep breath, my mind ran through the events of today. Finally having some time to think, I divulged myself to what I seemed to have forgotten to do since being born again into this world. I began to strategize. When I wasn't training my own strength, I was constantly strategizing. It was essential to come up with a backup plan in case things went wrong and a backup for the backup plan in case things went horribly out of line. I hated to admit it, but there were times when I catch myself digressing in the way I handle things. As the world around me became some sort of exaggerated fairy tale, my mindset also turned into an immature and shallow childlike protagonist. Streams of if-then scenarios played out in my mind as I thought back to what I discussed with Winsome. If things were really happening as the Azuras made it out to be, then I needed to prepare in advance. Advancing my mana core would be the easy part. I was more worried about what I'd have to leave behind, at least temporarily, while I started draining. Before I leave, I'd want to make sure that my family, Elijah, Tess, Grandpa, that they'd all be protected enough so that when the war starts, they can be relatively safe if I'm not there. I thought about my sister, Eleanor. She was still making progress on awakening, but it'd still be maybe a year or two before she'd be able to start learning magic. She and Mother had the protective charm I gave them, but that was just for that one life-threatening situation. It wouldn't save her repeatedly. After running through different options, an idea dawned on me. It might be better at this point to maybe find a bond for Ellie, but it couldn't just be any bond or there wouldn't be any meaning to it. The Mana Beast needed to be strong enough and protective enough so that it could protect my sister's life. And maybe occasional discourage the weak-willed boys that are audacious enough to try and woo her. The more I thought about it, the more I came to like the idea. Hey, it seems pretty normal for a loving brother to get his younger sister a pet that could potentially maul anyone that gets within 3 feet from her, right? Chapter 87, A Will's Unwillingness. Arthur Winspov. Tessa didn't wake up until late into the afternoon of the day after. Virion had left in the morning to deal with what had happened to their home, and left a note on the other side of my door telling me to take good care of Tess until he got things sorted out. It normally would have sounded serious if not for the winking face he crudely drew at the bottom of the note, making me question what exactly Gramps' definition of taking good care of someone was. And furthermore, what was going on inside his crooked head? Grandpa Tilda. I was meditating on the living room floor with Sylvie still sleeping on my lap when Tess came out rubbing her half-opened eyes, better ablaze. Huh? Art? Where's Grandpa? FL.U.S. Terrod. After realizing it wasn't Virian who she called out to, Tess quickly turned around, frantically matting down her hair. Good morning, or rather, good afternoon. Smiling, I got up and handed her a Glad.S of water. Your grandpa went back to your house in the morning to get everything sorted out. Oh, maybe I should go too. I was the one responsible for all of this. After all, there's nothing either one of us could do. Don't worry too much for now. Virian and your parents will probably be back here later tonight. We'll go back to my house in Xyrus after making sure everything is okay since we have to go to school tomorrow, I explained. Still, there must be something I could help out. Wait, what? I'm going to your house? She still had her hands glued to the side of her head when she reeled back in surprise, once again unleashing her bed hair in all of its glory. PFFT. Yes, Virian asked me yesterday. It'll be easier that way, and it'll probably be more comfortable than staying at this inn. I think my heart would be a lot more comfortable staying here. Well, none of your family will be able to be here with you, so I'm sure Virian would feel a lot more real.s.shored if you stay with my family until we get to the dorms. Irab.u.t.ted. She stayed quiet for a moment before timidly nodding in consent. Even with her hair reminding me of an unkept lion's mane, she was still somehow cute. Sylvie woke up to the lingering scent of food and leached a few bites to eat from Tess. After finishing her breakfast, the princess sat down next to me on the living room floor where I was training, where she pet Sylvie, who made herself comfortable on Tess' lap. Hee, so cute, Tessa cooed as she rubbed my formidable draconic Azura's belly. Tess, what did it feel like when you activated the first phase of your beast will? I asked. It felt like a sudden surge of power spilled out and surrounded me. Then, all of a sudden, I couldn't really move my body, Tess explained as her eyes looked up and leftward, trying to remember. It felt like I was trapped in someone else's body, but I wasn't really scared though, for some reason. I nodded. The beast will wouldn't attack its host, so it made sense for Tess to have a lack of fear. It didn't make sense, though, for the beast will to have such a strong sense of defiance. Even if she skipped the integration stage, Tess' body still had fully fused with the beast will. The will might be difficult to control and to use properly, but it shouldn't have gotten that out of hand. Ironic as it sounded, it felt like the beast will had its own will. I want you to rouse the Elderwood Guardian's beast will. I kneeled down in front of her before instructing. What? Is that safe? Tess looked up, her eyes widening. It should be. You're not going to initiate the first phase. Just get a sense for the beast will inside of your mana core and let it stream out into the rest of your body. That way, I'll be able to sense more clearly what's going on. I scooted arm's length of Tess, making the princess shuffle away. Wasn't it her that so boldly initiated a kiss last time? Why is she being so shy now? I'm going to have to place my hand on your abdomen, Tess. Don't move, I sighed, scooting closer forward. You make it sound like touching a girl's belly isn't anything serious, Tess pouted, clicking her tongue. It's not if it's for the sake of training. TCH. As she began meditating, I placed the palm of my hand on her abdomen, stopping my 13-year-old body's curiosity from making my hand venturing upward. Closing my eyes as well, I began examining her mana core. Soon enough, as Tess began to release the innate mana from the beast will, a flood of emerald green particles of mana flooded over the golden gray specks of wood and wind attribute mana that circulated inside her body. Tess had a strained look as beads of sweat rolled down her cheeks. Small sparks of mana began bursting out of her body as her cramped face told me she was doing her best from releasing the beast will's power, which seemingly wanted to break loose. Tessa, it's okay. Stop now, I hurriedly yelled. As the princess began trying to recall the beast will back into her mana core, she began convulsing. As I put my hand back to her mana core to try and sense the activity going on inside of her body, I couldn't help but be shocked. The Elderwood Guardian's beast will that occupied Tess' mana core and was integrated with the rest of her body was fighting back, trying to take control over the rest of Tess' innate mana. What was going on? How could the beast will go against the host's will like this? This was different from Tess actually manifesting the first phase of her beast will and having that go out of control. The beast will's monoparticles were still inside of her body when this happened. A rather crude comparison popped into mind while thinking of this. People of this world didn't really suffer from this, but from my world. Non-practitioners who couldn't reinforce their body with ki suffered from diseases and illnesses. While there were horrible diseases that aged the body twice as fast or burned the organs from the inside, I would have to say that the scariest disease would be the Draken's virus. This virus would spread through the nerves and make the victim lose control of their limbs and eventually their mind. Since the virus couldn't infect practitioners, it was contained fairly quickly. No, during the epidemic that lasted a year, more than 300,000 people died. This phenomenon that was happening to Tess reminded me of something akin to that virus. Just like the Draken's virus, the beast will's monoparticles weren't integrating and reinforcing Tess' body, but instead weakening the mana formed from her own monocore. It didn't seem to degree of taking over Tess' body and mind at his stage, but it was still eerily comparable. As the internal battle between Tess' innate mana and her beast will ensued, I could sense the mana levels in her core slowly dwindling. The beast will was clearly less rampant than when we were at the training grounds back in Xyrus Academy. Whether that was thanks to the help of Winsome, I couldn't be sure. However, I doubt even Winsome predicted that the Elderwood Guardian's beast will that I acquired would be such an unpredictable outlier. As Tess continued to fight, trying to contain the beast will that wasn't even fully released, I gathered some mana into her body as well, making sure to incorporate all 4 elemental attributes so it wouldn't be rejected, before transferring it directly to her mana core. While I didn't give as much mana to Tess as I did to Prince Curtis back down at the dungeon, I still felt a tangible drain from my core. Meanwhile, Sylvie circled around us, warily, knowing that something was wrong. She tilted her head and peeked around me, trying to get a better view of what was going on until Tess collapsed on her back, her chest rising and falling from the shortage of breath. Well, that didn't go quite as planned, I huffed, leaning back on my arms as well. Tell me about it. I don't get what's wrong though. It feels like I'm holding on to a gate, trying to keep some sort rabid monster caged inside from breaking free. I couldn't help but let out a wry laugh at the accuracy of such a metaphor. Tess' monocore quite literally was serving as the cage that kept the rabid beast will from coming loose. With still a pile of questions unanswered, we decided not to touch the Elderwood Guardian's beast will for the time being. We were either going to have to find an unconventional way to have her gain control over this power or have her become stronger in order properly keep the beast will in check. Grandpa Virion, along with Tess's parents, Alduin and Muriel Iralith, arrived at the inn suite later in the evening. Needless to say, the former king and queen of the elves were relieved seeing for themselves that their daughter was safe. The 5 of us and Sylvie, who was curled up on my lap, sleeping, situated ourselves on the couches before getting into the topic of what's to come. We discussed briefly about what happened exactly at the castle, but when Tess tried to chime in, Virion cut her off and explained in her stead. Gramps played the whole thing down, mentioning that part of the explosion was actually his fault and that he was just trying to test the limits of Tess' beast will. I sat there, perplexed for a moment as to why he might have been hiding the true reason, but when our eyes met, his gaze told me that he would explain later. It was decided that, while the Iralith castle was being rebuilt, the family, minus Tess, would stay with Rhenia. Now that was a name that I hadn't heard in a long time. I owed a lot to the granny that had the extremely rare gift of foresight. She was the one that allowed me to make contact with my parents after first arriving at the Kingdom of Illinois after rescuing Tess at the time. Arthur, why don't we go together to Rhenia's house before you and Tessa set out for Xyrus? The journey is a bit far after she moved, but since you saw her as a child, I'm sure she'd appreciate it if you came by and said H.E.L.Low. Muriel chimed. She is going to be very surprised at how much you've grown. I'd like that, I responded back with a nostalgic smile reaching my cheeks. Ooh, I haven't seen Grandma Rhenia in a long time too. Tessa leaned forward, her expression indicating that she was looking forward to it as well. While you're at it, having her get a good read on you should be a good idea. Virian's gaze was focused on some random spot on the ground as he pondered at the idea. Alduin nodded in agreement before saying, "Yes, I think so too, Father. I remember you telling me how Rhaenyra was rather interested in Arthur's future." After that, it was decided that before leaving for Xyrus early in the afternoon, we'd stop by Grandma Rhaenyra's house, or cottage to be more precise. Needless to say, it was odd. I, myself, was sleeping on the same bed with Grandpa Virian while Tess and her parents slept in the other room. I was rather fine with it, but sleeping in the same quarters as the royal family of the elves would put anyone else on pins and needles. I still wanted to sleep in the living room, for comfort's sake, but Gramps refused, saying that only through sharing tight quarters do men truly bond. That and bathing together in the nude. Supposedly, elves have some weird customs. Chapter 88, A Stroll. Arthur Winspaw. As we made our trip to Rhaenyra's cottage, I couldn't help but sigh in awe at how perfect of a spring morning it was. It was just one of those scenes that you couldn't help but appreciate. As it was just past dawn, the morning air was still cool and crisp. On both sides of the road, bright morning dew on the moss-covered rocks sparkled from the sun's rays that peeked through the old trees that seemed to tower over us. The carriage we were all riding in hardly shook from the even, marble-like paths smoothed from centuries of use. Sylvie was a ball of excitement as I had to grab her by the tail a couple of times to keep her from jumping off of the carriage to try and catch Pa.S. Sing the B.U.T. Turflies and birds. Sylvie surprised the royal family when she, while still in my grasp, shot out a small blast of fire, charring the curious bird that was unfortunate enough to fly too close. Arthur, I have to say that your bond continues to intrigue me. Alduin Aralith raised an amused brow as Sylvie promptly shot out and grabbed the bird with her jaw as it fell. Now, leave the boy and his pet alone. In such a vast and mysterious land as ours, you can't be so surprised at things like this. Virian chided at his son with a wagging finger. I'd normally agree with you as well, grandfather, but Arthur's bond really is unique compared to all of the other mana beasts I've seen. Even though it's an infant, its gaze twinkles with intelligence. Muriel leaned in closer to Sylvie, who was still chewing on the bird she shot down. Don't forget that Sylvie is super cute too. Just as Sylvie let out a satisfied belch, Tess picked her up and hugged her. Bahaha. I can't help but worry that my granddaughter will one day choose her precious bond, not by its strength but by its appearance. Virian howled in laughter, making everyone but the princes snicker in agreement. The trip was fairly long, even with a mana beast pulling on the carriage. Tessa soon fell asleep with her head against her mother's shoulder, as Muriel slept alongside her daughter with her head leaning against Tess' head. Arthur, I told my son this already, but where we're headed, it's not a normal cottage. Rhaenyra, for some reason, chose to isolate herself away far into the edge of the kingdom. For what reason, she wouldn't tell me, but last time I chose to make an unannounced visit, I almost died from the traps and defenses she put up. Virian spoke in a hushed voice. I raised a brow at Virian's serious tone. For what reason does Elder Rhaenyra need to protect herself to this extent? My guess is as good as yours. I told her that we were visiting this time, so it should be safe, but I want you to watch out for any signs of intrusion. The fact that she needed to set up all of these precautions means that there are people out there to be cautious of. My mind immediately went to her unique abilities as a deviant. But no one but a handful of trusted people should know about this. Okay. I nodded solemnly. Soon after the conversation, Gramps had also fallen asleep with his arms crossed and head bobbing, leaving only my bond, the driver, Tess' father and myself, awake. Sylvie had her front paws against the window of the carriage in hopes to catch more unlucky birds, her tail wagging rhythmically. Alduin had a relaxed look on his aged face as he gazed vacantly at the moving scene outside the carriage. I knew that each of those wrinkles and creases came from the burden of being a former king and now a leading figure of the continent. I feel like I've never had the chance to properly thank you, he said as his eyes still stayed focused outside of the carriage. On what, sir? I replied. For taking such good care of my daughter. From what she and father tells me, Tessa made it out of some dangerous situations thanks to you. Alduin turned his head and looked at me for a brief moment before revealing a weary smile. It's nothing, sir. Tessa has helped me a lot of times as well. Oh, like how? He tilted his head. I had to think for a second before responding. In keeping me sane at times. Not exactly what I expected a 13-year-old boy would say, but coming from you, I can't help but see you as an adult. The former king smirked before shifting his gaze back outside. Your words are kind. I somehow feel utterly confident that you will be able to protect my daughter in my and my father's stead. My eyes narrowed in thought at the meaning of his statement, but before I could say anything, Alduin just chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Just an overprotective father's thoughts running wild. Don't mind me, Arthur. But say, have you ever thought of one day marrying Tess? Sir? I said, taken aback by the sudden shift in course of this conversation. I mean, sure, she's a bit rough around the edges and Muriel and I may have spoiled her a bit, but she's a good gal. I bet she'll be quite the looker given a few years. I thought that traditionally, elves dated and married a lot later. Tradition? At how fast Dikathan is changing, there's no room for tradition. Alduin scoffed. Arthur, do you like my daughter? He bent forward, leaning his arms on his knees. Yes. I hesitated at first, but I replied confidently. There was no denying what my feelings for the elf princess were. The inner voice of reason that made me back away from falling in love with a child was beginning to lose its voice. Of course, this didn't mean that I would boldly profess my love and consummate my feelings for her. But I wasn't going to use my mental age as an excuse. Good. Alduin nodded as a row of perfect teeth revealed underneath a charismatic smile. I knew Papa liked Mama. Sylvie's voice rang in my head, surprising me. I took a peek at Tess to make sure she was still asleep before reaching for my bond. Tessa Iralithspov, he admitted it. I almost shouted out loud in excitement. Arthur finally said it. He said he likes me. Well, he said yes after he was asked, but that's good enough. Way to go, Dad. Oh no, keep your eyes shut, Tess. Keep your eyes shut. Slow down your breathing. Shoot, I wonder if he can hear how fast my heart is beating. His hearing can't be that good, right? I'm so happy that I woke up when I did. I wasn't going to pretend to be asleep at first, but I got scared when I heard Father talking about me. He's so cruel. How can he say that I'm rough around the edges, and that I'm spoiled? I'm not spoiled. It would be embarrassing to wake up just then, so I kept my eyes closed, but who would have thought that my father would ask if Arthur likes me? And that Arthur actually admit it. He's only said that once, and that was after I got angry at him. He surprised me when he kissed me all of a sudden. Oh no, don't smile, Tess. We're here, Tess. Come on. Now, wake up. My father's voice saved me as he gently shook my shoulder. We're here already? I made my voice more wispy, trying to sound like I just woke up. My mother was also stirring awake as my father gently grabbed her hand. As soon as she realized she had fallen asleep, she had an embarrassed look on her face. Dear me, I showed you an embarrassing sight, Arthur, she said as she combed her hair down with her fingers. It's absolutely fine, ma'am. Elder Virian was over here, snoring with his mouth open. You looked quite graceful in comparison. Arthur jabbed his elbow at Grandpa, who just looked at him in confusion. I couldn't look at Arthur in the eye when he turned his gaze to me, so I quickly got out of the carriage and stretched. That was a good nap, I said a little more loudly than I needed to. Sylvie hopped out of the carriage after me and stretched as well, opening her mouth loudly in a yawn before darting her head, taking in her new surroundings. I looked around too, but I was confused when I didn't see a cottage, or any sort of signs that a person lives here. All I saw were trees and grass, with thick bushes that blocked any sort of path there might have been. Grandpa, are you sure we're in the right place? I said as I continued searching for anything remotely close to a house. We have to walk a bit further, but it's near here. Let's go. Grandpa took the lead with my father and Arthur following close behind, while Mother ushered me forward as well. Sylvie scampered alongside me, her head darting back and forth in different directions, as if it sensed something, making me a bit nervous. As we made our way deeper into the forest, the number of branches we had to maneuver around and curtains of vines we had to push aside grew along with it. I wanted to ask if we were really going the right direction, but the determined and serious look on everyone's faces made me just swallow my complaints. "Honey, is something wrong? The atmosphere is a bit chilling." Mother's voice trailed off as she hesitantly followed behind the guys next to me. Yes, everything is fine, just being cautious is all." My father seemed to have snapped out of his thoughts at the sound of Mother's words. "Stop." Arthur suddenly put up his hand abruptly, his other hand gripping the hilt of his sword that I didn't even notice he had until now. Grandpa, who was besides him, froze, lowering himself as Father carefully inched his way towards us. I could hear it now in the dead silence, the faint rustle of leaves that seemed to be getting closer to us. Snap! Grandpa whipped his body toward the direction of the sound. I noticed myself scooting towards Mother for protection. With my monocore unstable because of my beast will, I felt defenseless for the first time in a long time. My mother was also wary at this point. Both she and Father had their weapons out and ready to use. My mother's thin one glimmered in a rose gold hue as my father's favorite saber was already unsheathed. Snap! The sound was a lot closer this time and it seemed to be coming from our right. Unknowingly, I glanced at Arthur to find his eyes on me, probably making sure I was alright. Sylvie was right next to him with her white fur on its ends, making her look bigger. And then we all saw it. The curtain of vines to our right began rustling and a hunched figure covered in shade stepped out from the dense forest. I could tell everyone were on their toes, ready to retaliate at whatever came out, but before anyone had the chance to, a clear voice rang from the shadowed figure. "What are you lot doing out here looking like fools? Come on. You guys are late." The shadowed figure finally stepped into a ray of light that peeked through the trees, revealing an all too familiar figure. Grandma Renia. I couldn't help but exclaim in relief. Chapter 89, A Cursed Blessing. Arthur Winspaw. Supposedly, Grandma Renia's cottage wasn't too much farther from where we were. After our brief greetings and a firm hug from the aged elf that I had came to appreciate, we made our way to her dwelling place. "You've grown into quite the handsome young lad, Arthur. If I was just 100 years younger, I might have S.N.A.T.C. you up for myself," Renia teased. It was disturbing to say the least to hear this from a woman who was almost 3 times my age, but coming from her, I just grinned back. "Well, I'd have to see how you looked when you were 100 years younger." HMPH, ask Virian how stunning I was. Men would swarm over me as soon as I was in their sights. Renia places one hand on her hip and uses her other to flip her braided hair. "It's true, Arthur. My mother would tell me how all of the girls her age would be jealous of Aunt Renia." Tess' mother giggled. "Bah, she was above average at best." Virian waved off. "Well, of course there was only one girl to have ever caught Virian's eye." Renia's voice trailed off and by the look on her face, she seemed to have regretted bringing it up. I looked around, completely lost. The gloomy forest we were treading through seemed all the more dismal by the sudden change in the air. I glanced at Tess and she seemed uncomfortable, but more so confused than depressed like everyone else. "I'm sorry, Virian. I was a bit insensitive." Renia placed a hand on Virian's sunken shoulder. It's fine. I should be the one who's sorry," he dismissed. We continued on with only the crunching sound of fallen leaves and the snapping of twigs filling the silence. My gaze was focused on Sylvie, who was having a blast looking for life forms underneath the moss-covered rocks and logs. As her tail wagged furiously in excitement, I couldn't help but let out a small smile in content. Despite the sullen atmosphere, sneaking a quick peek at Gramps, my mind started itching with questions that I knew I shouldn't ask. Renia, who apparently saw this, gently placed her hand on my shoulder and gave me a strained smile. As we stepped into a small clearing, A roaring sound of running water filled our ears. It was as if the trees surrounding this area had acted as a barrier, blocking off all the sound. In view, we could now see a wide waterfall cascading down a marble white cliff into a small pool of water about 6 meters in diameter. Wow, I didn't know a place like this existed, Tess gaped in awe. Father, wasn't this the place you used to take me to when I was a child? Alduin asked while he looked around. I see you still remember. Yes, you used to love coming to this place. Virion let out a small smile as he reminisced. It's beautiful. Muriel breathed. It was beautiful indeed. There wasn't much sunlight that was able to reach this small clearing, making the area seem more surreal. The thin rays of light that were able to peek through the thick treetops created spotlights that made the moss, gra.s, and all of the plant life glimmer. The waterfall streamed down the white cliff without any intrusion, making it a clear curtain of water. We're here, Rhenia stated as she stepped up. Wordlessly we all followed her as I half expected her to conjure a cottage from the ground. It wasn't as fancy as that, though. Instead Rhenia let out a few inaudible chants with her hands raised, raising up roots from underneath the pond into a makeshift bridge leading into the waterfall. Carefully stepping onto the grimy roots, Rhenia took the lead with us following close behind. With a wave of her arm, she swept the waterfall to the side. However, before doing anything else, she looked around, as if to make sure no one was spying on us. After letting out a sharp breath, Rhenia placed her hand on the cliff behind the waterfall, which now started to glow with unrecognizable runes. Just like that, the white marble cliff opened up like a sliding door to reveal a pod.s. Sage deeper inside. Don't conjure up any light, we'll make our way through the dark, instructed Rhenia, as if directly referring to me. I lost track of how many turns we made, relying on only Rhenia guiding us with her voice. Left, right, left. Finally we could see a flickering light at the end of the leg of the tunnel. Welcome to my little cottage. With the spa.r.s.e. amount of light, I could barely make out the faint smile Rhenia had. By this time, I had no idea where we were, but the homey little hut that couldn't be any bigger than a single room in the Aralith family's castle was welcoming to my eyes. Phew. Tessa squatted down as she was able finally release her tension. This is quite the place, Aunt Rhenia. Alduin slid his hand against the wall of the cave the hut was in. Where are we? I couldn't help but ask as I inspected our surroundings as well. Somewhere in the Elf Kingdom, was all she said as she made her way into her hut. Lighted by a few dim shining orbs in the corners of the cave, the place Rhenia called home reminded me of some sort of dungeon used to hold the worst criminals, not a place where a close friend of the royal family would reside. I'm sure you have your reasons, Aunt Rhenia, but was it really necessary to shut yourself in a place like this? Muriel frowned as her eyes focused on the hut. Rhenia just went inside too. Just an old lady being overly cautious. Don't mind me. It's actually quite cozy once you get used to it. Rhenia's head popped out of the hut's sheet door. Can I see inside too? Tess had Sylvie wrapped in her arms as she curiously eyed the interior of the hut. Of course, everyone. Come inside. Rhenia waved us in. We all looked at each other in doubt, but Virion just herded us all in while saying, "Come now, the place isn't going to eat you up. It's quite roomy inside, despite its appearance. Let's get something to drink. I'm quite famished." Once we settled down into the minimally designed disaster shelter that was Rhenia's new home, I sunk into the couch. Leaning my head on my hand, I must have nodded off because when I woke up, everyone was also asleep. Rubbing my eyes, I got up to see that Rhenia was the only one still awake, sipping on something that smelled like an herb tonic. They won't be awake for a while, Arthur. Let's have a talk, Rhenia said simply without even looking at me. She gestured for me to sit in the chair across from her as she continued sipping on her tea. My eyes narrowed in confusion, but I trusted Rhenia. Besides, if she wanted to kill us, I'm sure with her powers of foresight, she already could have done so. Wordlessly, I sat down and leaned back, waiting for the aged elf to speak. Despite the unforeseen circumstances, you're quite composed, Arthur. Rhenia's tone seemed to say she expected this. "I'm sure if you wanted the worst to happen, it would have happened already." I shrugged. "Now where do I begin?" She sighed. "Well, from how you probably drugged everyone but me, I'm guessing this is something that only I can know." A logical assumption, nodded Rhenia. "Well, let's begin with a small lesson on my powers as a diviner." My ears perked up at this. Learning about a rare deviant form of magic didn't come by often, as textbooks only held a limited amount of information about them. Noticing the interest on my face, Rhenia continued, "As you may know, unlike regular mages who draw forth power from the mana particles in the atmosphere, deviants have to find their own source of power to fuel their magic." I nodded in agreement. "For example, your mother, an emitter, has the ability to heal herself and others in a way elemental recovery spells can't compare to." I nodded to this as well. There were various recovery spells that could be learned by water, wind, and plant attribute mages. Unfortunately, fire and earth didn't have any innate healing attributes, so it was impossible to create a recovery spell out of them. All in all, though, the recovery spells were still weak and couldn't compare to the healing that emitters were capable of. Emitters have mana cores that naturally act. Emulate a special type of mana that is used to power their spells. Throughout my life, I've met quite a few deviants, each with unique properties in their magic. They all have one thing in common though: each of the deviants have their own pool of mana that they use to power their deviant magic. She looked a little absent-minded as she said this. It must be an inconvenience for them since they can't draw in mana from the atmosphere, I added. It sure was. After interviewing many deviants, they would all tell me how difficult it was to learn even basic elemental spells since they did not have mana cores that could harness the mana particles in the atmosphere. However, with their deviant powers, it made up for this handicap. There was a moment of silence where I could only hear the soft snoring of Sylvie in Tess' arms before Rhenia spoke again. "As for diviners, it's quite different. First of all, our powers can awaken at any point in our lives, which is quite different from conventional mages and other deviants. Our powers mostly come in erratic bursts where, quite often, blurred images and clips of the future simply flash through my mind. Sometimes they'd be useful, most of the time, they were too vague and minute to make anything out of. These little flashes of the future don't expend any mana at all, actually." I stayed silent, an eerie feeling creeping up on me. "If you were to sense my mana core, I actually have quite a normal mana core, capable of harnessing and refining the mana particles in the atmosphere, which is why I'm quite adept at water attribute magic myself," Rhenia exclaimed mockingly. "Doesn't seem like a very useful power if I can't control it, now does it?" She continued. "Then what about the spell that you used to allow me to locate my parents and even speak to them when I was little?" I questioned. "Ah, that's a nifty little spell I made that involves my unique powers as a diviner, but not really. You see, Arthur, true divination is reading the future, knowing when and where something is going to happen." I was getting lost. "Then if that is your true powers as a diviner and you said your mana core doesn't power that magic, how do you, with my own lifespan?" she cursed. "We diviners shorten our own lifespans each time we choose to consciously look into the future. That is the true power of a diviner. Everything else is just a useful little spell that can't be considered anything more than hat tricks." I sat there, wide-eyed, not knowing how to respond. What we talked about earlier, Virian's only love and wife, was another rare diviner that was much more powerful than I was. Her unconscious divinations and prophecies would be much longer, much more detailed than mine, and much more frequent at that. Rhenia's reminiscent smile faded as she continued speaking. Coupled with her physical beauty and graceful temperament, she was the envy of every elf female of our generation. She was the pride of our kingdom and an idol to the citizens. Things were looking perfect as she fell in love with Virian and the two got married in a beautiful ceremony. However, fate wasn't as kind to her as everyone thought. I couldn't help but grimace at the tone of this tragedy in happening. At this time, the war between the kingdom of Sapin and Illinois had begun to die down, with the talk of a treaty in the air. However, the king of Sapin at the time made a last-ditch effort to do as much damage to our kingdom as possible before the signing of the treaty. He carried out a plan to extinguish the future heir to the throne. You mean? Yes, Virion was the sole target of an A.S.A.S.nation mission carried out by the king himself. Rhaenyra spoke in almost a whisper. Mockingly, his wife was repeatedly tormented by visions of Virion's death. Her unconscious prophecies told her little of how Virion would die, and every time she did something to try and change the future, the outcome only led to a different cause of death. Virion knew the toll of his wife using her powers, but she did so anyway behind his back, out of desperation to keep him from his inevitable death. Every time I use my powers to look into the future, I can feel the days, weeks, sometimes even months being drained out of my body. I could only imagine how terrible it must have been for her to repeatedly use this cursed power for the one she loved. I didn't know what to say, and even if I did, it would have been insensitive to say, coming from someone who didn't know what it felt like. Rhaenyra's eyes glistened from the tears that she had been holding back. In the end, she was able to keep Virion alive long enough for the peace treaty to be signed, but having burned up so much of her lifespan to protect the man she loved, she died a few months after. Do you know who that diviner was, Arthur? She looked up with a stream of tears rolling down her right cheek. She was my sister. Chapter 90, The Start. Arthur Winspov. Her words rang out in my ear like a giant gong that was rung at the beginning of every year. They say the people with the widest smiles hide the most pain in their hearts. I shifted my gaze over to the sleeping Virion and remembered the times that he joked around with his cheeky grin. I had no idea the pain that he had gone through. I felt like some P.U.P.S.ent teenager that thought the world hated him. I was ignorant of the fact that there were others who might have suffered from deeper pains than I had. No words left my mouth after what Rhaenyra said, only focusing on the ever so slight tremble of my fingers. The reason I bring this up isn't to elicit pity or sorrow from you. I tell you this so that you'll realize the gravity of what I'm about to inform you of next. There was a stern conviction in her voice that made me look back up. Elder Rhaenyra paused, as if readying her heart before she spoke. I used my powers to intentionally look into your future, Arthur. After all she just told me, what she just said weighed on me all the more. What, why? Was all I could stammer out before Sylvie sleepily walked towards me and hopped onto my lap, falling asleep again, leaving the both of us with a brow raised. Seems like your bond is immune to the herbs I gave her, she chuckled. Yeah, she probably just fell asleep naturally, I replied with a half grin. Well, continuing on, even before the day I first met you when you were a child, I had been getting glimpses of your future, never enough to make sense of it, but it was odd to have so many visions of a specific person. It has never happened before. Rhaenyra shifted in her seat. As you may already be aware, Arthur, things are changing on this continent. Daikin is going through a new era. We've already experienced the beginning of it with the unity of the Three Kingdoms and the unveiling of the Six Lances, but that's just the beginning. Through all of these changes that are going to happen, you always seem to be in the center of them somehow, Arthur. The elderly diviner locked eyes with mine. Then moving to this remote hideout, I started to say. She just gave me a slight nod, with the knowledge I gained from looking into the future. Your future. It seems like I've made some enemies. What exactly is it that you learned from looking into my future? I asked. Here's the tricky part. Telling you too much of what I saw can affect even the outcomes you want. On the other hand, telling you too little defeats the point of me looking into the future in order to find a better outcome, she sighed. How do you feel though, Rhaenyra? You just gave up some of your life in order to see my future. Are you okay? I couldn't help but frown. I'll be fine. I've lived long enough, anyway. I might as well use some of it to help the future. Rhaenyra waved her hand dismissively. I hate sounding like some old fortune teller warning the hero to be careful and other sorts of generic advice that he can pick up from anyone, but it pains me to say that I can only do that much. I could tell she was trying to make light of the situation to ease my guilt. Arthur. Rhaenyra's tone became serious, almost foreboding. You will face many hardships. Whichever future you decide, that will remain constant. You will have enemies and you will have obstructions in your path, but through all of that, what I can leave you with that you need to have an anchor, an end goal. What is it you want to accomplish in your life? That will be what determines your path. This sounded more like a motivational speech than a prophecy, but as if she had read my mind, Rinia continued. Be grounded, Arthur, and I'll leave you with these two things. 1. People do bad things for good reasons, so don't just take them for what they do on the surface and keep your mind sharp. 2. Oftentimes, the scariest enemy isn't the one on the throne, leading the forces, but the abandoned soldier that has nothing to lose. For that, stay wary and don't be overconfident. Rinia's voice became a soft whisper as she warned me, leaving an uncomfortable silence in the room. I'm sorry I can't say anything more, but all I can say is to follow and trust your instincts. You are a particularly sharp fellow and I know you'll make the right choices, but sometimes, the right choice isn't always the best choice. The talk with Rinia ended, leaving me with a rather bad taste in my mouth, like one would get after taking a spoonful of a bitter tonic. Helpful and necessary, but bitter nonetheless. Rinia woke everyone up soon after, with me pretending to have been asleep with them as well. Rinia made some excuse that she accidentally mixed in some herbs for relaxation that was a lot stronger than she antic.I.P.ated. No one seemed to mind and we continued on with a light lunch that Rinia prepared out of edible plants and mushrooms. It tasted good despite the lack of meat, but by Sylvie's reaction, I'm sure she would disagree. It was pretty late in the afternoon by the time we finished eating and had to get on our way. A bigger surprise than the fact that Rinia's home was in the center of a mountainside cliff, was the fact that, through a secret door and paw.s.sage, she had her own teleportation gate. Since teleportation gates were made in ancient times, supposedly with the help of the deities, or Asuras, as I now know, it wasn't possible to make any more. Virian wasn't as surprised as everyone else, including me, but knowing Rinia's powers, I could only shrug and realize that this was something within her abilities. After saying our goodbyes, Tess and I, along with Sylvie, went through the gate. Along with the dizzy feeling I was left with after crossing, we were welcomed back to the edge of Zyrus City by guards that had their spears pointed at us. After realizing that the unknown crossers were teens and had the Zyrus Academy uniform on, they quickly lowered their weapons. We apologize, the portal you were coming from was read as an unknown gate, so we didn't know who or what would pop out from the other side. It's rare, but there have been times when mana beasts accidentally stumble through a teleportation gate somewhere deep in the beast glades. One of the guards, that seemed to be the leader, said, although his eyes still watched us with a studying gaze. It's fine. We came from one of the other cities of Illinois and the guard did mention that he was having troubles with the gate from time to time. I shrugged. With an understanding nod, the guards let us go and since there were no carriage waiting for us, the three of us walked to the nearest stop and found a carriage to take us. The sun was already setting and I could see the color distortion in the sky as the Aurora Constellate was soon coming to its peak. It was a lot easier to see it from the floating city than through the dense trees in Illinois. Wow, the Aurora Constellate really is beautiful every time you see it, Tess said in awe. Cute, the sky is colorful. Sylvie also sat at the edge of the carriage. Her small head gazed up in appreciation. When we made it back to the Helsta Manor, Sylvie scurried up the stairs leading to the door and scratched at it. As Tess and I followed her up, the door opened, revealing a person that I didn't expect to see. Jasmine? I stopped where I stood and gasped. Long time no see, my mentor from my adventurer days replied, with the only visible sign on her expressionless face that she was happy to see me, the slight grin she had. Before I had the chance to say anything more, the rest of the twin horns came, one by one, each with a big grin on their faces as they saw me with a girl they'd never seen before. You've grown, Durden said with a warm smile on his wide, tanned face. Look who we have here. Mr. Hotshot bringing home a lady, Adam Crench, the wild-looking vagabond spear user cooed, leaning on the edge of the doorframe. Wow, Look who's become more of a man. Helen Shard, the archer, still as charismatic as before, winked at me. While they all stayed at the top of the stairs, waiting for us to come up, Angela hopped down the stairs herself and picked me up in a bear hug. "Look how cute you've gotten," she squealed as she waved me around, my legs dragging helplessly on the cement stairs since she was too short to completely pick me up off the ground. MMFPH. Any hopes to articulate words failed as my face was absorbed by the abyss of her well-endowed bosom. I think you should let go," I heard Tess stammer out as she tugged on the side of my uniform. "Look who we have here. Aren't you the cutest little elf?" Angela Rose put me down like discarded waste and picked up Tess, who let out a squeal in surprise. My family soon came out and greeted us with open arms, with my sister, Eleanor, already having Sylvie in her arms. I was eager to catch up with the twin horns over dinner since I haven't seen them in over a year, but I could tell Tess was kind of uncomfortable with all of this. She already felt a bit out of place being in my home, but with the unexpected guests that she'd never seen before, she was feeling all the more tense and awkward. My mother and sister tried to make her feel more comfortable, but since she was being awkward with me as well for some reason, she couldn't take it. "Are you really going back to the academy?" I asked. Tess had just told everyone after apologizing that she had to go back to school first for some student council work that she was sorely behind on. "I've missed too much school and work has probably piled up by now. Thank you guys for your hospitality and I'm sorry I couldn't stay longer." Tess made a curt bow and followed after the driver that came to get her. I went outside with her, uncertain if I should go with her or not. "Don't worry about me. I'll admit it was a bit uncomfortable for me in there, but that's not the main reason I'm going back. I really am behind on student council work and I feel bad since even Lelia is still at school. It wouldn't be right of me to be in her home relaxing while she's working, right?" Tess gave me a reassuring smile. "You're right, but I'm just worried since Gramps said that you still had to rest. Your Monocore still is a bit unstable, even with the seal that Trinia gave you before we left. I just feel more comfortable if I was near you in case something happened." I scratched my head, a rather doubtful feeling itching up on me. "I have no reason to use magic at the academy for the time being anyways. Besides, you're coming back to school tomorrow. I think I'll be able to survive until then." She gave me a playful wink, distilling the previous awkwardness she had. "All right, but be careful." I lightly bonked her head, getting a light punch on the stomach in reply. "Tessa Iralithspov, phew." It was getting harder and harder to keep a straight face in front of Arthur. If I stayed and talked to him any longer, I felt like my face was going to burn like a candle. My body felt out of sync because of my Monocore. It affected my body, as if somebody tilted the world just slightly enough to throw me off balance, but I didn't tell Arthur this since he'd just get overly worried. After closing my eyes for what seemed like a couple of seconds, I was already close to the school gate. "Thank you," I said to the driver. He gave me a friendly nod in reply, tipping his hat, before driving back toward Lelia's house. Right after stepping through the barrier and entering the gate, the atmosphere seemed to have changed drastically. My body tensed immediately, as if signaling my brain that there was danger nearby. "Ho ho, you're here. Alone? PFFT, this is going to be easier than I thought." "Yes it is." The throaty voice surprised me. I immediately whipped my head toward the source of the voice. Lucas Wykes?" I gaped. It surely was Lucas, but something was off. Well, a lot of him was off. His skin was gray, first off, and the way his body spasmed randomly made him look more like a rabid monster than a student. I wanted to move, but I couldn't. The pressure and blood.u.s.t he was giving off didn't allow me to. All my body could do in response was shiver. Hee. "I can't believe you're here alone." "No I can't. It's nice seeing you again, princess." "As beautiful as ever." "Yes you are." Lucas approached me with jagged steps. This wasn't Lucas anymore. The feeling I got from him was more of a deranged monobeast than from his usual egotistical self. Seeing the expression on my face, his face tilted as he revealed a toothy grin. "Why don't you play with me until Arthur gets here?" Chapter 91, Collapse of Xyrus. Arthur Winspov. Tess leaving for school left me with a rather uneasy feeling, but, needless to say, we still enjoyed the night. The Helsta Manor was in a festive mood, with barrels of liquor brought up from the cellar by Vincent himself. Lelia's father was getting the most enjoyment out of this, along with my father, who were both in an inebriated state before I even got home. It turns out that the Twin Horns made a detour on their series of expeditions in the Beast Glades to visit us during the Aurora Constellate. It meant a lot to my parents just being able to see their old comrades again and share a drink or two as a toast to old times and embarrass.s.sing memories. After my father and Vincent, Adam Crench was the next to become intoxicated, his flushed cheeks almost matching his fiery red hair. It was rather fascinating witnessing everyone's alcohol-induced habits since my mother and Tabitha wouldn't allow me to drink alongside them. Adam was your typical loud and rowdy drunk, seeming to lose enough coordination for an infant to be able to wrestle him to the ground and win. Angela Rose seemed to lose all sense of personal s.p.a. as she began conversing with me with her cheeks stuck to mine. It didn't help that every spoken word was accompanied by 2 or 3 hiccups, making it almost impossible to decipher what she was trying to say. Tabitha ended up having to peel her off of me and kindly escort the coquettish mage up the stairs by the back of her collar. I had a hard time containing my laughter while Durden Walker soon became drunk as well. What surprised me the most was when he opened his eyes. The usual narrow shape that looked more like a slit became a stern monolithed dictator's surprised expression. It didn't help that his eyebrows that were normally slanted down were furrowed into an upward tilt, making his overall expression a mixture of intense focus and uncontainable surprise. He would take on this gruff commanding tone when speaking, and for the past hour or so before Pa.S.Sing out, he was spouting out training drills to one of the empty barrels of beer while Pa.I.P. aiding in the exercises himself. I couldn't tell whether my former guardian, Jasmine Flamesworth, was drunk or not until she came up, eyes glossy and unfocused, and started repeating to me how much she thought of me and how worried she was as to whether or not I was adjusting to school well. Eventually, everyone retired to their respective rooms. Mother towed my father, who was cradling a bottle of what smelled like whiskey as if it were a newborn, back into their room. Tabitha doing the same for her husband as well. My sister went to sleep with Sylvie quite a while ago in her room, leaving only the leader of the Twin Horns, Helen Shard, and me in the war zone that was once a dining room. Quite the party, isn't it? I'm sure this wasn't exactly how you pictured your reunion with us to go. Helen let out a contained giggle. I laughed in response. With everything that's been going on these days, it was nice seeing everyone let loose. Your parents told us briefly about everything that has happened to you since we were gone. You seem to be doing a fairly good job of taking on your father's role in worrying your mother. The faint smirk that curled on Helen's lips told me she was reminiscing of the past. It seems to be the one skill that I seem to be getting better at without even trying. If only it were like that for me with monomanipulation, Helen sighed, making us both laugh. We moved to the living room after the maids started showing up and cleaning the dining room. There, we sat with only a coffee table separating us as we continued talking and catching each other up on what had happened in our respective lives. It was the first time I'd talked to Helen for this long, but it was comfortable, and she talked to me in a demeanor as if she were talking to an adult, not someone who had barely hit his or her teens. She had an eloquent way of talking that wasn't usual for an adventurer. She seemed more suited to leading strategic meetings, not being on the front lines, fighting. If you don't mind me asking, Arthur, what level is your Monocore? I can't seem to even sense your level anymore. Helen lifted her feet from the coffee table and leaned forward as she asked this. Solid yellow, I answered simply. I didn't want to sugarcoat or try to downplay my level. I see. Congratulations, sincerely. Helen had a mixed expression on her face, one where she was trying to hide her disappointment, but failed. She wasn't disappointed in me, but herself, because even though she more than double my age, I had Serpa.S. her by quite a bit. It seems like you are made for bigger and greater things, Arthur. With the discovery of a new continent and all, I suspect that this small academy will only be able to hold you down for so long. We should get some rest. She gave me a smile that didn't reach her eyes and left after giving me a firm pat on the shoulders. Collapsing on my bed without the energy or will to even wash, I laid there, thinking about everything that had happened in my life. Was it just a coincidence that I was sent, or actually born into this world as it was going through this so much change? Was I really some cliché protagonist from a bedtime fairy tale that they always read to us at the orphanage? I couldn't help but scoff at the thought of being some bored God's source of entertainment as he toyed with my life in the name of me being the chosen one. Was I in the hands of some God as a chess piece to make the run world as he saw fit? I squeezed my eyes shut, hoping that would help me get rid of these thoughts. The thought of my fate being under someone else's control didn't sit right with me. Turning to my side, I chose to dust these fears away. Life was already so unexpected, why make it more complicated? Elijah Knightspov, get down! I roared as I conjured an earthen wall between the mana beasts and the other students behind me. Attention, renowned students of Xyrus Academy. A rather high-pitched grating voice echoed throughout the campus. As you may all be aware, your Inst.I.tuition is currently under attack by my little pets. No need to fear, for I am both just and merciful. The voice seemed to taunt us as he said this because there was a dwarven student in the jaws of a discolored black-fanged wolf, a B-clad.S.S mana beast. Even as I conjured up the rock spear underneath the belly of the black-fanged wolf, it still had the time to take the student's life before collapsing. Gnashing my teeth, I looked away from the dimming gaze of the dwarf that was pleading with his eyes before Pa.S.sing away. If I didn't have experience as an adventurer, I would have thrown up as the student's inside spilled from the fatal wound caused by the mana beast. Instead, I calmed myself using a brief meditation technique that I had learned from Clad.S that steadied the flow of my mana core before scouting for any other students to save. Human students, as long as you raise both your hands and swear your allegiance with me, the mana beasts will not attack you. Elves and dwarves, do not struggle and allow my pets to destroy your mana core and you are free to leave Kekek. The voice's deranged laugh sent a shiver down my spine. It was enjoying the carnage that was going on in this school that had been so peaceful just hours before. Although the radical group had been escalating their terroristic activity, this was on a completely different level. It happened so suddenly that there was no way to prepare for an event like this. As far as I could tell, though, at this point was that this stage of their plan was meticulously executed. There were no places to escape to and no way to call for help. The once clear barrier formation that kept any intruders, including mana beasts, from entering the campus, had already turned into a translucent red gauge, making the sky look like it was dipped in blood, keeping anyone or anything from leaving. I didn't know who the voice belonged to, but its motives were clear. He was willing to take human captives, but wanted all non-human mages either dead or incapacitated. I could see pillars of smoke from different buildings of the academy where fights were happening. From time to time, I locked eyes with some of the disciplinary committee members as they were fighting off several mana beasts, acknowledging each other since we had no time to brief each other on the situation elsewhere. There were obviously traitors in the academy, because some of the professors were now being held off by other professors while cloaked figures, as well as the mana beasts, were taking care of the students. It was strange. I've seen some of the mana beasts while I was an adventurer, but the only thing different about them was the coloration, or lack of color to be more exact. Except for their matching red eyes, all of the mana beasts that flooded Xyrus Academy looked like they had their colors drained, as they were just different hues of gray. I couldn't tell how many hours had Pa.S. since the invasion started, but there were no signs of help arriving for some reason. Like we were closed off from the rest of Xyrus, I trudged on through the campus quad where bodies laid limp and pools of blood formed around them. This academy was supposed to be the safe haven for future mages of this continent. It p.i.s. me off more than anything that there weren't proper measures implemented for this type of scenario. Since the unification of the three kingdoms, did the council not think that there would be enemies? Just as I was about to follow after a cloaked figure into one of the alchemy labs, a throaty growl caught my attention enough to avoid a thorn growler's jaw. Unfortunately, I couldn't avoid its pounce and was hammered into the ground hard enough to knock the wind out of me. Grrrr. As the giant, furry lizard-shaped mana beast's saliva was drenching my uniform, its red eyes were staring at me, as if waiting for me to do something. Screw off. I grunted as I simultaneously conjured a pillar from the ground, launching the 2-meter-long mana beast in the air before it flipped agilely to regain its ground. Before I had the chance to do anything more, a sword flew down from the sky, skewering the thorned growler's head to the ground. The mana beast squirmed helplessly for a couple of seconds before its body also sank to the ground lifelessly. Thanks, I grunted, too tired for pleasant formalities. It was Curtis Glader who came down from the top of a nearby statue to retrieve his weapon. His bond, a world lion, following briskly behind him. No problem. You should get somewhere safe until we get reinforcements. It's too dangerous out here in the open, he said, nodding back. I'll be fine. There are too many enemies for you guys to handle while I hide. I can still help. I bandaged my bleeding arm that had been cut open just now with a torn sleeve and turned my back to follow after the cloaked figure. Suddenly, a sound that could only have been amplified with mana boomed like thunder. I couldn't even hear myself scream in pain as both Curtis and I reeled in pain. The ear-numbing ring from the watchtower's bell didn't reverberate in my chest. I felt it in my feet as the whole earth shook from it. Chapter 92, Bird's Cage. Elijah Knight's puff. As the ear-splitting sound of the bell tower faded into a dull ring, the same grating voice, that was most likely the cause of all this, cleared his throat before speaking. Ahem, testing. Perfect? The sound was coming from the bell tower near the center of campus. Students and faculty members of Xyrus Academy, I would like to welcome you all to join us for the final ceremony that we have in store today. I advise every one of you left out there to come towards the bell tower, as this is something you guys wouldn't want to miss. Don't worry, my little pets won't bite anymore, I promise. With a quick glance and nod at each other, Curtis and I immediately headed towards the bell tower. Get on, quick. Curtis beckoned with his left arm stretched out as he rode atop his world lion, Grrrr. Grrrr let out a dissatisfied grunt, but otherwise kept to himself as I hopped onto its back behind Curtis, using this time to circulate mana towards my injuries in hopes of easing some of the injuries. As we got closer to the bell tower, I could see flashes of spells go off in that vicinity. What do you think is going on? Curtis asked. I couldn't see his face, but from just his voice I could imagine the sort of anxious expression he had on his frustratingly handsome face. Some of the students and professors are firing spells at the bell tower, I commented the obvious, not knowing what else to say. It looks like there's some sort of barrier surrounding the bell tower, Curtis pointed out as a translucent wall flickered after receiving a spell cast by a professor. It wasn't long until we came into full view of what was happening as the main event. There was a large stone platform that wasn't there before, most likely erected by magic. The once flawless marble floor around the bell tower, which marked the center of the academy, was cracked and splintered, pools of blood still not dry. While there was no one near the platform, the various races of discolored mana beasts were all gathered around the platform, waiting patiently, almost robotically, ignoring the frightened students just outside the barrier. Earth and Javelin Barrage, Supernova, Thunder Spear, Windblade Twister. After a jumbled drone of chanting, several high-leveled spells were cast in the direction of the bell tower, but despite the huge manifestations of elements bombarded onto a single point, the mana shield that closed off the bell tower only fizzed harmlessly before eating up all of the spells. Seeing the trees on the inside of the barrier not even sway proved how impenetrable this barrier was. There was a large crowd of both students and faculty members in front of the bell tower, injured and scared, not knowing what to do as the professors made fruitless attempts at breaking through the protective field. "Stay here while I try to find the rest of the DC members," Curtis instructed before dropping me off near the front of the barrier. Before I could say anything, Gronder raced off with his master riding on top, leaving me anxiously waiting for something to happen. The crowd of disheveled students were all anxiously chatting with their friends and peers about the disaster that fell upon them today. Some were crying, while other red-eyed students had already passed that phase and were waiting with hardened expressions. I could only wait as well, with the cage keeping us from leaving the academy grounds and mana beasts that seemed ready to jump and devour any disobedient students only to be leashed by a lunatic. I could see the hope in their eyes flickering away. We were prisoners of this Ma.S. awaiting our sentence, although most of the students in the crowd seemed only lightly injured and battered, which indicated that they caved in rather quickly. There were a few fighters whose injuries were more serious. Fortunately, some of the professors were adept in the medical magic field. While they couldn't compare to emitters, they were able to save a few lives today. Well, it seems that everyone alive has made it to the grand finale of today's show. I thank you all for coming. The high-pitched tenor had a piercing quality that made everyone turn their attention back towards the bell tower. Then he appeared. As if manifesting out of the shadows, the source of the jarring voice that sounded like rusted nails sc.r.a.ping against a chalkboard. He wore a gaudy red robe, decorated with an unreasonable amount of jewelry, reminding me of the second son of a king's brother, a figure who was so down the line of power that his only defining aspect was his inherited wealth. The man wore a rather creepy mask that didn't match his attire. It was a simple white mask with two slits for his eyes, and a crudely drawn jagged smile the color of blood. Behind his mask was a head of crimson hair that flowed past his shoulder blades. While he had his hands behind his back, it looked like he was holding something, but I couldn't make out what it was because of his shadow. At the sight of the bold figure, the murmuring of everyone ceased, creating a rather eerie atmosphere. There was an expectant silence as all eyes fell on the mysterious masked man, both curious and afraid of what he would do next. It was so quiet that I could hear the sound of water droplets, dotting the ground. Drip, drip, drip. All of a sudden, an earthen spear barreled directly at him until it smashed into the protective shield, shattering into pieces. Unfazed, he stood there as students began chanting in desperate hopes that somehow, the barrier had weakened enough for us to somehow break through. There were strings of curses shouted out at the masked figure as everyone realized that it was impossible to break through. I heard familiar voices cry out insults and profanities as they didn't know what else to do at this point. PFFT. The man's shoulder bobbed up and down as he tried to contain his laughter. Pooah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. His manic laughter, unaided by mana, echoed throughout the area, somehow drowning out everyone else's voices. I could see a mixture of emotions in the students' and professors' expressions: fear, anger, desperation, confusion, frustration, and helplessness as they were all stunned into silence. It was then that the masked man tossed the object he was holding behind his back onto the floor. With a dull thud, the spherical object rolled into view close enough for the people in the front to see. It was a he. It was a real head. It wasn't the sound of water dripping that I heard. It was blood from the head. It took my mind a couple of seconds of blank staring to process what was going on before a wave of nausea hit me like a bat. I threw up. Over and over again. The stench of last night's dinner mixed with an acidic twist made me gag more until I was left with a couple of dry heaves. By the time I composed myself, I could see students and professors alike either looking away, pale-faced, or clutching their stomachs as they continued vomiting on the ground. I didn't want to look again, but my eyes were itching to look back at the decapitated head. When I saw it again, I noticed it was a dwarf's. I'd seen her before, but hair covered some of her face as a pool of blood expanded from underneath with only the bone of her spine jutting out. It was so white. I was drawn to the gore. My mind was screaming at my head to look away, but my eyes stayed fixated on the gruesome sight as everything else blurred out of focus. As his disturbing laughter continued, his whole body shaking in delight, a booming howl caught everyone's attention. "No, Da'Radri." I spotted Theodore as he roared, charging furiously towards the masked man. He knocked aside the students that weren't quick enough to get out of his one-man stampede. "Da'Radri!" Theodore screamed, his voice cracking as he hammered his fists against the translucent barrier. There were only two sounds that could be heard. It was the sound of delighted laughter coming from the masked man, and the sound of Theodore's thunderous pounding against the barrier. Boom. It was one of the disciplinary committee members. Boom. The same group Arthur was in. Boom. A crater was formed underneath Theodore as the marble floor around him continued to crumble and cave under the pressure of his might. As he continued smashing against the barrier, blood began streaming down his arms as his hands were shattered by his own strength. Despite that, the fury never left Theodore's eyes as his icy gaze never left the masked man. "Come out here and fight me, you coward!" Theodore howled, a deranged look shrouding his eyes. Suddenly, the masked man stopped his laughter and he removed his mask. His face was narrow and sharp, with skin that glowed in a hue of gray. In spite of the sharp and the attractive features all women would like to see in their lovers, it was hard to miss the crazy, almost psychotic expression that seems to have been permanently pasted on. His face was wrinkled in a scowl as he tilted his head to the side, as if he was confused by Theodore's last statement. "Coward, me?" The masked figure began walking towards Theodore with the easy arrogance of someone who knew that everything in the world existed for his taking, every one of his steps seeming to drive a nail into the minds of everyone present. "Yes, you. Stop hiding behind this barrier and fight me," he growled back, blood continuing to drip from his broken hands. "Coward, me? The mighty and reborn Draniv. Hiding?" The person called Draniv blinked out of view and appeared in front of Theodore with a speed so fast, Theodore wasn't even able to react as Draniv pulled him to the other side of the barrier. He threw the disciplinary committee member easily onto the erected platform. Caught off guard, Theodore landed less than elegantly on his back before squirming to his knees as he had trouble putting weight on his crippled hands. Again, Draniv blinked in a sudden flash of speed and squatted down facing Theodore. "Why don't you fight me now?" A sinister smirk curved on the red-haired man's face. With a desperate yell, Theodore jumped up, bringing his leg down, executing a heel kick towards Draniv's shoulder. Boom! As the platform splintered and a cloud of dust formed, it was obvious that Theodore imbued enough mana into his leg to crumble a building. There were a few cheers from the students as we all waited for the cloud to clear. I too hoped that the attack was enough to be cheering like that, but I knew it wouldn't be that easy. A howl of pain amidst the cloud of debris rendered the cheers moot as we now waited silently. As the dust cleared, we could see now what had happened, but none of us could believe it. It wasn't a secret to everyone here that Theodore was a deviant, capable of using mana to manipulate gravity. Just from the fact that the stone platform shattered like glass. We knew that Theodore didn't hold back during his attack just now. But what we saw was Theodore's leg still sitting on top of Draniv's shoulder from where it landed, except Draniv was fine while Theodore's leg was snapped cleanly in half. We all stood there with our mouths gaping. Even the professors were baffled by the clear difference between the two. Theodore's attack would have even made the professors do everything that they could to dodge the attack, yet this mysterious man here took it head on. "Come on, the great Draniv isn't hiding. Let's fight." The smirk never left his face as he kicked Theodore away like rag doll. "I'm fighting you like you wanted, right? What's wrong?" Draniv tilted his head again in mock confusion as he continued to beat Theodore into a stupor. His face wasn't even recognizable as it was pummeled to a bloody and broken mess. The rest of us couldn't even do anything. Only watch as our fellow schoolmate was tortured. Theodore managed to croak before vomiting out blood. "What was that?" Drainev landed another solid kick to his side, a loud crack of a broken bone accompanying it. Lifting his battered head, Theodore looked straight up into his assailant eyes with a look of pure hatred and disdain before he spat the blood congealed in his mouth at Drainev's foot. I could see veins popping on Drainev's forehead, but he simply took a deep breath as he ran his fingers through his red hair, looking down at the bloody mess. Theodore now was like a squashed insect. "I see you still have a bit of fight left in you. It is too bad though. You seem to be on the verge of dying from all this blood that you lost. Let me help you with that." Gaia. The gurgled scream was all I could hear as Theodore combusted into crimson flames at the snap of Drainev's fingers. That was all he did. Snap his fingers. He snapped again, extinguishing the flames, leaving a charred and smoking carcass. I realized by this time that my hands were bloody from my nails digging into my palms. I was useless at this point. Even if I tried to break the barrier and ended up succeeding, wouldn't I just end up like Theodore? PFFT. See, I helped him. He's not bleeding now, right? Puahahaha. His cackling laugh filled the area as he began clapping for himself in a moose.e.m.e.nt. Seeing that none of us laughed along, he just shook his head. "Oh poo, you guys are no fun." "Relax, I left him alive for now." I peeled my eyes away from Theodore's decimated body to see Curtis being held back by the other members of the disciplinary committee. His mouth was covered by Claire, who had a trail of tears streaming down her anguished face. The princess, Priscilla, was holding on to her brother's arm with her head down so I couldn't see her expression. I couldn't see that elf, Fruth, and the member, the mysterious one with the narrow eyes. I think his name was Kai. "Now, I apologize to you all for the delay. Without further ado, we will now commence with our main event. Fellas, bring them out." As Drainev grandly waved his arm like some conductor, the frozen mana beasts stirred and sat up straight as a line of hooded figures, covered in robes, came out from the bell tower, each dragging with them a student. It was when I saw her that my mind came to a stop. I felt like I was suddenly swimming in thick syrup as my hand pressed against the barrier. I fell to my knees and just stared out in front of me, in a daze, being dragged by her hair, her face battered and bruised while her clothes were in a torn mess. It was Tessa. Chapter 93, Chosen Ones. Claire Bladeheartspov. I held on to Curtis, clasping my hand over his mouth in desperation. My vision blurred as tears continued to well up and stream down my cheeks. I couldn't do anything. The disciplinary committee members were in charge of preserving the safety and order within Xyrus Academy. I was handpicked by Director Goodsky herself to take on this vital duty, and with the exception of Arthur, I was assigned the task of choosing the members and leading them. I was their leader, yet I had let all of this happen. I chose to let in a spy. I was ignorant of the fact that all of our movements were being leaked to the enemy. I was responsible for the state Theodore was in right now. Even if he made it out of this alive, he would never be able to walk on his own 2 feet again. I was responsible for Firth getting captured. I was responsible for the death of Daurad Rearguard. I should have noticed it by how the radical group seemed to know of our every move and effortlessly slip past us on each occasion. I guess subconsciously, I believed that my team members would, without a doubt, be loyal. Because of my naive assumptions, we were the first to get attacked. It had happened last night, when the soft, dim light of dawn peeked out of the horizon. We had been busy preparing for the full-scale battle that would come eventually, finalizing the emergency evacuation plan after constructing makeshift safe houses out of baz.e.m.e.nts and old-clad.s. rooms for students to barricade themselves in. We had all agreed that this might be going a bit overboard, but I now realize that it wasn't even close to enough. Restless, everyone decided to let out some steam by training. It was Kai's idea. He suggested that we enlarge the area of the training barrier so that everyone could practice without the students, who were all on edge from the recent events, being startled by the sounds of spells and weapons colliding. We had never enlarged the training barrier before, but nevertheless, I didn't find anything wrong with his suggestion. so I let Kai supervise the barrier while the rest of us strained inside it. When the barrier formed, it took on a reddish sheen that normally never appeared. Thinking back, the training barrier Kai erected by using the artifact was a miniature version of the cage that was now surrounding the entire academy. It was then that we were attacked. Kai had let them in. It was as simple as that. That sly bastard was the one who gave away all of our plans to the radical group while feeding us false information. Kai had his hands full keeping the barrier up so that no one outside could hear the sounds of battle. We were outnumbered 3-1 yet. We were on the verge of winning. The radical group mages were strong, but my team members were stronger. We would have broken free and warned the school. But he had to show up. As soon as he stepped into the barrier, whatever advantage we had disappeared. I just couldn't believe he'd be a part of this. No, I'm lying. It was definitely possible for him to be a part of this. What I couldn't believe was that it was actually him. He single-handedly turned the tides. He was a gifted mage before, and if it wasn't for his twisted and conceited personality, I would have definitely wanted him to join the disciplinary committee. He was talented, but a lot of his breakthroughs came from the overuse of elixirs and other synthetic drugs that would result in dire consequences later. This was the rumor, anyways. But he was on another level. The mana fluctuation around him was comparable to that of professors. No, beyond them. It was odd though. The abundant mana particles surrounding him were erratic, chaotic almost. There was so much mana being forcibly generated that it overflowed. I wasn't sure if that was the cause, but even the color of his skin and hair took on a different tint. The amount of mana was unnatural for someone barely hitting the age that most humans would begin to awaken. This reminded me of Arthur. He might even be stronger than him presently. However, I knew for certain that whatever led him to this state wasn't anything natural. Needless to say, we weren't much of a match for him. Chantless casting, multicasting, an endless well of the mana. Even if he was alone, I felt like he could have held up against all of us together. How was it possible for him to have become this strong? Was the persistent thought that kept running through my mind, poking at me. You call yourself a student of this academy? Out of all people, I would have assumed your pride wouldn't allow you to be some dog of a crazy terrorist group, Lucas. I spat out in disdain. I now see that I was wrong. I could see that I had hit a nerve as his smug expression darkened. But before he got reckless like I had hoped, Kai intervened. Lucas, he wants this done quick and clean. Don't forget the mission, Kai said curtly, his face tensed in concentration from trying to keep the barrier up. Kai had ignored our repeated hateful shouts prying for the reason of his betrayal, only opening his mouth to keep Lucas in check. At this point, it would be impossible to get out by trying to beat him. Our goal was to create an opening in the barrier. While battling, we intentionally aimed our spells at the same spot without them noticing, but the barrier was a lot stronger than we had antic.I.P.ated. After defeating 3 of them, Frith was the first to get captured and pulled away by the other radical group members, but by then, we had managed to make a crack on the surface of the barrier. We were able to make a gap in the barrier large enough for us to fit through, but not all of us were able to escape. Through gritted teeth, we had to leave behind Da'aradri, along with Frith, who stalled the radical group long enough for us to escape. It didn't feel like we escaped. No, it felt like we were let go. I could still clearly remember the smirk etched onto his face as he stood there, looking down on me like an insect he released because he didn't want to trouble himself with the mess. By the time we made it out, it was already too late. Our battle had taken time, and during that time, the academy was already locked in a cage and under attack by both the radical group and mana beasts. Director Cynthia had not returned, and by the time we found some of the student council members, they were salted as well, although they seemed to be in a better shape than us. Clive seemed especially grateful that the student council president was still not back from her trip. The student council secretary, Lelia, I believe, asked me worriedly if Arthur was okay, and was relieved to find out he wasn't inside the academy. It was demoralizing for us as some of the students we tried so hard to fight for simply gave in and sided with the enemies. But I couldn't blame them. It was us that failed in our jobs to protect them. Please, Curtis. Please. I continued begging, choking back a sob. Please, stop. You can't. I bit my lower lip. Please. Curtis' thrashing settled, but I could still feel him trembling from rage. I removed my hand from his mouth and noticed that there was blood. It was Curtis. He was biting on his lips so hard, he bit into them. I'll kill him. I heard Curtis mutter, his voice shaking. Curtis, please. Just wait. I can't have you charging out like Theodore. We can't lose you too. I tried to keep a firm tone as I spoke, but I didn't sound convincing even to myself. Wait, are we supposed to just wait while we let him kill Theodore and Frith, huh? Like how he killed Audrey? He spat out in a growl, his voice pitched low and quiet. My chest contracted from the venom in Curtis' words, but before I could say anything else, a sharp sound stopped me. Curtis held onto his left cheek, stunned. Kathleen's eyes were red and swollen, her long lashes still wet with tears. Her expression was a knot of grief and frustration. Her usual impassive expression was nowhere to be seen. Her hand was still held up in front of her from where she had just slapped her brother. The strike wasn't loud, nor was it that strong, but I could tell by Curtis' expression that the light slap from his sister struck deeper and harder than any bludgeon could. Brother, we need to think of a way to save them. We need to make a plan to protect everyone here. We need to stop that monster, but we can't do any of that if you're like this. Or if you're dead. Kathleen's gaze was unrelenting, her every word piercing through not just Curtis, but through me as well. She was right. We needed to get our act together. We needed to think of a plan. I looked around the crowd in front of the bell tower and behind us, thinking of a way to escape to Director Cynthia's room to see if there was anything that could help us in there, but robed figures stood guard, while the mana beasts were tensed up and ready to pounce onto anyone that tried to make a run for it. It was then that they brought the captives out, and it was then that I saw Frith being dragged out, beaten and unconscious, as everyone stared silently while the row of robed figures, each holding onto their respective prisoner, silently trudged out. It took me a few seconds from this distance to realize that one of them was the Student Council President, Elijah Knightspov. The scene played out in slow motion for me. I rubbed my eyes just to be sure, but no matter how many times I rubbed and blinked, her figure wouldn't change. While disheveled and matted with dirt and blood, there was no mistaking that distinct gunmetal hair. My mind raced as a part of me wrestled to figure out what had happened and how she appeared here, while another part of me was still in denial. She wasn't supposed to be here. She was supposed to be with Arthur. Whispers and mutters began to explode as soon as the students and faculty members alike realized that one of the prisoners was the Student Council President and the other a member of the Disciplinary Committee. SHHHHH. Draynev waved his hand theatrically for us to settle down before continuing. I'm sure all of you are just dying to know what is going on, but before I explain, I'd like to introduce myself. He took a few steps forward and straightened his robe, combing his hair back with his fingers. As I mentioned earlier, I go by Draynev. He made a dramatic pause, as if expecting a round of applause. When nothing happened, he just shrugged and continued. I know that at this moment, you guys may see me as some sort of bad guy. I wouldn't be surprised, what with the attacks and the deaths, but assure you, I am on your side. That ridiculous statement caused an uproar, as jeers and shouts reverberated through the crowd. Silence. His voice couldn't have been louder than a low growl, but the weight of that one word and the immediate pressure following it froze the crowd to a mute. As I was saying, my name is Draynev and I have came to save you all. Draynev spread his arms in a grandiose manner, his robe fluttering from the wind making him look pretty impressive. No one said a word, too afraid of what he might do. All of us simply waited for him to continue speaking. You see, I come from a faraway land. This faraway land is a cruel, cruel place for the weak. Yes, I am talking about all of you. Those gathered here are considered the elite, whose backgrounds and potentials make you the future of this continent, but from where I come from, you guys are simply trash. Draynev's last words were spat out in a mocking staccato. That being said, I have made this extremely long and tiresome journey to prepare those I deem worthy so that when my lord becomes this continent's new ruler, you guys will have a place in his kingdom and not be tossed aside like the trash you currently are." I glanced back to see everyone just looking around, confused by the expressions on some of their faces. They looked to be in disbelief, not just surprised, but they sincerely looked like they thought this whole thing was some big prank. To those who stand in front of me today, congratulations on being the ones chosen to be honored. P.A.W.N.S. of the new ruler of this continent. Lucia, step forth and show them a glimpse of the newfound powers you have been bestowed with. Lucia. No, it couldn't be. The figure, concealed under his robe, that had been holding on to Tess by her hair stepped forth, dragging her with him. I bit my lip, struggling to keep calm. Underneath his hood, he seemed to be looking for someone before he stopped. I could feel his eyes on me. I stood transfixed as he removed the hood of his robe. Confirming my suspicions, it turned out to be Lucas Wykes. His eyes seemed to be laughing as he continued to stare at me. Slowly, the edge of his lips curved up as he tugged Tessa up by her hair, just enough so her neck was next to his face. His mocking gaze never left mine as Lucas ran his tongue slowly gratingly up her neck to her ear, only to stop and wink at me. Any sort of inhibition controlling my rage disappeared at that instant, leaving me with just enough sanity to curse out, "Lucas, you son of bitch, how dare you!" My vision reddened as my mind began to numb. Suddenly, as if some inner force pushed my consciousness out, my body felt like it wasn't mine anymore. Like I was an entirely different person simply spectating from a first-person point of view. I had never felt a sensation like this before, but I knew that whatever it was that's controlling my body, knew how to use my powers better than I could myself. It was a peculiar feeling that I knew wasn't normal. It felt like the monster that I had been trying to keep locked up switched places with me. My vision distorted and constantly pulsed from what I some to be adrenaline. I couldn't hear anything besides the beating of my heart. My body seemed like a sh.d.l.l. Controlled like a puppet by someone that wasn't me. What the hell was happening to me? Black spikes ruptured from the earth around me, hurting some of the students who couldn't move out of the way fast enough. I felt the need to at least apologize, but my body was fixated on Lucas. I walked rather unsteadily towards the ingrate that couldn't be described with just profanity. As I approached the barrier, I worried whether or not my body would be able to break through, but it turned out to be an unnecessary concern. Some sort of black plasma suddenly engulfed my hand, and as my body laid it against the barrier, the black plasma slowly began to dissolve the barrier as easily as fire melted B.U.T. I could make out the surprised expression on Lucas' face, but the expression on Draineve's face was far more unexpected. His expression paled, twisting and contorting in a way that I could only make out to be as fear. He held his hands out in a placating manner, as if trying to calm me down. At that moment, the dozens of mana beasts all sprung out to attack me, but it was futile. At the flick of my wrist, the black spikes shot from the ground, skewering the discolored mana beasts mid-jump. Was this me? I had never seen magic like this before. It was unnatural, almost evil in a way, like it was a power meant solely for killing and destroying. My body ignored the dead mana beasts and slowly drew nearer towards Lucas, who had now lost his bemused expression, replaced by furrowed brows and a tinge of unease in his eyes. The other robed figures decisively released their grip from their prisoners and was about to collectively rush towards me, but for some reason, Draineve stopped them. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but Draineve seemed to be almost pleading as his hands constantly gestured in hopes to calm me down. Suddenly, a sharp pain that seared into me like a burning blade made my body go rigid. I don't know how I knew this, but it felt like my body was reaching its limits. Not yet. I knew I couldn't control my body, but at this point, I desperately wanted my body to at least to kill Lucas like it had planned to. My body began staggering, as each step seemed to slowly become more unsteady. Almost, my body put up its hand and a black spike shot out towards Lucas. The spike that looked at least arm's length couldn't kill Lucas like I had hoped, but its speed was fast enough to the point where Lucas couldn't completely dodge the projectile. Lucas tumbled back from the force of the blow and I could barely make out the black spike sticking out of his right shoulder. Just one more. My vision was dimming and my body stilled. I seemed to be losing consciousness. I looked once more at Drainev, who looked more confused now, and before my consciousness completely faded into the darkness, I thought I saw him. I may have just been hallucinating, but I thought I saw my friend. I thought I saw Arthur. Chapter 94, Arrival. Claire Blade-Hartspov. Humility, loyalty, resoluteness, courage. These were the words instilled in me even before I understood what they meant. These were the 4 qualities that were necessary in order to have a heart as sharp as a sword. This was the creed of the Blade-Hart family. Ignorant as I was as a child, I had truly believed that I would be able to follow this sacred doctrine my family was built upon. No matter what circumstances. How truly ignorant I was. This was the thought that clawed at my mind, making my heart ache as I stood helplessly, watching. Simply watching as Theodore was beaten and burned into an unrecognizable state. Simply watching as Elijah fearlessly tried to defy, despite being unaided, a figure so powerful I could only submit and hope. Hope that I'll somehow make it out alive. Even with my eyes fixed on the scene, I had trouble registering what exactly was occurring, much less believe it to be real. What all of the student mages here could not hope to do, what all of the professors here failed to accomplish, Elijah, single-handedly, had achieved. I had never deemed him as anything more than Arthur's silly friend. He had given me the impression of being easygoing, almost ditzy at times, but not at this moment. After he had cursed aloud at Lucas, his demeanor shifted into someone unrecognizable. As thoughtless and downright mad as he may have been, that ditzy friend displayed what I couldn't. As if Elijah's enraged cry had released his soul, Elijah's body seemed almost lifeless as his shoulders slumped and his head hunched forward. I couldn't help but look away when suddenly a blast of black, metallic spikes shot out of the ground. I thought Arthur's friend had already died, but I realized it wasn't Drainev or any of his henchmen that invoked the mysterious spell, it was Elijah that casted it. The spell he had used then was unusual, almost unnatural, but it was when he placed his palm on the surface of the barrier, when a black flame magic began coiling around his hand, melting the transparent barrier like it was B.U.T.Ter, that a cold chill ran down my spine. Seeing that mysterious magic so easily destroy something not even the professors combined could scratch, I felt hope. Maybe he would be able to end this. It was also that, alongside this feeling of hope, I felt an almost tangible contempt for myself. I looked down to realize my hand had unconsciously gripped the hilt of my sword. I couldn't help but scoff at myself. What use was this sword of mine if fear rendered me unable to even take a step forward? Looking back up, I fixed my eyes on Elijah. He swayed as he walked, almost staggering like he wasn't really in control of himself. Anyone that tried and oppose him was almost instantly pierced by a black spike. The speed in which each spell was casted shouldn't be possible. It couldn't even be called a spell, but more of an automatic defense mechanism. I had never heard of something like this before, much less see it with my own eyes. Magic that was so unnatural, sinister, evil. What confused me, and probably everyone else present, was how Drainev behaved towards Elijah. Elijah was killing his mana beasts left and right. He had already killed 3 of his robed underlings. He should be angry, downright furious at him for opposing his plans, but instead he looked afraid. I was only able to make out parts of what Drainev was saying to Elijah as he frankly ignored the mastermind of this disaster, making his way towards Lucas. I heard him several times repeating how he didn't know. I also thought I heard him refer to Elijah as Sir. No, that couldn't be right. After his useless attempts at calming Elijah down, Drainev started barking out orders to his robed lackeys, telling them to not lay a hand on Elijah. It was a strange sight as our fellow student was trying to kill his allies, but the leader was ordering his allies not to fight back. The other students were baffled at all of this, not quite sure what to make of it. Some were voicing their doubts on whether he was actually on our side, perhaps suspecting that Elijah was actually in league with Drainev. This was until he collapsed on the ground, his final attempt at killing Lucas ultimately unsuccessful. While at first, we were too shocked by Elijah's sudden outrage and display of cryptic powers, some of the professors composed themselves enough to realize that the fracture in the barrier made by Elijah at least gave us a chance to fight back. This thought had already crossed my mind. I knew that with all of the Mana beasts either dead or badly injured and Drainev partially occupied with Elijah's body, now was the perfect chance to retaliate. I knew this, yet my feet stayed nailed to the ground beneath me. I knew this, yet I was still afraid. Students, clear away. An arcane professor was leading a small group of professors toward the hole in the barrier. The students absent-mindedly shuffled out of the way. While many were too discouraged, the image of Doratri's decolated head and Theodore's lifeless body burned in their minds, to want to join them in their crusade. Some students still gathered the courage to try and join them. Clive was one of them. I spotted him rushing towards the professors, his hands already wielding his bow and arrow, but the professor in the back stopped him from going with them. Fools, I whispered under my breath. It was still hopeless. Did the professors think that they could now somehow beat Drainev? They should know better than us. Was it their sense of duty that was driving them to their deaths like this, or was it their pride preventing them from being rational? Was being courageous akin to dying a fool's death? Is that what the Bladeheart Creed wanted from me? Kathleen must have heard me. Her red eyes, still quivering, were looking at me, as if I had an answer. But I didn't. I knew my limits, and I knew only a fraction of what my enemies were capable of, and even that was enough to rob me of any confidence to unsheath my sword. Like an overused story my mother would always read to me before sending me to bed, the professors marched towards the fracture in the barrier like heroes on an expedition to save the princess from the evil magician. I could see the arcane professor, whose class I took last semester, in the lead. Behind him was the spell formations professor who taught under Class.S. There was one professor that I couldn't recognize following a few steps behind with a crooked wooden staff. Then joined Professor Glory. She caught my eye and gave me a firm, solemn nod before taking out a second sword from her dimension ring. The look she gave me then sent chills down my spine. It was a look that I had never actually seen before, but one that my instincts knew of. It was a look of someone accepting her death. The Bladeheart Creed clawed its way up into my mind. Humility, loyalty, resoluteness, courage, damn it. Thinking of this provided me with a mixture of emotions: frustration, for lacking the resolve and loyalty a Bladeheart should display for her academy; shame, for lacking the courage to fight alongside them; and ignorance, for foolishly believing that I had what it took to be a leader of the disciplinary committee. To be a Bladeheart. I shook my head in hopes to clear my dark thoughts. Living through this will give me another chance to redeem myself, would it not? I can't be courageous, loyal, resolute and humble if I'm dead. I turned my attention back to Drainev, who had kneeled next to Elijah. It looked like he was checking for signs, making sure that Elijah was still alive, carefully, almost tenderly, like a royal attendant would to his king. Our professors, prized mages throughout the entire content, were promptly ignored as he barked out further orders to his robed subordinates to prepare something. Finally, getting up as he carried Elijah's limp body in his arms, Drainev began walking towards the back of the stone platform where several robed men were fumbling with what looked like an oddly shaped anvil. Lucia. Change of plans. You will take care of the ones ignorantly approaching and dispose of these. He glanced down at the students captured, his eyes stopping at our student council president, Trash. I will be heading back first. I expect you to follow us through the gate. Promptly after, Drainev continued, the pompous expression he once had nowhere to be seen. Why are you bringing that along with us? Lucas started to say, but his voice ended in a gasp as his eyes bulged out. The arrogance on Lucas' face left him in a second, as he crumpled to his knees, sweat dripping down his face. "You are but a mere tool. You will do as I say, no questions asked, and if you continue to display this sort of ignorance again, there will be consequences." Dreyneve's voice was commanding and sharp, different from how it was when he first revealed himself. Lucas' face struggled to remain firm as he was clawing where his heart was until Dreyneve kicked him, toppling him over on his side. "Say it," he growled. Even from here, I could see Lucas' jaw clenched angrily, but he convulsed and repeated through gritted teeth, "I am but a mere tool." "It is ready, my lord," one of the robed mages near the anvil announced. "HMPH." Dreyneve proceeded, leaving Lucas heaving, trying to compose himself before getting up. We all watched as this happened. Even the professors, brave enough to march towards a mage so powerful that he played with a disciplinary committee member like he was a ragdoll, were stunned as he crumpled a mage to his knees with just a thought. Professor Glory was the one to catch on that something was amiss. She pointed towards Dreyneve, who was heading towards the anvil that was now glowing, crying out, "We can't let him leave." The four professors rushed through the hole in the barrier when a pillar of fire, as thick as one of the support beams in the Academy Hall's main entrance, shot up in front of them. Lucas was still recovering, his face still lined with pain as he looked at the four professors. The desperate expression on his face was now gone, though, as he walked confidently towards the professors, conjuring another pillar of flame using his other hand. By this time, it was already too late. Dreyneve and a group of his robed lackeys were now gone, taking Elijah with them, leaving behind a glowing anvil-shaped object. "Lucas, how dare a student of this academy be involved in such acts of terrorism?" Professor Glory roared as she imbued mana into both of her swords. The rest of the professors also held up their weapons, the arcane professor already muttering a spell. A manic grin spread on his face as he started cackling, sounding more like a rabid animal than a man. "How dare I? You think you guys are anywhere near the level I am now at? How dare you speak to me as if you are my equal? You are merely bugs that need to be squashed." As he spoke, the mana around him began swirling even faster, veins appearing on Lucas' thin, gray arms. Thus the fight began. The glimmer of hope that I had now that Dreyneve disappeared faded as I watched my professors get tossed around. The spells Lucas used wasn't special, but the amount of mana he exhibited and the control he had over it was truly terrifying. Simple and obvious implications of multicasting only allowed for each spell that was used in congruence with another to be harder to control and weaker in power. Even casting two spells at once consisted of essentially splitting your consciousness to mold and manipulate the mana differently. Since Professor Glory focused more of her skills in her swordsmanship with mana augmentation, she could barely initiate 3 spells while some of the more well-versed professors could cast 4 spells at once. Yet, Lucas was easily casting 6 spells. He was surrounded by a flaming sphere that shielded him from any of the professor's magic, as 4 offensive spells had already knocked out the spell formation's professor. A 2-meter flaming knight was fighting on par with Professor Glory, keeping her, who stood as the vanguard, from protecting her teammates. It was cruel to watch as Lucas easily overwhelmed the combined efforts of 4 professors. "What are we standing here for? We need to help them." Curtis' voice stirred me from my daze. His clear eyes, shaking with rage and impatience, peered deep into me. He was right. It was my duty. I was the leader of the disciplinary committee. I shifted my gaze towards the bell tower. I saw Firth and Tessa along with the other students that were captured. I saw Theodore. He could still be alive. We could still save him if we acted now. Lucas was occupied with the professors and only a few of the robed lackeys stayed behind. It was my duty. Yet, why couldn't I still move? Was my body so deeply entangled in the vine of fear? Gah! A pained cry made all of us turn our heads. It was Professor Glory. She was lying on the ground, grasping her side, as a puddle of blood slowly spread from underneath her. I was reminded of how she looked at me before crossing the barrier. Her eyes told me she knew she could die, but it wasn't a look of resignation, but one of determination. She was definitely afraid, but she was doing what she could in hopes to give the other students here a chance to live. "You're right." I tore through the shackles that had bound me to my spot and took a step forward. Unsheathing my sword, I locked eyes with Curtis as he got on Grodder, and he gave me a firm nod, his eyes showing reflecting the same determination that Professor Glory had given me. I looked for Clive and a few other students I knew who were capable enough to be of use before going through the barrier. The robed lackeys that were keeping us from escaping had already gone in through the barrier to aid Lucas, so I was able to spot Clive helping some of the professors lead the students away from the area. Curtis and I, along with a friend from Professor Glory's Class.S, stood as vanguard, with Kathleen and Clive riding on Grodder. Dedoomed. I barely managed to hear Professor Glory croak, her eyes wide in fear, when we were attacked by the robed lackeys. They were somehow completely covered under their robes, with even their faces hidden by unnatural shadows. I had just blocked an earthen spike with my blade when another robed figure jumped up from behind me, knocking me down. Rolling away, I lashed out my sword at the robed man, slicing him where his throat should be. I felt it too. The sensation of my blade on skin, yet, the robed man neither stopped nor flinched, his gray hands reaching out for me, mana surrounding them. Just then, Curtis Bond tackled the robed man from the side, knocking him away. "Are you okay, Claire?" Kathleen extended a hand to help me up after casting a spell to immobilize the enemy, when I heard shrill howl from over where the professors were fighting Lucas. It was the arcane professor as he was being held up by his neck by the flame guardian Lucas conjured. His neck was steaming as the smell of burnt skin filled the air even all the way here. As the arcane professor was struggling to free himself, his screams were eventually reduced to throaty gasps as he desperately kicked and thrashed wildly at the fiery knight summoned by Lucas. I would never forget the look on his face as his body fell limp. I teared my eyes away as the professor's body caught on fire, burning through his clothes and skin as he was cooked alive for everyone to see. I had to push my desire to run away. Was my choice wrong? I knew that professor. I still remembered the time he showed me a picture he had taken with his 3-year-old daughter. I told him it was a waste of money since getting a portrait would have been much cheaper, but he just grinned stupidly, cradling the picture like it was really his child. What would happen to his family now? I felt the dire urge to vomit, but I was barely able to hold firm. Still, I was dazed enough to almost get hit squarely in the chest by a flame ball shot from another robed man. Barely managing to parry the spell and kicking him away while landing, I used this chance to survey the situation. It was chaos as the professors that weren't fighting against Lucas were trying their best in leading the remaining students away from this area. Around me, I saw Curtis with Kathleen riding on top of Grodder. Over by the bell tower, I spotted Clive, who had just picked up Tessa from the ground, being knocked away by one of the injured mana beast. The other few students that I brought along with me from Professor Glory's Class.S were doing their best against the remaining 5 robed mages. To my right were the remaining 3 professors. About a dozen meters away was Lucas, fighting with the 3 remaining professors. Among them, Professor Glory was badly injured, her bloody right hand pressed against where her right kidney should be, with her free hand barely able to hold on to her sword. Gritting my teeth, I ran towards where Clive was. I knew what Professor Glory would have wanted me to do. I had to save the students while they were keeping Lucas busy. Gathering mana into my blade, I picked up speed, muttering a chant. Burning lance, spearing the discolored grizzly wolf that had Clive pinned down. I helped him back up when a strong force lurched me off of the ground. Clive's sharp eyes widened and his lips mouthed my name, but strangely, I couldn't hear a sound. It wasn't just him, I couldn't hear any sounds, and that's when I saw a stone spike protrude out of my stomach. Dropping my sword, I looked down and touched it. There was blood. My blood. Suddenly, sounds came back in a barrage. Shouts and screams filling my ears. My eyes glanced back and forth between my bloody hands and the spike coming out of my stomach. I wanted to turn my body around to see what had happened, but I realized my feet were dangling in the air. Looking down, I could see the giant spike that had skewered me up off of the ground. I saw Curtis push aside the stunned Clive as he made his way towards me. "Claire!" I saw Curtis shout, but this time, it just sounded M.U.F. fled, almost as if I was listening to him from a different room. Scenes moved slower as I saw Kathleen jump off Grodder and dash towards me, both of her hands covering her mouth in shock. Kathleen's voice was the same inaudible, M.U.F. fled noise that only differed in pitch from Curtis' voice. I tried to say something, but all that I could manage was a wet gurgle. I thought of my father, his firm gaze, his eyes that drooped slightly from age. He had been the one who told me the importance the Bladeheart name represented. Would he be proud if he saw me now? Just as I felt everything fading, I heard it, a blood-curdling roar piercing through the heavens. It was a deep, rumbling thunder that shook the ground and the spike that was lodged through me. With it, even in the brink of death that I was in, I still somehow felt fear. It wasn't the sort of fear that kept me from moving like earlier, but one that made my body want to instinctively bow in reverence. In this state of near death, I thought for a moment that I had somehow hallucinated the sound, but then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it. The unmistakable figure of the winged beast that every adventurer, every person, had once hoped to catch a glimpse of. It was a dragon. It was nothing remotely close to anything from the drawings my mother showed me in books to scare me as a child. No, this dragon made those look cute in comparison, with two horns protruding from each side of its sharp head and iridescent eyes that could freeze even a veteran adventurer. It was a manifestation of both sovereignty and ferocity. While most of the books I have read as a child described a dragon's scales to precious shiny jewels, this dragon's scales were such a rich, opaque black that it seemed to make its shadow look gray in comparison. But as impressive and awe-inspiring as the dragon, that looked to be the size of a small house, was, what made my heart truly tremble in fear was the boy below it. It was the boy with the unmistakable auburn hair and familiar uniform. Each step he took, he walked with the most subtle, faint, yet solid confidence I had ever seen. And seeping from his very pores was a rage so blatantly uncontained that I could only fear for whoever it was directed to. The very air seemed to avoid his presence as the earth beneath him crumbled under his might. All of a sudden, I couldn't help but let out a choked laugh at how foolish I was for comparing him to Lucas. As my senses dimmed, my only thought was relief that I wouldn't have to witness what he would do to those that crossed his path. My only regret was not being able to see Lucas' expression of defeat at the end. Chapter 95, The Calm Before. Lucas Weixpov, staring down at the professors, the very mages that I strove to become, struggling to stand back up. It was clear to me that their lives were in my hands. With my newfound powers, these so-called elites were now nothing more than ants to me. Enhanced cognitive processing capabilities for higher levels of spell casting, a nearly unlimited pool of mana for me to access and utilize, heightened reflexes along with strengthened physical prowess and dexterity. The elixir that Draniv had given me really fulfilled its purpose. Just like he had promised, it truly brought forth my full potential. It was obvious since early on that I was a gifted mage. However, being outshined by my older brother, Bayron, my accomplishments were never able to satisfy my family's expectations. I had lived my childhood chasing after his insurmountable shadow, but no longer. I felt like I had finally surpassed him. Easily wiping out the distinguished professors of this academy, it felt like I had actually transcended the realm of mortals, incomparable to even the highest of human, elven, and dwarven mages. So why am I feeling this way? This feeling of an icy claw gripping my innards, slowly twisting, slow freezing my insides. The palpable pressure in the air seemed to make the force of gravity in the vicinity stronger as he approached. Beads of cold sweat began forming, drenching my clothes, as I had unknowingly taken a step back. Was I afraid? That's impossible. With my newfound powers, I was invincible. I was all-powerful. I was perfect. Welcome to the party, Arthur. You're just in time, I jeered, satisfied with the calm timbre of my voice. He said nothing as he continued his way towards me at a suspensefully slow pace. My gaze shifted from Arthur to the obsidian dragon behind him. I had read in a book that the dragon race had already gone extinct from being hunted down. I would normally be more taken aback, but at this point, compared to the terrifying intensity emanating from Arthur, his dragon looked no more threatening than a common lizard. His steps never faltered, never swayed. As he approached the bell tower, I couldn't make out what sort of expression he had. His eyes were covered by his bangs. The atmosphere was deathly silent, as even the senseless monobeasts that Drainev controlled instinctively knew to prostrate in submission. Impressive pet. Did you think it could help you now? Look around you. All of this, it was done by me. The professors that were so highly regarded, I stepped on them like disease-ridden pests. I chuckled, taking a few steps toward the boy I once regarded my equal. The dragon behind him let out a deafening roar that made the surrounding audience wince in fear, but I didn't. As much as I hated to admit, it wasn't the dragon that gave me this feeling of unease, it was Arthur. Unaffected by my taunts, he wordlessly made his way towards me. Some of the students had already defeated Drainev's minions, only a few monobeasts remained on my side. However, they were petrified in fear. Whether that was due to Arthur or the dragon, I will never know. As he got closer, it dawned on me. He wasn't even looking at me. His gaze was never directed at me. My feet stayed glued to the ground, stunned, as he simply strode past, ignoring me and everyone else here. How dare he? I could easily crush him right now. He should be pleading, begging for me to spare him and his friends. But instead, he had the audacity to treat me like air. My fists began trembling from how hard they were clenched. Sing by everyone else he knew, disregarding his dying or dead peers and friends. Arthur kneeled down in front of the elf princess. His dragon craned its neck down towards her as well, and for that long breath of a moment, there was only silence. Knowing exactly what to do, my lips curled up into a smirk. Let's see him ignore me now. She was crying for you, you know, I taunted. No reaction. Oh sure, she stayed strong at first. It made it all the more satisfying seeing her break down. I chuckled. His shoulders twitched a bit. His dragon looked back at me, its eyes piercing me with the ferocity that might have frightened me before. You see, I wanted to play with your little elf princess more, but Drainev told me not to lay a hand on her. I was going to disagree at first, but an idea struck me. What better way to break you than for you to lay helplessly on the ground as you watch me defile the girl you love so much? My laugh echoed throughout the academy as everyone else watched, unable to even muster up the courage to utter a word. The dragon let out a grunt and looked like it was about to charge at me when it abruptly stopped. My face twitched in rage as Arthur continued to wordlessly cling onto his little elf lover. He still chose to ignore me. Arthur Llewellyn, you dare ignore me? I roared. You think you're so much better than me? Let me see you go easy on me now. I'll break every bone in your body so you could only cry helplessly as I desecrate Tessarite. My words got caught in my throat as the ground abruptly splintered and crumpled underneath Arthur like a sheet of paper, making me stumble. I regained my balance and looked back up at Arthur, whose back was still facing me as he gently laid the elf princess down. All of a sudden, I was H.I.T. with the same sensation as earlier, the frigid, emotionless grip of a demon, twisting at my insides, wringing the air out of my lungs. As if the wind had been knocked out of me, air escaped my throat as choppy and shallow gasps. Unable to compose myself, I looked down at my hands to see that they were trembling. I realized it wasn't just my hands but my whole body shuddering uncontrollably from the very core. What was happening to my body? Why was I reacting this way towards some boy my age? It should be impossible for him to be stronger than me. Yet, what was this sense of? He turned around. I would never have thought that something so simple as eye contact could be so terrifying. When his pale blue eyes, sharp as a knife, met mine, I felt all of the remaining air in my lungs get sucked out. And suddenly, I realized what I had been feeling the entire time. the word to describe the emotions that I couldn't grasp. No, I refuse to admit this. I ignored the inaudible scream of protest deep in my mind that was begging me to flee, to escape in the opposite direction from him. Oh, am I finally worthy of your attention? I spat out mockingly, struggling to keep my body from trembling. Lucas. Arthur was a peasant who had such a ba.n.a.l. background that his existence would normally amount to less than a retired mule. While I was born into the Wykes family, which birthed the most talented of mages this continent had seen. Yet, his voice rang with such glaring authority that it made me almost kneel on impulse. I thought of you as nothing more than a mere wasp that I regarded unnecessary to kill. Arthur continued with a chill edge to his voice as he once again began walking towards me. But even the holiest of saints will swat it down, without hesitation, if said wasp so much as dared to sting him. His cold, emotionless eyes, empty and frozen, never broke contact with mine as a tangible bloodl.u.s.t. gripped at my limbs like shackles. He was comparing me to a bug. No, he truly saw me as a bug. Yet, any words of reb.u.t.tul or protest refused to leave my mouth. Why? It wasn't supposed to be like this. My power should now be greater than his. So why was this happening? How could a boy a year younger frighten me more than Drainev? How many legions of men and beasts did he have to murder in order to possess such suffocating, oppressive killing intent? Even the very earth seemed heedful of Arthur as the ground sunk down with each step he took. My heart pounded harder and harder against my ribcage as if it wanted to break out and escape. My vision blurred as cold beads of sweat rolled down from my forehead into my eyes. Tearing my gaze away from Arthur, I focused on Tessa. The dragon had curled up protectively around the elf princess, leaving me no opening to make use of her. Silently, as Arthur advanced closer, I saw it. In his eyes was a raging tempest, so hungry to create mayhem, just barely contained. I am Lucas Wykes, second-born of Otis Vere Wykes. Elite mages of Xyrus Academy have been brought to their knees by my overwhelming strength. Arthur was nothing but a lowly peasant. His only luck was being born with a decent talent for magic. My mind snapped into a state of desperation and frenzy as I fought down the burning desire to run. Him, scare me? Never. I would rather die than plead for my life. Chapter 96. The Storm. Arthur Winspov. Tessa was okay. Bruises and sc.r.a dots were visible on her smooth, pale skin. Thankfully they were only surface wounds. She was okay. It seemed like she was drugged with an anesthetic to keep her unconscious temporarily. Yes, this was better. That way, she wouldn't have to be awake for all of this. She wouldn't have to witness what I was about to do. Sylvie, protect Tess. I'll be enough to handle him. Iria.s. shored my bond. This was my fault. I was a fool for letting Lucas live this long. This world had made me soft. My head continued to pound as I walked towards Lucas. Nothing else mattered. Not now. Not until I took care of the pest. Stay back. Lucas stammered, a crazed look visible in his eyes. He prepared a spell as he retreated. I wonder if he'd realized that his spells were in fact eating away at his life force. It didn't matter. I'd kill him before he did himself. Hell's reign. He released his spell as dozens of flaming orbs scattered and floated around, growing increasingly larger. He continued to grin madly as his body visibly withered at the burden of the spell. The red flaming spheres turned blue as he further refined his magic. It seemed as though he was planning on taking not just me, but half the school down with him. Papa. Sylvie's worried voice echoed in my mind. It's fine. I could let him kill himself with his own spell right now, but he didn't deserve that. That would be too merciful a death for him. I needed him alive, at least until I got some answers. I wanted to destroy him instantly, but the attack, the whole disaster, couldn't have been done by Lucas alone. Someone had to have forcibly overexerted his monocore, to the point where even if I didn't kill him now, he would probably die on his own. Whatever it was he had taken made it possible for him to convert his life force into mana, thus draining him of his vitality. By the odd discoloration of his skin and the mana beasts present was too much of a coincidence to not assume that it had something to do with the Vritras. By the look on your face, It seems you don't know what's about to happen. Do you think you could come out of this alive? Lucas hissed, drooling from the side of his mouth. Die. He spat, releasing his spell. The dozens of flaming blue orbs, each capable of burning down a building, shot towards me like can-on.a.l.l.s. I let out a crisp breath and muttered, "Second phase. Dragon's Awakening." My vision shifted into monogram, the only colors I could register being the particles of mana. Absolute zero. The very air seemed to freeze as a curtain of white flame erupted around me before I was bombarded with Lucas' spell. I didn't have much time left in my second phase before the recoil hit. I needed answers before that happened. As the cloud of steam and debris began to clear, I could make out Lucas' figure, the deranged look on his face wiped clean, replaced by one of utter shock. How is that possible? And no, it wasn't supposed to be like this. How are you suddenly able to use ice attribute magic? He babbled, as if he had just seen a ghost. Unrelentless, Lucas began chanting another spell, which surprisingly, by the amount of mana gathered in his right hand, was more powerful than the one prior. Creation Form. Infernal Lance. It was a type of spell I'd never seen before. As mana congregated, it manifested into a flaming blue partisan spear. What amazed me was that the mana particles hadn't simply formed the shape of a spear, but instead seemed to have trans.m.u.ted into an actual burning spear. I hope you survive this one too. That way, you can watch as I make your precious princess a true woman. He jeered, launching the flaming spear. Black thunder. I shot out a condensed bolt of electricity with my right hand, while catching the shaft of Lucas' spear with my left. My arm lurched back from the force as an audible hiss resounded from the cloud of steam that rose due to the mesh of fire and ice. Gah! Lucas' shrill howl pierced through my ears. My arm, it hurts. My arm. He screamed. I continued walking towards Lucas, who was still pawing at the empty S.P. dots where his left arm used to be. White fire. I roared, and my left hand ignited in a pearl-colored flame. I was less than a feet away from Lucas as he continued to back away from me. Defile, make into a woman? I recited through gritted teeth. This isn't fair. Lightning magic? You're a Q Quadra elemental. Lucas' voice trailed off as he stared in disbelief, his lips trembling as he noticed my lightning-clad arm. Yes, I am. Lucas' blood-girdling scream tore through the air as I gripped his remaining arm. The flame surrounding my left hand began to spread, slowly freezing his arm down to the very molecules. Tightening my grip, his arm shattered like Glad.S. as Lucas stared at the crumbling shards of what used to be his left arm. And no, how dare you? I'm Lucas Wykes. He spat out as fell weakly on his behind, his legs pushing away from me, kicking him to his back. He gave me a venomous glare, any trace of sanity gone. Placing my foot on his right leg, I pinned him down. He wasn't a human anymore. Not at this point. Down force. Gah! Lucas spat out a mouthful of blood. His leg crumpled into a mess of crimson. Shattered bone fragments dotted the pool of red as it seeped through the cracks in the ground made by the increased gravitational force of my augmented foot. Another bone-splitting crunch echoed through the surrounding atmosphere, before a shrill howl of pain promptly followed as I did the same to his other leg. Just like how the Vritra had left Haley, limbless and slowly dying, inside the depths of a dungeon, it was only befitting to do the same to someone so vile. Picking Lucas up by the scruff of his uniform, I slapped his face to get his attention. Who was responsible for all of this? I asked, as his glossy eyes met mine, his expression deformed into a scowl before he spat blood at my face. You think you'll get any sort of answers from me? Pooah-ha-ha. I'll tell you this, though, that incompetent fool you call your best friend, he's gone. They took him away to who knows where. I'll bet he's dead already. Haha, I dropped him on the ground. Ugh. I had been so worried about Tessa that it hadn't registered in my mind, the fact that Elijah had been caught up in all of this as well. I lifted my gaze as I scanned my surroundings for the first time since I had arrived. I could see the numerous students and professors peering at me with the unmistakable expression of fear. Yet, out of all of those faces, Elijah really was nowhere to be seen. Where did they take Elijah? I roared out, hoping someone, anyone, would answer. They went through there, aho.r.s.e. Voice spoke out. It was Clive. He pointed to an odd anvil-shaped contraption that had an abnormal amount of monoparticles fluctuating in and around it. Who was it that took him? A mage that called himself Draeneve, Clive replied, picking himself up. Was it a portal? Were my suspicions correct? Did the mastermind behind this really come from the continent of Alakria? It doesn't matter. He's probably dead, anyways, and so will be the rest of you, when he comes back. Lucas snickered as blood continued to leak from his two crippled legs. Looking at Lucas, a talented mage raised with the notion that his worth only amounted to his strength, who was glaring at me with neither guilt nor remorse for his actions and betrayal, I couldn't help but pity him. Almost, Lucas could have truly tortured and defiled Tessa if I had arrived too late. His earlier words still rang in my mind, haunting me with images of what could have happened if I hadn't made it in time. I placed my foot between his mangled legs at the only extremity left on his body besides his head, the only place he could have any sort of attachment to. What are you doing? His voice was tinged with a trace of fear. I looked him dead in the eye and responded with what only seemed appropriate, taking measures to ensure your filth won't spread to the next generation. His eyes widened at the impending realization as the stubs of his arms flailed. He opened his mouth to say something, but, "May your suffering last on to your next life," I recited indifferently. Chapter 97, Outcome. Arthur Winspov, the firm, mana-imbued stamp of my foot against Lucas' pelvic region created a cacophony of snapping bones, squelching flesh, and splintering gravel, accompanied by a mind-numbing shrill screech. At this point, Lucas, an accomplice that was responsible for so much havoc and death, the one that drove me to this point, was now nothing more than a dying body. His mouth was frothing, with only the whites of his eyes showing, as he continuously mumbled incoherently. I lifted my leg up from the blood-soaked pomace of the one that dared to harm those dear to me, and once again, I was glad that Tess was asleep for all of this. The disaster that had befallen was over. The perpetrator that had killed 3 professors and was responsible for the death of so many more was now fatally wounded, slowly dying. Yet, no one rejoiced. There was still fear in everyone's eyes, except, where it was once directed towards Lucas, it was now directed towards me. In the midst of this silence was a palpable tension radiating from everyone present, student and staff. It had been a long time since I received stares like these. I relished it then, priding myself in my domineering strength, but now, only a helpless sigh escaped my lips. A searing pain spread throughout my body as I was forcibly reverted out of second phase. My hair shortened as my long, silvery white hair changed back to its normal short, auburn shade. The runes that ran down my arms and back faded as my vision returned to normal. Although strained, the recoil hit me a lot less this time than when I went up against the Elderwood Guardian. Although I didn't S out, I hadn't used my mana very efficiently. While trying to make a statement, I used gravity magic which strained me since, without the help of my beast will, I normally wouldn't be able to use it. Still, I was barely able to keep my body from toppling over as I lifted my hand to deliver the final blow, when a sudden piercing ring interrupted me, drawing my, and everyone else's, attention. The red-tinted barrier that surrounded the school shattered from above. The broken fragments of the barrier fluttered down, reflecting the vibrancy of the Aurora constellation, that was almost in full bloom, in the night sky. The blood-stained academy instantly turned into a scene from a fairy tale. Descending amongst the shimmering rain of the broken barrier shards were 3 figures. Even before I could make out their ties, the terrifying pressure that they radiated told me exactly who they were. The Lances. A strained, gurgled gasp escaped from Lucas. With my attention focused on the Lances, I didn't realize he had gained enough awareness to speak. Looking down, I noticed Lucas' eyes fixed on where the Lances were. He spoke again, this time more distinctly. "Be brother." Before I could even react to what he had said, a sudden surge of light struck me in the chest, barreling me straight into the bell tower with such force that I broke through the mana-enforced wall, buried underneath the rubble, vomiting up blood, and what felt like my intestines. I tried pulling myself out, but it felt as if my entire body was glued against the wall. Confused and disoriented, I tried to make out, with my blur vision, the one who casted the spell. It was one of the lances. I wasn't able to make out much more than his indistinct figure through my unfocused eyes, but before he was able to fire another shot, I caught sight of Sylvie unleashing a blast of fire at him. "Sylvie, number, you can't fight them," I called out to her, my voice sounding weak even in my head. But it was too late. He blocked the blast like it was a toy ball before one of the other lances trapped Sylvie in a dome of ice. Even though every bone in my body felt like it was getting sawed in half and my head felt as if it had been punctured repeatedly, I was able to make a bit more sense of what was happening. From her modestly curved figure and long white hair, the lance that had trapped Sylvie in the cage of ice was female, and from the looks of it, Sylvie wasn't able to break or melt it. Despite the position I was in, I couldn't help but be relieved that she had been only caged. It sure as hell beat the other options that the lance could have chosen. Meanwhile, the lance that had attacked me had kneeled down beside Lucas. He seemed to be fairly young, maybe in his late 20s, and looking closely at his face, from the high-bridged, straight nose up to his narrow eyes, there was a very distinct resemblance to Lucas. The last, much older, Lance didn't waste any time to gather and organize the remaining students and professors. He was already interviewing some of the students, nodding in response to them and turning his head to look at me. Whether it was because of how disoriented I was, or of how worried I was for Sylvie, it took me until now to piece it all together. Lucas had called out "brother" to the lance that attacked me. Before I could even curse at my own bad luck, the lance I could only assume to be Lucas' brother stormed towards me as his body released a torrent of yellow lightning. Death is not enough for the you to do something so atrocious to a Wykes, to my brother. He didn't speak loudly, in fact, it almost sounded calm. Yet his voice carried an alarming clarity that felt as if he had spoken directly into my ear. A storm of electricity trailed around him, dancing like restless cobras craving to be released as he made his way towards me. I tried to move my body, but after a few desperate struggles, I realized I had been essentially crucified to the wall by what seemed like electromagnetism. Despite the situation, I couldn't help but praise the amount of control he had over lightning. For him, there was no need to concentrate on manipulating mana into lightning like I had to. Lightning simply bent and danced to his will like it was another limb on his body. Turning my gaze towards Sylvie, who was still desperately trying to escape from the ice cage, and back to the lightning-clad lance, I finally realized just what white core mages were capable of. "Bayron, you are not to lay a hand on him," the older lance ordered as he finished talking with one of the professors. "Huh?" Bayron turned his head over his shoulder to look back. "That boy tormented and humiliated my brother before killing him, Ulfrid, and you're saying that I am not to harm him? Do you wish to go against me as well?" The coils of lightning surrounding Bayron thickened, obliterating anything they touched. "The boy was the one who saved everyone here from your brother. And since when did you grow enough hair on your balls to think that you could challenge me?" The man named Ulfrid spat back. I used this chance to try and shift back into second phase, hoping I could gather enough strength to at least escape, but it was useless. My body wasn't even able to gather mana at this point. Turning my attention back to the two lances, I could tell that Bayron was visibly confused. Still, whether it was because of his pride or his doubt, he chose to persist. "Do not test me, Ulfrid. I am in no mood to partic.I.P.8 in your folly. My brother died in my arms, it is only just that I do what his killer did to him." He whipped his head, glaring back at me with pure venom in his eyes. Bayron began making his way towards me again when suddenly, two coal-black knights erected from the ground beside him, pinning him down. "Ulfrid!" Bayron roared as he struggled in the grasps of the two knights that seemed unaffected by the lightning surrounding him. Bayron suddenly unleashed a shockwave, knocking away the two stone knights before he charged towards Ulfrid, Lightning manifested around his flattened hand, turning it into a crackling lance. Ulfrid had already turned his entire right arm into a gauntlet of hardened lava, but just as the two were about to exchange blows, the female lance appeared between them. Enough. Instantly, both Bayron and Ulfrid were trapped up to their necks in a coffin of ice. There was no gradual decrease in temperature of the air or water in the atmosphere to trigger the freezing process. The S.P.A. around the two lances simply froze, and despite the gauntlet of lava surrounding Ulfrid's right arm, the ice didn't even hiss or steam. Bayron, you are not the one who can make this decision. It is up to the council to determine what to do with the boy. And the dragon, she said, not a tinge of emotion in her voice, to the degree that Kathleen suddenly seemed like the protagonist in a soap opera in comparison. Even as she stared at my giant obsidian dragon, there was no emotion. She regarded her as something akin to a lamp post. Assuming that the two had cooled down, the female lance dissipated the coffin of ice, when Bayron suddenly whipped around and shot a bullet of lightning directly at me, but was immediately blocked by an ice wall conjured with a swift motion of her hand. Fluidly, the female lance swung her arm towards Bayron's neck, during which a thin sword of ice manifested in her hand, drawing a crisp arc as she slashed at his neck, just deep enough to draw blood, while she kept her blade pressed against Bayron's throat. Insubordination will not be tolerated, she said tersely as ice slowly spread from the tip of her blade onto his neck. By this time, I had already given up on escaping. If I had thought that me shifting into second phase gave me a chance at running away, I rescinded that statement as I watched the female lance manhandle the other two with frightening speed. Bayron eventually relented, not missing the chance to give me one more deathly glare. I won't lie, I might have winked back at him. After less than an hour, the lances had gathered enough information from the witnesses to piece together what exactly had happened. This granted me the privilege of being graciously unmagnetized by Bayron and, instead, having my legs and arms shackled together cuffs of ice. I found the chance, during that time, to tell her that the dragon was my bond, which, for the first time since seeing her, she had a change in expression. A slight raise in her left brow. She freed Sylvie from the cage as soon as she transformed back into her miniature fox form and was chained to my shackles as well. After leaving me, guarded by one of Ulfrid's summoned knights, Bayron and the female lance worked to completely destroy the barrier. As the older lance gathered all of the students and professors with the help of his other 10 summoned knights, I couldn't help but admire the barrier that covered the school. It was very well devised, seeing as to how it allowed access, but restricted everyone from going back out. Moreover, the lances had to break the barrier first, which meant that it most likely had a restriction as to who was allowed to enter. Tessa, as well as all of the other captives, were still unconscious during the whole ordeal. Eventually, after the two of them completely destroyed the barrier, a team of mages sent by the Adventurers Guild and Mages Guild hurriedly made their way to the scene, promptly healing all of those who needed immediate attention and taking away everyone who had been injured to a medical facility. It was chaos, sobbing families of the students involved, people that looked like reporters furiously scribbling into their notebooks, and noisy bystanders all gathered around the front gate of the academy, hoping to get a better glimpse of what had happened. Fortunately, the two guilds had taken precautionary measures to make sure that no one came too close to the academy at some point. There were gates erected all around the campus to keep anyone from trespa.s.sing, as uniformed guards were stationed every few meters or so. Forced to stay behind until further instructions were given, I made sure to keep close to the female lance so that Bayron had no way of launching another quick attack at me. Arthur. I whipped my head to find the source of the familiar voice. After a few moments of looking around, I found my family waving at me from behind the gates. Even from this distance, the look of concern was visibly etched onto the faces of my parents as my father even tried to jump over the gate, only to get held down by one of the guards. I could tell my sister had been crying as she was clutching onto the sleeve of my mother. Next to her was Vincent and Tabitha who, summed, were searching for their daughter. Am I allowed to talk to my family? I asked the female Lance, my voice coming out a lot more feeble than I expected. Bayron immediately replied, "After what you did to my brother, you think you have the right to make requests like, 'Boy, I'll take you to your family,'" Ulfrid interrupted. I didn't have the strength or the freedom in my limbs to properly walk, so Ulfrid Summon had to carry me there. Being held over the shoulder like a sack of rice wasn't exactly the way I wanted to appear in front of the crowds of people present, but I was in no position to say otherwise. The Summon Knight let me down surprisingly gentle in front of my family. Ulfrid stood behind me, turning his back. Whether he did that out of courtesy or out of caution that Bayron might shoot at us both from the back, I frankly didn't need to know. There was a tense moment of silence as they stared at me, unable to find the right words. Taking a look at my body, I cursed under my breath. I had dried blood crusted around my mouth and clothes from when I had vomited blood, and both of my feet were dyed in a crimson red. My clothes were in tatters and I was as pale as I felt. All in all, I looked like a homeless vampire that had just feasted on someone and then proceeded to dance in their pool of blood. "Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Hi, Ellie." I tried to smile, but that seemed to make them even more worried. "Arthur, my baby, are you okay?" My mother stretched her arm through the fence and I gripped her hand. "Son, what happened in there?" my father asked, worry creased into his furrowed brows. "I'm fine, Mom. I've seen better days, but I'll be okay with a bit of rest." "Even I don't know everything myself, Dad." I shook my head, tightening my grip on my mother's hand to reassure her. I turned my gaze to Ellie, who was still looking at me with an expression that still seemed to be deciding whether to be angry, sad, or relieved. "Why are you cuffed?" My father spoke again, his eyes on the transparent shackles that bound my feet and hands to each other. I didn't know how to respond. I didn't want to simply tell them I had killed someone and was probably going to be under investigation. My father might understand, but I didn't want to have to say it in front of Mother and Ellie. As I was looking for the words to properly explain, I noticed the female Lance approaching with an open scroll in her hands. I stood back up awkwardly due to the shackles binding my feet to face the female Lance. Without making eye contact, she began reading out of the scroll. "Arthur Llewyn, son of Reynolds and Alice Llewyn, the council has decreed that, due to your recent actions of excessive violence and the inconclusive circumstances involved, your moniker will be restrained. Your T.I.L age will be stripped, and you will be incarcerated until further judgment." The crinkled sound as she rolled up the communication scroll echoed through my mind, clearly audible despite the massive crowd gathered around me. She finally looked up to meet my gaze. Effective immediately. Chapter 98, Floating Castle. Arthur Llewyn's Pov. Arthur Llewyn, son of Reynolds and Alice Llewyn. The council has decreed that, due to your recent actions of excessive violence and the inconclusive circumstances involved, your moniker will be restrained, your T.I.L age will be stripped, and you will be incarcerated until further judgment. Effective immediately. Followed by those words from the female Lance's mouth were three distinct reactions from the people around me. The first reaction was made by the curiously ignorant. They eyed me with looks of perplexion, studying my appearance as they tried to fit me with the edict that had been read aloud by the female Lance. Inconclusive circumstances, excessive violence. I could feel their cautious skepticism as they silently tried to figure out how a boy, who was barely a teen, could cause the council itself to issue the verdict instead of the city governor. The second reaction was made by the ever-foolish faces of the all-accepting crowd, those that blindly worshipped the council as well as all forms of higher authority. They took the words written on the communication artifact as God's truth and looked at me with eyes of condemnation. Their whispers could even be heard from where I was standing as their eyes narrowed into a disdainful glare, believing that I was somehow responsible for everything that had happened inside the academy. The third reaction was one that I had thought I would only receive from my family. To my surprise, the students and faculty that were involved in the incident, those that had the strength to still speak, All cried out in protest. Because my family was the closest, I could hear them the most clearly. Incarcer, Your Honor, there must be some sort of mistake, my mother voiced out from behind the fence. Yes, I'm sure that there is an explanation for all of this. My son would never. There must be an explanation for all of this, my father amended, knowing perfectly well what I was capable of. There were other outcries of protest, some from students I recognized as well as from those who were simply stating the truth, all of which were ignored by the female Lance. This makes no sense. How dare you punish the one who actually did some good? If it wasn't for Arthur, you Lances wouldn't have had anyone left to save. I turned my head towards the source of the voice. To my surprise, it was Kathleen Glader. She was marching in my direction with unbridled fury in her eyes, an expression I had neither seen nor expected from her. I will see to it that my mother and father will rescind this decree at once. Your father and mother were the ones, along with King and Queen Grey Saunders, that had voted in favor of this judgment, the female Lance promptly interrupted. While her words were respectful, her expression and tone could only be depicted as indifferent and rude. Before Kathleen could get any closer, her brother held her back. I couldn't hear what he had told her, but the princess finally relented, her face still red and body shaking. I knew that no matter how much I tried to reason with the female Lance, she wouldn't listen. Letting me go wasn't her decision to make. Can I speak to my family one last time before you take me? I asked, my voice coming out more sullen than I had wished. After receiving a terse nod from the female Lance, I walked back to where my parents were leaning against the fence. For a few seconds, we just stared at each other, not knowing how to begin. Don't look so sad, guys. Things will be better after this misunderstanding gets cleared up. I let out a wide grin, hoping to mask my uncertainty. I had allies within the council, but there were too many unknown factors at work here. I wasn't so worried for myself as I was for Sylvie. To have a dragon alive in our continent wasn't a matter that could be waved off. My facade must have faltered when I was focusing on my thoughts. My parents' expressions changed as both of them gazed at me, wide-eyed and afraid. Why you? You honestly have no idea if you'll be able to come back to us, do you? I couldn't meet my mother's eyes as she stuttered, her voice dripping with worry. I, instead, focused on her hand. Her fingers were deathly pale and her nails red from how hard she was clenching onto the iron fence. Brother. You're not going to anywhere, right? This is all a joke, right? Ellie's face was a pale shade of crimson and I could tell she was doing her best to keep from breaking into sobs. I kneeled down so I could be at eye level with my sister. As I studied her childish face, I could hardly believe that she was already 10. One of my biggest regrets was not being able to be by her side as she grew up. I had met my sister for the first time when she was 4, and even after that, I was only with her for weeks at a time. While looking at her, I could only hope that the next time I see her wouldn't be when she was a teen. Or an adult. I got back up, prying my gaze from Ellie, whose face had been so tensed up that her lips were almost white. I'll definitely return home. I turned back around just in time for my eyes to water without their notice. The Lance named Ulfrid conjured a stone knight beneath me, lifting me up as the female Lance separated me from Sylvie, carrying her in an orb of conjured ice. Approaching us was Lance Byron carrying the wrapped corpse of his deceased younger brother as his gaze continued to pierce through me with pure venom. Like that, we departed. Byron informed the others that he would be making a detour to his family's house to deliver Lucas' body for a proper funeral. I wasn't sure if becoming a White Core mage came with the ability to fly, but all 3 of the Lances were capable of flying without the need to invoke any spells, including the conjured knight that was carrying me. My eyes stayed fixed on Xyrus Academy as it grew increasingly smaller the farther we flew. The place itself didn't mean much to me, but my time at the school inside the floating city of Xyrus had been one as an ordinary student mage. I was considered gifted then, but I was still just a student. As the distance between me and the academy increased, I had the notion that I was leaving my life as an ordinary student behind. We traveled wordlessly through the sky as all attempts to start a conversation had been shot down. As gentle as they were in how they treated me, to them, I was still a prisoner waiting to be judged. "Papa, what's going to happen to us?" Sylvie voiced in my head. "I'm not sure, Sylv. Don't worry, though. We'll be okay," assured. Even without her replying back, I could sense the emotions she was feeling: uncertainty, fear, confusion. It was impossible to tell exactly how far we had traveled south, as all I could see below us was the Grand Mountains that divided the continent of Dikathan in half. "We should stop here for the night." The female lance descended into the mountains as a lance. Ulfrid and the Stone Knight carrying me followed shortly after. We landed in a small clearing on the edge of the Grand Mountains facing the Beast Glades. I was still chained together, so I sat leaning against a tree, watching Ulfrid erect a campsite out of the earth. "Hold still, Arthurlwen." Without waiting for me to respond, the female lance clamped an artifact over my sternum. Instantly, I felt mana drain out of my core as the device sunk deeper into my skin. "Ugh, my magic won't help me escape from you guys, so why the sudden precaution?" I asked through gritted teeth. "The sensation of your mana being forcibly contained wasn't a pleasant feeling. There are other ways you can make trouble," she replied tersely before taking the sleeping Sylvie and retreated into one of the stone huts that Ulfrid had conjured. "How could I even?" I muttered under my breath, annoyed. "It's because we're so close to the Beast Glades." I turned my head towards Ulfrid, who took a seat on the ground next to me as he let out a sigh. "You guys are the lances, though. Are you saying that there are mana beasts that even you guys aren't capable of beating?" I asked, a little taken aback by his approach. "I haven't met one so far, but the Beast Glades hold many mysteries that even the lances have to be wary of, especially at night, when the more powerful beasts roam. Despite our powers, boy, we're still humans, so we can still die. With all of the strange events happening these days, one can never be too careful." There was a brief silence that was only accompanied by the low howling winds. "What am I doing, telling all of this to a little kid?" he sighed. I just shook my head. "Probably because you've been stuck with miserable company for the past few days." I was surprised when the old lance erupted into a fit of laughter. "You're right about that, boy. Let me tell you, spending time with Vere and Barian together is more stress-inducing than any SS-clad.S.S mana beast I've ever fought." Vere. So that was the female lance's name. "Let me ask you this, boy. I'm curious as to how you became such a capable mage at your young age." "How do you know I'm capable?" "You've never seen me fight," I challenged. "I've heard Bayron tell me about his younger brother, the one you killed. I'd also gathered stories from the students while helping some of them just now too," he answered, a curious look depicted on his aged face as he studied me. We spent a bit more time talking to each other, but, while Ulfrid seemed amiable, he was also very guarded. I wasn't able to pry out any sort of information from him except those that I could find out on my own. He conversed professionally without revealing anything crucial, as did I. In spite of our little dance of social intricacy in the form of polite conversation, there was a subtle tension between us as he weaved my questions into jokes. We tiptoed around each other with our light words as we tried to, at least, procure hints to satisfy our curiosity. After an hour of fruitless effort on both sides, Ulfrid suggested I get some sleep, as expected of the lances. While Ulfrid wasn't as outright distant as the others, he was, in a way, more mysterious. Ulfrid hadn't been so kind as to make me a stone hut as he did for himself and Vere. Without a shelter and the protection of mana, the sharp winds sent chills throughout my body, making myself as small as possible as I lay curled against the tree. I must have fallen asleep at some point because I was rudely awakened as a stone knight picked me up like a sack of rice. "Hi, best friend." I patted the conjured golem indifferently as I was whisked away back into the air. "Sylv, how are you holding up?" I asked my bond. "I'm okay, Papa. It feels a little stuffy in here though, but it's comfortable," Sylve replied. Her emotions were linked with mine, so I was careful in making sure not to leak any of the worry that I was feeling to her by accident. I wasn't so much worried about what the council would do to me, it was my Azura bond that I was worried about. As we flew over the beast glades, I realized just how big our continent was. The diverse terrain of the mana beasts never ended. We paw.s.st through deserts, gra.s.s lands, snow-capped mountains and rocky canyons. It wasn't once or twice that I spotted a mana beast large enough to be seen clearly from where we were flying. Ulfrid and Vari constantly released a surge of killing intent, warding off all of the mana beasts within our vicinity. Still, there were more than a few times where we took a detour while the two lances withdrew their auras. I couldn't help but think that Vari had put the mana restriction artifact on me so that I don't purposely attract the attention of dangerous and territorial mana beasts. I had to commend her, as that was something I would probably do to get away. I was curious, though, whether I had the ability to survive this deep in the beast glades or not. My internal debate didn't last long as Vari suddenly stopped. She took out the communication scroll that she had used to read the council sentencing before carefully looking around. "We are here," she said. I looked around in the sky, but it was blatantly obvious that the only thing around us were the birds dumb enough to venture close to flying humans. Just as I was about to speak my mind, Vari held up her hand as if she was searching for something in the air. With a soft click, the sky split apart to reveal a metal staircase. Ulfrid let out a smirk upon seeing my gaping mouth. "Welcome to the Council's floating castle." Chapter 99, Fellow Captive. My eyes stayed fixed on the iron staircase aged with dents and rust, until the roar of mana beasts below shook me from my daze. "Looks like some of the more keen mana beasts have sensed the castle. We should hurry if we don't want any unnecessary trouble," Ulfrid voiced out to no one in particular. Peering down from the sky, we could faintly make out the subtle movements of a few huge mana beasts that were shrouded in the dense CL.U.S. tur of trees. Replied Vari, neither agreeing nor disagreeing but simply accepting his point. The stone knight, that had me slung over its shoulder, gently lowered me onto the base of the flight of stairs before crumbling into sand and reconstructing itself into a cape as it fastened itself around Ulfrid's shoulder. "We dwarves always carry a bit of dirt with us wherever we go." Ulfrid winked at me upon noticing my surprised expression. The door closed behind us, and while I thought we would be surrounded by darkness, a moss-like substance covering the walls began glowing with a soft, blue light. Vari dissipated the ice cuffs that shackled my legs together so I could walk on my own and took the lead while Ulfrid followed closely behind us. We must have trudged on for at least an hour up the seemingly endless flight of stairs when I voiced out my frustration. "Is there no faster way to go up than climbing this absurd amount of stairs?" I sighed. My body might be stronger than most humans even without my monocore due to the A.S. simulation process I had gone through, but I was still growing impatient at the wasted time. "Magic cannot be used at all of the entrances," Vari answered immediately, a hint of impatience in her already cold voice. I let out another deep breath and trudged along silently, stealing a glance at my bond. As expected, Sylvie was sleeping a lot more than usual due to her recent transformation to her draconic form. Winsome had explained to me about the different forms that Azuras could utilize depending on the situation, but I never knew how much of a toll it took on Sylvie to release her draconic form. It couldn't be helped, however, since Sylvie was basically a newborn in the eyes of deities who could live for what I can only imagine to be thousands of years, if not more. Lost in my thoughts, I hadn't realized that Vari had stopped. "Oh, if," I let out a surprised grunt as I b.u.mped into her. The female Lance was just a tad taller than me, but I was a step below her, so my face had only hit her back. However, my arms were cuffed in front of me and they had hit someplace a bit more intimate. I hadn't thought much of it, but to my surprise, Vari reacted in a way I would not have expected. She let out a rather effeminate little squeal as she jumped forward. Whipping around to face me, I could see her face flash in embarrassment and surprise before immediately contorting into a fearsome glare that could drench someone in cold sweat. Collecting herself, she turned back around and placed her hand at the end of the stairwell before muttering softly, "We are here." Gazing behind me, Ulfrid just gave an amused smirk before shrugging his shoulders and nudging me forward. A glaring light seeped through the crevice of the wall that had split apart. As my eyes adjusted, I could finally make out what was ahead. A brightly lit corridor with an arched ceiling stretched from where we were, walls covered with mysterious designs carved onto every visible facet and corner. The engraved runes made the corridor seem more like a memorial etched with names of the deceased than a luxurious decoration. Each engraving and design seemed to hold a purpose and meaning. There were simple chandeliers hung from the ceiling every few meters apart, but while the hall was brightly lit, the white light gave off a cold, emotionless feel, reminding me of the hospitals back in my old world. Now that we're inside the actual castle itself, it is best not to converse with us or any of the lances, he whispered with an unusual chill to his voice as we entered through the rather crudely made door. We walked in silence, with only the echoes of our footsteps filling the hall. On either side were doors that didn't match the metallic corridor. There were doors of different colors and material, all quite distinct from one another. The corridor didn't seem to have an end, but luckily, Very stopped us at a seemingly random door to our left along the way. She knocked on the door without pause until it swung inward, revealing an armored bear of a man. I took a closer look at him. "My lords." The guard immediately knelt down with his head bowed. "Rise," Very replied coolly. The guard stood back up, but did not make eye contact with either of the two lances. Instead, his gaze was fixed on me as he regarded me both curiously and cautiously. "Tell the council of our arrival." Ulfrid waved the guard away impatiently. The armored man took another quick bow and disappeared behind a hidden black door that looked to be a part of the wall. After a few minutes, the guard came back out and fully opened the door for us, allowing us in. Lance Zero and Lance Balrog have been given permission to meet the council, along with the prisoner named Arthur Llewyn. I looked at Ulfrid, raising a brow. As he walked past me, he muttered, "Bah, code names," as if embarrassed. I couldn't help but let out a wry smile before trailing behind the two lances. Whatever awaited ahead would most likely determine my future, but all I could think of was what the code names for all the other lances were. As I the guard and stepped through the hidden door, I could immediately sense the change in the atmosphere. We were in a large circular room with a high-rise ceiling that seemed to be made entirely of glass. The room was simply decorated, with only a long, rectangular table at the very back. 6 chairs, each seated with one of the members of the council, were facing the three of us as they looked at me, every one of them with different expressions. "Your Majesties." Ulfrid and Very both bowed towards the council as the former kings and queens rose from their seats. Not knowing what exactly the custom dictated in situations like this, I followed after the two lances and bowed as well. "Ignorant. Do you think of yourself on the same level as the lances? You should take a knee at the very least as a sign of respect," a husky voice boomed. I looked up to see that it was the former dwarf king, Dawsad Grey Sunders. He sported a bushy brown beard that spilled from his chin and covered his upper torso. He had a barrel of a chest covered by an adorned leather armor that seemed like it was restraining his muscles rather than protecting them. However, looking at his soft, uncalloused hand twiddling the gold wine flute, I had second thoughts as to whether those muscles were ever put to use, or if they was simply just for show. I had a hard time controlling my face as it contorted into a look of annoyance, but before I could rebut back, I caught sight of Alduin Aralith, Tessa's father and the former Elf King. He gave me a quick shake of the head, with a worried expression on his face. Clenching my jaw, I relented. "My apologizes, Your Majesties. I am but a boy from the countryside, uneducated in the ways of proper manners," I said through gritted teeth, taking a knee. "HMPH." He plopped back down on his seat, crossing his arms. Even as he sunk back into his chair, It was impossible to ignore the street.u.r.d frame that the former dwarf king had. The veins on his arms stretched with every little movement, paired with a great bristling beard and dark, heavy eyes. Even as a dwarf, he looked much larger than he really was. Now, I'm sure the journey had been long and everyone's eager to get started. Vere, uncuff Arthur. Curtis' father, Blaine Glader, was the one that had just spoken. The female Launce dissipated the frozen cuffs that bound my wrists but let the slumbering Sylvie inside the frozen orb. As I surveyed the rulers of this continent, it had been years since I last saw Blaine and Priscilla Glader, but besides the few extra wrinkles, little had changed about them. I noticed that the former queen did look a bit fatigued, but her expression did not give that away at all. It was the first time seeing the former dwarf queen, but she was just as I had expected, manly. She had a defined, square jaw with sharp eyes and dark hair pulled straight back into a ponytail. Her broad shoulders strained the fabric of her simple, brown blouse as she stayed seated upright on her chair. Alduin and Muriel Iralith, however, seemed to have aged the most. While it had merely been days since I had last seen them, I wasn't surprised, since their only daughter had been the center of Draineve's act of terrorism. The two lances that had escorted me here took a few steps back from me as I looked up at the council. Alduin Iralith spoke up within a gentle tone, his expression coming off as almost guilty for bringing me here. Arthur Llewellyn, before we begin, I would like to thank you, not as a leader but as a father, for saving my daughter. And need I remind you that we are here as leaders of this D.A.M.Ned continent, not fathers? Dawson interjected, pounding his fists on the table. This boy mutilated one of his fellow schoolmates before killing him. Shall I read the description one of the scouts so kindly sent to us? Priscilla shook her head, trying to quell the situation. Dawson, I hardly think it's necessary. Both legs, crushed into mush past the mid-thigh. Left arm, dismembered and cauterized past the elbow. Right arm, frozen and crushed. Genitals. As the former dwarf king continued to read off of the scroll, even he seemed to have a hard time saying what was coming up next. Genitals, along with the pelvic bone, crushed and... I think that's enough, Dawson, Alduin warned. It seems I've made my point. Yes. It's all convenient and everything that this boy happened to save the entire school, but it did not justify the torment he put his schoolmate through. To me, I can only see this as him using this whole fiasco as an excuse to get revenge on someone who he's clearly had enmity with since the past, Dawson said coldly. You can't be saying that this boy's main motive for delving blindly into such a dangerous scene was just to seek revenge. And even if he did, what of it? You can't prove to anyone here what Arthur's motives were. He did what we couldn't do in times of need, and that was potentially save every student inside Xyrus. Alduin barked back, his face turning more and more red. Yes, and that is why I'm not suggesting we kill the boy. We just need to merely cripple him as a mage. It was the former dwarf queen that spoke this time. The cold indifference in her voice seemed to even make her husband falter for a moment. What my wife, Glodra, said, is exactly my thoughts as well. This boy is too dangerous if left alone. Imagine if he and his pet dragon decides to make enemies out of us. My ears perked up at the mention of Sylvie. My god, do you hear yourself? You sound like a paranoid criminal. Blaine, Priscilla, what do you have to add to all of this? Tessa's mother asked, shaking her head, disconcerted. Muriel, my husband and I both agree with you on this. Speaking as a parent, Priscilla said evenly, her distant gaze switching back and forth from Sylvie and I. But it is best to consider the Greysunders' view as well. What they say with the entirety of the continent at stake. So what? We cripple the boy and kill the dragon. All for the off chance that the boy might harbor ill feelings toward us and decide to get revenge? Alduin nearly yelled as he stood up, facing the other leaders. Alduin, know your place. Don't think you are on the same level as us just because you sit here. May I remind you of your inability to even take care of your own lances? Dawson growled menacingly as he pointed accusingly at the former elf king. This continent is potentially at the brink of war and you were careless enough to lose one of our biggest trump cards. Your Majesties, was I brought here to simply hear my judgment or am I allowed to? You will not speak until you are instructed to. Dossett roared, cutting me off. I refuse to any claims this boy is trying to make. He could say that the God of Iron himself spoke to him and ordered him to do all of this, but it does not change what he had done and what he will be able to do if left alone. The scouts are still in the middle of gathering accounts from the witnesses. I see no point in me being here if I am not even allowed to speak and give my account on what happened and why it happened the way it did. I did my best to control the volume and tone of my voice, but I could tell it was coming out a lot sharper than I had wanted it to. You're right, there is no need for this prisoner to be here. Ulfrid, lock him up in one of the lower cells and keep him there until further orders. Also, lock his pet in a vault. Glodra Grey Sunders responded for her husband, waving her hand toward us. Dossett, Glodra, the council is not for you to run and order as you see fit. Ulduin growled. Behind him, a figure masked in the shadows kneeled, awaiting a command. Stand down, elf. Remember that you only have one lance at your disposal. There was heavy tension as the Elf King and Dwarf King locked eyes. Ulduin was the one to concede as he reluctantly sat back in his chair. For a brief moment as I was picked up by Ulfrid Stone Knight, our gazes met. I could see the unrelenting determination in his gaze as he gave me a firm nod. I bit my tongue and chose to stay silent. It was obvious that the former Dwarf King and Queen were all for crippling me, while the Gladers remain neutral since much is still unknown. I was going to have to rely on Ulduin and Mriel if Sylvia and I were going to get home unscathed. As the Stone Knight carried me through a different door and down a flight of stairs, I tried to talk to Ulfrid with little results. Taking a look around, it seemed like your typical castle dungeon where prisoners of war and traitors were held. I was in just one of the many cells, but much of the area was covered by shadows that the light of the few burning torches couldn't reach. This will be your cell, Arthur. Your bond will be placed elsewhere. The Summon Knight carrying me suddenly crumbled into dust upon reaching my dungeon chamber. I landed rather unimpressively on my knees and elbows as Ulfrid shut the metal cage. Ouch, he could have warned me, I muttered aloud, brushing the dust off of my knees. That voice. Arthur Ulwin. My head bolted up at the sound of the feeble, yet familiar sound. Director Goodsky? Chapter 100, Intentions. Director Goodsky? I sputtered incredulously. Why yes, although, director doesn't seem to be appropriate anymore seeing as how I was stripped of that T.I. Who would have imagined I'd meet you in here, Arthur, she replied weakly, and by the audible pant in her speech, it seemed as if she had suffered considerably. Stripped of your T.I. I don't understand. What is going on here? Why are you here, director? I leaned against the metal bars of my cage in hopes to hear her more clearly. From the source of her voice, I deduced that her cell was diagonally opposite my own, but because of the way the torch lights were set up, most of the cells were still in darkness. We will get to that later. Arthur, how did you end up being locked up? With your ability, assumed you would be able to fend well enough for yourself or at least escape if necessary. There was a hint of despair in Cynthia's voice as she asked me. Tessa was held captive by Lucas and I had to use most of my mana to fight him. When two of the lances appeared, I didn't have enough strength to escape. I sighed. I apologize, I don't quite follow. The half-elf boy, Lucas? It was obvious that Director Goodsky wasn't aware at all of the recent happenings at her own academy, which I found unsurprising since she would have surely been there to help if she had known. I filled her in as detailed as I could in the quiet of the dungeon, only being able to assume that her silence was indication that she was fervently listening. It was hard to tell whether the other cells had prisoners inside as well, but the information I was revealing wasn't exactly confidential, so I caught Goodsky up until the events of what had just happened with the council. Can you describe for me how exactly the boy, Lucas, seemed to you when you fought against him? Goodsky asked. Apart from the increase in his mana manipulation capabilities, I noticed that his physical appearance was different as well. Let's see, he had this sickly, gray skin tone as well as dark lines, which I some to be his veins, running down his face, neck and arms. His hair color had changed too. It wasn't blonde like I remembered it to be, but it was more of a dusty black and white color. The Wykes family had always been known to have a keen fondness of elixirs, no matter what the side effects may have been. No elixir on this continent has the capabilities to enhance the user's moniker that drastically, Arthur. And, you weren't able to catch a glimpse of what the leader of this whole disaster looked like? Director Goodsky interrupted, her voice edged with frustration. Unfortunately, I didn't arrive in time to see him. Why? I just wanted to confirm some things, but I think I already have a basic understanding of the whole situation. I knew it was bound to happen, but not this soon. They're moving forward with the plan much too quickly. I could hear the director's footsteps echoing as she paced inside her cell. What do you mean you knew it was bound to happen? Who are they? Director Goodsky, I'm beginning to have a nagging suspicion that I truly hope I could denounce as simply my lack of judgment. There was a brief pause from both of us where only the flickering snaps of the torch's flames broke the still silence of the dungeon. I cannot say, Arthur. I am bound by forces beyond anything either one of us can hope to go against. I am truly sorry. A binding? Huh, I see. How convenient. And is there a way to remove this binding? I asked in response, sounding more sardonic than I had meant to. I have searched for decades on this matter, and all were futile. Director Goodsky let out a deep breath, ignoring my tone. Then the reason you are locked up here is because, from what you have told me and based on what I already know, it seems I have been made a scapegoat that the council wishes to utilize as a convenient excuse for all that has happened recently. Why would the council need a scapegoat? I cannot say the reason for this as well, she replied. There was clear frustration in her tone, but not directed at me, but rather at herself. Arthur, it is painful for me to continue talking about this. Even the very thought of mentioning what I know to someone activates the curse. We should both get some rest. Heaven knows we'll be needing it. Letting out a sigh, I stepped away from the metal gate and leaned my back against the rigid stone wall of my cell. Even without the artifact binding my monicore, I was still unable to use any sort of magic here. With nothing else to do, my mind began racing with different thoughts. We were inside of a floating castle located above one of the deepest ends of the Beast Glades. Assuming that I could escape with Sylvie and Director Goodsky, would we even be able to make it out of the Beast Glades alive? Sylvie was out of the question since her recent transformation had left her in a state only slightly better than a hibernating bear. Goodsky was a silver core wind mage, which might be enough for us to fly back. I backtracked my plan after realizing the three of us would still probably get wiped out. On our way here, the two lances had to constantly release a strong killing intent to ward off any beast. Even then, they were cautious enough to hide all of our presences at times. It would be near suicidal to think we can simply fly over the entire Beast Glades. After what seemed like hours of deliberation, I could only click my tongue in frustration and roll over on the cold floor to try and get some sleep. It was impossible after all. It was becoming harder and harder to push down the sensation of hopelessness creeping up the more I continued to plan for our escape. Blame Glader's POV. What the hell was that, Glader? I thought we had an agreement? The former Dwarf King barked out after slamming the door of my study. Yes, I am well aware what the agreement is. Rest Shured, you will have and my wife's vote, said. However, even you cannot make me spout out such irrational accusations at the boy who had just saved the entire future generation of this continent, including my children. I responded icily, pouring myself a glass of aged liquor. And, I'm saying that there will be no future generation if you do not side with me. Arthur and his bond has to go. That was the agreement. They have to be brought back to him if we're going to even have a future in this continent. I know what the stakes are, said. I do not need you badgering me every moment you feel insecure. What you and I are doing is betraying the entire population. You realize that? Yes. I hissed, staring at the dwarf who wasn't much taller than I was even when I was seated. It's not considered betraying if this continent was already bound for annihilation. Blaine, you and I both know what is going to happen to Daikon, regardless of whether we try to save it or not. We have to look beyond that and try to salvage what's important to us, he consoled. His hands gestured in a placating manner. If that's what you tell yourself to sleep at night, go ahead. What we're doing is abandoning our people so that we can save our own A.S.Sis. I scoffed, shaking my head. That is what I tell myself. What he promised isn't a bad deal. Your family will all live and serve him just like my family will. And what of our people? Dossid, what will he do with the citizens of Daikon? If even the kingdom of Sapin and Darv aren't safe after we promised allegiance to him, what will happen to the kingdom of Illinois? Bah, the elves have always been too old-fashioned and righteous for their own good. That old geezer, Virion, would never allow Alduin to side with him. It's a shame too, but, unlike us, the elves won't realize what being a leader truly means. Just imagine, Blaine, the technology, the riches that he and his people will bring to Daikon. Immortality, unrivaled martial strength, and infinite wealth will no longer be just a fantasy for us, but be only a matter of time. Mind your words. I am following him because of my family. Do not lump me together with the likes of you, who is abandoning your own race for the sake of personal gain. I'm sure you can imagine what he will most likely do once he arrives. What will become of the rest of the three races? Most likely either a genocide of some form, or if he's smart, he'll make them all his slaves. The former dwarf king was rendered speechless by my response. His mouth moved as if he was trying to refute my argument, but no audible words came out. Nevertheless, my wife's love for our children seems to heavily outweigh that of the entire human kingdom, and my duty to preserve the Glader blood will always triumph, so rest assured, we will side with you. Hopefully, my ancestors will forgive my actions as this will be the only way to save the Glader line. I sighed in defeat. Dossid lifted his hand up, about to pat my shoulder when I gave him a sharp look. Feigning a dry cough, he excused himself, leaving me to my own dark thoughts in the silence of my study. Staring blankly at the extravagantly decorated room, furnished with rare wood carved by master carpenters, embellished with rare gems and metals worth more than a small town, a sense of dread and guilt began surfacing in my stomach. These luxuries meant nothing to me. All my life, what I wanted was to be the strongest mage to make my father and my ancestors proud. Yet, it was blatantly obvious that my talent as a mage was subpar compared to even countryside peasants. Only through spending an enormous amount of resources on mana-strengthening elixirs and aids was I able to barely break into the red stage. Even towards my own wife and children, I caught myself harboring feelings of scathing envy. I had always been ashamed by this, but there was little else I could do. Even having control over the two lances did not help my feelings of inferiority. Instead, it was a daily reminder for me that in order to properly rule over my own people, I needed to be guarded at all times because I wasn't strong enough to fend for myself. Was I truly making this decision for the safety of my family and myself, or, like Dossid, hungered and yearned for power incomparable to other mages, being at the pinnacle of where my people would fear and respect me solely because of my strength, and not due to the protection the lances I had in my control? Was that what I truly wanted? After an hour of contemplating, I realized in my inebriated state that no amount of alcohol could wash this miserable feeling away. I stumbled over my own feet and toppled onto the ground, losing my grip on the Glad.S I was holding onto as I fell. It shattered on the floor ahead of me, the shards embedded themselves into the arm I used to break my fall with. I could only curse in frustration at my own inability. How pathetic was I, stumbling and being cut by mere Glad.S. Had I been born more talented, more powerful? I picked myself up, ignoring the bloodstains on the ground, leaving the shards of Glad.S in my bleeding arm while staggering to my bedroom. I could smell the stench of liquor in my breath as I let out a deep breath. Memories of when I had first met the boy flashed in my mind as I trudged towards the door that now seemed so far away. Even before my children started speaking of Arthur from school, he had left a deep impression, enough for me to see him as a figure of great importance in the future. Perhaps the only thing greater than his strengths as a mage was his poor luck in being involved in this conspiracy. "I'm sorry, boy," I mumbled under my breath. "I would like to believe that it is for the good of this continent that you become a sacrifice." Even as I said this, the word sounded empty to my ears. I had hoped saying it aloud would provide some sort of self-assurance, but what I felt for Arthur wasn't grief or sympathy. Stronger than the feelings of a king sacrificing for the greater good, even stronger than the weight of a glader trying to keep his bloodline alive. I felt this soothing sensation of my dark envy being resolved with the death of this boy. I loathed myself for this, but what of it? I am Blaine Glader, fourth of his name. Yet my talents as a mage don't even amount to a single drop compared to the ocean that is Arthur Llewellyn. Why should that boy of no origins carry a power that is better fit for me? I unlocked the door and wobbled unsteadily, denying the maids rushing to help me. "I'm sorry, boy," I mumbled again. "It is for the greater good." "For my greater good,"